happen by accident. The numbers tell an important yet straightforward story. President Trump has given us the resources, the support, and the leadership to protect the American people. President Trump's policies have saved lives. I cannot think of a policy outcome more important than protecting the lives of American citizens. Can you? This trend has been especially clear in Washington, D.C. and in Memphis. These are two iconic American cities that spent years in the grip of horrific violent crime. The Department of Justice surged law enforcement resources, and the results came quickly. Crime plummeted in both cities. And I want to make one point loud and clear. We achieved those results by working with Democratic mayors. Public safety does not have a party registration. When your constituents call 911, they don't ask for political views of the responding officer. They ask for help. I have federal agents in each and every one of your districts. They're here to help, and I am here to help. Many cities and states have worked with us and taken advantage of our federal support. Some have not. Meanwhile, a few elected officials have declared that they are, quote, at war with the federal government and encouraged widespread obstruction of law enforcement. This has resulted in avoidable clashes on the streets, as you've all seen. We've seen rioters storming a Christian church. Citizens and law enforcement officers have both been endangered by reckless rhetoric. We have made dozens of arrests in and around Minneapolis so far, and many of them could have been avoided by simple compliance with federal law. Of course, our efforts reach beyond our urban centers. We are striking crucial blows against terrorist organizations such as MS-13, TDA, the Sinaloa cartel, and Antifa. And as we sit here, I think you've seen the news this morning. The news is reporting that cartel drones are being shot down by our military. That's what we all should care about right now, protecting America. As we seek to dismantle these drug trafficking networks that poison Americans, in 2025, our DEA agents seized more than 47 million fentanyl pills and more than 9,800 total kilos of fentanyl. That represents 369 million potentially deadly doses that can kill Americans. Meanwhile, our attorneys are fighting for President Trump's agenda in courtrooms across this country. This administration has been sued 627 times. We've fought through a nonstop flood of bad faith temporary restraining orders from liberal activist judges across this country. America has never seen this level of coordinated judicial opposition towards a presidential administration. It is not only an unlawful attack on the executive branch's authority, but a serious attack on the democratic process. In spite of this unprecedented judicial activism, we've attained 24 favorable rulings at the U.S. Supreme Court, their emergency docket, and even more to come. We've done so while ending the weaponization of the prior administration by dropping FISA prosecutions, exposing the Arctic frost scandal via congressional disclosure, thank you, Chairman, and restoring one tier of justice in this country. To address the Epstein files, more than 500 attorneys and reviewers spent thousands of hours painstakingly reviewing millions of pages to comply with Congress's law. We've released more than 3 million pages, including 180,000 images, all to the public, while doing our very best in the time frame allotted by the legislation to protect victims. And if you brought us a victim's name that was inadvertently released, we immediately redacted it. All members of Congress, as you know, are invited to visit DOJ to see for yourselves. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the Epstein survivors who are here today. I'm a career prosecutor, and despite what the ranking member said, I have spent my entire career fighting for victims, and I will continue to do so. I am deeply sorry for what any victim has been through, especially as a result of that monster. If you have any information to share with law enforcement about anyone who has hurt you or abused you, the FBI is waiting to hear from you. I want you to know that any accusations of criminal wrongdoing will be taken seriously and investigated. The Department of Justice is committed to holding criminals accountable to the fullest extent of the law. In 2025, the FBI arrested over 1,700 child predators, a 10% increase from 2024. We also located 2,700 victims of child exploitation and shut down 3.8 million dark web pedophile accounts. 3.8 million. So please, if you have information to share that needs to be investigated, contact the FBI. Today, I look forward to discussing further our shared obligation to protect the American people, uphold the rule of law, and keep this nation safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. The chair we now proceed under the 5-minute rule. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam General, thank you for your extensive remarks, particularly on your continued investigation of those responsible over the years in the Epstein debacle. Obviously, you have an amazingly full docket between civil rights, between criminal, between so-called white-collar crime, and doing so, as the chairman said, at a time in which both you and the president are under attack, and our ICE agents and FBI and others are under attack when they try to enforce the law. I personally want to apologize for those who would embolden, support, or even stand with those lawbreakers that sit on this and other daises here in Congress. My job generally is to talk about patents and trademarks as the chairman of that subcommittee. I'll forego that today because one of my other jobs is the creation and maintenance of Article III judges, and I work with the Chief Justice on that, and we're trying to expand the court. But currently, there are only 677 district court judges. They have very full dockets as well. But you create a tremendous amount of judges, particularly immigration judges. You do so in order to save the court that, but adjudicate, as is requirement, each of those people who claim a right to be here in the United States. And that has been going on under Republican and Democratic administrations for years. What's unique about the Trump administration this time is that you and President Trump have managed to reduce the backlog of people seeking that for the first time in decades. You are getting ahead of that tremendous backlog that caused, for better or worse, the release of millions of people with little pieces of paper saying, come back later when we call you, and often to no avail when you call. So I want to congratulate you on that because it's an accomplishment you might not take credit for and the other side would never give you credit for. But I hope you can continue to do that and do more. And I say so for a reason, because much of this hearing will be about Minneapolis and other places in which the backlog of criminal aliens, including in my home state of California, people who have hurt other people, people who have victimized their communities is extensive. And although the overall number through adjudication may be going on, because of places like my home state, California, you're unable to apprehend people that my sheriffs want apprehended. They desperately want to cooperate, and they're prohibited by law. It is this committee's opinion on this side of the aisle that, in fact, you should be given the ability to demand that participation, and that the release of a known criminal not be considered to be acceptable just because a state or city has declared itself a sanctuary. I want you to opine on just one thing that I think has been misunderstood. As I said earlier, you create and maintain those judges that adjudicate these cases. You also support so many that, in fact, have to make decisions as judges. Knowing that this limitation of so few Article III judges are there, please educate those who seem to miss the point that Article I judges, including bankruptcy judges, including immigration judges, including lots of people with the title appropriately judge, do in fact issue documents that look like, act like, and are normally accepted as warrants, as subpoenas, as demands for state officials to stand aside and allow the production of either an individual or documents. Because I think people are missing the point that these ICE retainers and detainers and so on, they act like they're nothing when in fact in the ordinary course, Madam General, you do in fact have Article I judges constantly putting those out, and they are respected normally.
Thank you, Congressman, for talking about all the great judges. And if I could add one thing to that, we are always recruiting and looking for judges. So please reach out to our office for these judges who are handling all these very important matters. We've even added some JAG officers as immigration judges.
Thank you.
And so we're continuing to do that, but we're always seeking qualified lawyers as well to be part of that. And thank you for highlighting that, Congressman.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi, right here. We are joined in this room by some of the thousands of survivors from Jeffrey Epstein's horrific sex trafficking ring. They have shown such incredible courage in speaking out, in demanding accountability to bring the predators and pedophiles to justice. The Epstein Files Transparency Act required your Department of Justice to disclose the perpetrators connected with Epstein's criminal activities and to redact the information of survivors to protect their identities. Let me show you what actually happened. First, in violation of the law, your department has shown a pattern of redacting the names of powerful predators. Here behind me is one example of an email from Epstein to a man whose name was redacted. The email reads, quote, "Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video." Only after members of Congress demanded that we see the unredacted files did the world learn the name of this individual, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, the chairman and CEO of a company that had financial ties to President Trump's business and personal ties to Trump's advisor, Steve Bannon. Second, the survivors were not similarly protected, also in violation of the law. Here is another email titled Epstein Victim List. We have blurred the names of the survivors for their protection, but your Department of Justice initially released this list of 32 survivors' names with only one name redacted, along with numerous files that disclose not only the names, the emails, and the addresses of survivors, but also nude photographs and even the identities of Jane Does who had been protected for decades until your department released their names. Survivors are now telling us that their families are finding out for the first time that they were trafficked by Epstein. In their words, quote, "This release does not provide closure. It feels like a deliberate attempt to intimidate survivors, punish those who came forward, and reinforce the same culture of secrecy that allowed Epstein's crimes to continue for decades." To the survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand. And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand. Attorney General Bondi, you apologized to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
Congresswoman, you sat before, Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General
Twice.
Bondi,
No, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a specific question
Attorney General
that I
can
would
respond to your
like
question.
you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions, the witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
That's
respond.
not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't
It is
like the
my
answer.
time.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked
didn't
a
she ask
question.
Merrick Garland this?
I am
twice
reclaiming
when he
my
sat in my
time, and
chair?
when I
will
reclaim my
continue to
time,
answer.
it is
Mr. Chairman, the
my
gentlelady has
I'm
reclaimed
I'm
her
not going
time.
to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. You're not going to answer this question, so let me just
Chairman,
say this.
I'll direct it to
What a
you.
massive
No, I'm
cover-up.
answering a
Mr.
question.
Chairman, will you
Chairman.
restore her time? The witness
I'm
is
not gonna get in
interrupting.
the gutter with this woman.
Stop the
She's
time
doing
and
theatrics.
let me have my
The
time.
gentlelady from Washington controls the time. The gentlelady has 17 seconds. You can proceed with your final
Thank you.
17 seconds.
What a massive cover-up this has been and continues to be. Donald Trump made the release of the Epstein files the center of his political campaign because he thought it would benefit him. Then you got into office, Attorney General, claimed to have a client list, only
Regular
to
order.
then say that there was no list. Your deputy, Todd Blanche, met alone with Ghislaine Maxwell and transferred her to a minimum security prison. And now you continue the cover-up. And I wish that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you and on a human level
Chairman,
apologize
The chair now
to them
recognizes the chair.
on
now
what you
Unprofessional.
have done.
The time of the
I
gentlelady
yield
expired.
back.
The gentlelady, you have no time to yield back.
Theatrics.
We appreciate that. We appreciate the thought. And I would argue the central issue in the last election, the presidential election, was securing the border. The gentleman from Arizona who knows something about securing the border is up for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. In 2022, Lafarge, which is a French cement company, pled guilty in U.S. federal court to participating in a criminal conspiracy with ISIS. That conspiracy contributed to the deaths of U.S. service members fighting in Syria during Operation Inherent Resolve. As part of the plea agreement, Lafarge was required to pay more than $775 million into DOJ's asset forfeiture fund. In February 2025, my colleagues and I sent you a letter urging the department to review the petitions for remission submitted by the families of those fallen service members, including several of my constituents. The previous administration ignored these victims and our requests and left their petitions unresolved. My question for you on this particular issue is if you're willing to work to ensure those families that their petitions will be reviewed and brought to a resolution.
Congressman, we are aware of that, and we're committed to doing everything we can to support the victims and work with you. Thank you for that question.
Yeah, appreciate your answer. And now let's go to something that is also pressing that I've been working on for years, and this is the FISA Section 702 and Arctic frost. In January 2025, you testified before the U.S. Senate and agreed with Senator Lee that, quote, anytime an American citizen's private communications are intercepted or stored, whether through incidental collection or otherwise, those communications should not be searched without some showing of probable cause, close quote. You still hold that view today, I assume.
Yes.
And during the most recent FISA reauthorization, I offered an amendment to establish a clear warrant requirement for searches of Americans' data while preserving every publicly cited operational exception, including emergencies, defensive queries, cybersecurity threats. And my intent was to ensure the Department of Justice could continue to keep Americans safe while also ending warrantless searches of U.S. persons' data. Are there any additional circumstances or exceptions that you believe must be included to ensure DOJ can continue to operate effectively while still protecting American citizens' data and privacy?
Yeah, Congressman, we are committed to working with Congress to uncover weaponization and other misconduct by Jack Smith, by others, Arctic frost, everything that happened under the past administration. And we are committed to working with you on that. And we are working with Chairman Jordan, with the House Intel, with all of our my fellow cabinet members on resolving that issue.
Well, thank you, and I'm glad you brought up Arctic frost, because Section 702 was used in the Arctic frost investigation.
It was.
And information derived was used by Special Counsel Jack Smith. And my question has always been, and no one's been able to answer this, is what was the legal predicate for using a foreign intelligence authority in the Arctic frost investigation? Have you been able to ascertain any legal predicate?
Congressman, what I can tell you today is that has been referred to my office. I can't discuss anything regarding that because it is very active and ongoing.
And you probably can't answer this one either, but I really want to know if Section 702 queries related to that matter involved members of Congress, which we know at some level it did, congressional staff, which we know at some level did. We've heard that journalists or other U.S. persons not suspecting of acting as foreign agents were also caught up in that. Can you answer that question and say whether queries did cover all those groups I just identified?
It is a very active pending investigation within my office. However, I believe many members of Congress have stated that their phones were part of Arctic frost. We are well aware of that, and we are taking this very seriously, and this is a very active investigation. And I would keep going and say, if any member of the Democrat Party, if any of them, if that had happened to them, we would take that just as serious as we do. And they should be jumping up and down, screaming, supporting you and what you want to do, because this should be a bipartisan issue.
Well, I hope it is a bipartisan issue. You know, I'll just leave with these last couple of questions, which I'm sure fall into the same investigation privilege. But that's this: how many such queries were actually conducted overall? This is outside Arctic frost in the prior year by the FBI or other intelligence community. And particularly, we really need to know what were the legal standards applied? Did they use probable cause? Did they use reasonable articulable suspicion? Or did they have no individualized suspicion and just were gathering up information? And that's beyond the investigation with regarding Arctic frost. I don't expect you to have that information today, but if you can help get that information so we can understand the extensive nature of this continued misuse of 702, it would be very particularly helpful.
And it was extensive. Yes, Congressman. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
I have a UC, Mr. Chairman.
And that is the gentlelady from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. El Paso airspace reopened after FAA quickly rescinds 10-day flights restriction. This was published by the Texas Tribune on February 11th, 2026, and it says it was because of an impasse with the DOD over the use of unmanned military aircraft and not triggered by Mexican cartel drones.
Without objection.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I didn't hear back about the second round of questions. I assume that's not happening. I just want to be able to assure the members, certainly on my side, if not both sides.
That's not a point of order.
No, that every member will get 5 minutes with the witness. Will there be 5 minutes for each?
Yeah, you get 5 minutes, yeah.
With the witness. Okay,
Yeah.
very good.
Yeah, okay. And are you up next? Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to begin by acknowledging the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific abuse who are in the room with us today. I want to thank all of you for your bravery in speaking out. And I want to say that you and the other survivors of these heinous crimes deserve better from this Department of Justice. In particular, it is shocking that the department did not redact the names of Epstein's victims, but it did redact the names of their abusers. I don't know whether this was done out of incompetence or whether it was deliberate and malicious, but either way, it is completely unacceptable. Even more troubling, the DOJ has failed to bring any of these perpetrators to justice. Instead, it has engaged in a relentless pursuit of Donald Trump's perceived enemies. I want to focus on just one example. The Attorney General of my home state of New York, Tish James. This DOJ has been hell-bent on securing an indictment against Ms. James for something, anything, simply because she held Donald Trump's companies accountable for years of financial fraud. And indeed, the department manufactured an investigation against her for alleged, quote, mortgage fraud. But the U.S. attorney leading the investigation, Eric Siebert, a Trump appointee, refused to bring charges against Ms. James because there was simply no evidence. Unfortunately, a prosecutor who refuses to do Trump's bidding has no place in this DOJ, so Mr. Siebert was forced out. Trump could not contain his fury that he expressed to you in a social media post addressed to you by name. I'm sure you've seen it. Quote, I fired him and there is a great case, he wrote to you about Mr. Siebert. Then we moved down. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. And obviously, you followed that order. Lindsay Halligan, Trump's former defense lawyer who had never prosecuted a case in her life, was installed to replace Mr. Siebert, and it was clear that part of her mandate was to go after Ms. James. Halligan immediately sought an indictment, which a court dismissed because Halligan was illegally put into the role. But your department was undeterred, and not once, but twice, it tried to indict Attorney General James in separate courts. Both grand juries rejected you and refused to indict her. It is practically unheard of for a grand jury to refuse an indictment. In 2016, it happened in just 6 cases out of over 150,000 offenses. And you had it happen twice in the same week, in 2 different courts. That must have been humiliating. And now there are reports that you are continuing to investigate her. The amount of resources that have gone into targeting Attorney General James, months of investigations, multiple failed indictments, is astounding. Since your own prosecutors told you that there is not enough evidence to support a conviction, it's clear that you are going after her simply because she held President Trump accountable and he wants to punish her. And she is just one name on a long list of Trump political enemies that DOJ is reportedly targeting. From Jerome Powell and Lisa Cook at the Federal Reserve to James Comey, numerous Democratic members of Congress, John Brennan, Jack Smith, Democratic officials in Minnesota, Chris Krebs, Miles Taylors, and more. And those are just the ones we know about. In contrast to these politically motivated investigations, grasping at something they can charge their enemies with, we now have concrete evidence of disgusting criminality revealed in the Epstein files. So I really have just one question for you. How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're going to answer the
theatrics are
question the
ridiculous.
way I asked it.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people, but I'm going to answer the question.
How many have you indicted?
Again, the time belongs to
Reclaiming my time.
the time belongs.
I think it's very
Reclaiming
interesting.
my time.
I think it's very
Reclaiming my
interesting.
time.
You can
that
reclaim
he
your
talks
time,
about
but
they
reclaiming my time,
indicted.
Mr.
The
Chairman.
president said they
Close the
indicted
clock.
him twice.
Mr. Chairman, please
They
stop the
sure
clock
did.
and
And
stop stop the clock and restore his time.
Okay, here we go with these
Committee will be in order.
theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentleman from New York. We will give you a few more seconds. We will do that. But when you ask a question, the witness gets to answer. You may not like the answer, but she gets to
The
answer.
question was, how many of Epstein's...
They don't like the answer, Chairman.
Reclaiming my time.
Because it's honest.
Reclaiming
So
my-
he asked a
Reclaiming my
4-minute
time.
question.
Restore 45
and
seconds to
I
Mr.
am
Nadler,
going
please,
to
Mr. Chairman.
Answer.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch.
Reclaiming-
Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me
Yeah, I
anything,
did tell you because we
washed
saw
up
what you did in the
loser
Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
Time, and I should get back at least 45 seconds.
We will give you a few more seconds. I
Not a
said that
few more,
already.
45 seconds.
Okay, I'm timing right now, Mr. Nadler. Go
All
ahead.
right.
Reclaiming my time. The answer to my question, how many of Epstein's co-conspirators has she indicted, is 0. You have been the Attorney General for a whole year, and your DOJ fired the lead prosecutor of this case, sat on evidence this entire time, and claimed falsely last July that there were no more leads. It took an act of Congress for you to finally release part of the Epstein files, and when you did, you included personal information about the victims while protecting the names of abusers.
Time of the gentleman
None of
has
the perpetrators
expired.
have been brought to justice, but enormous resources
Time
have been
of the
dedicated to
gentleman has
pursuing Trump's
expired,
enemies.
and
It's
obviously
clear
there
that
was-
under your leadership, the Department of Justice
There
no
was
longer
no
works for
question
American
in there
people. It works
for her to
for Donald
respond to.
Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
May I answer?
I think our next questioner, Madam Attorney General, is going to give you time to respond to
Thank you, Chairman.
all kinds of things. So we will turn to the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Ms. Bondi, you go right ahead. I'm over here. The time is yours.
Thank you. First, he brought up the president saying they indicted me twice. They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice, and you, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that with you. During impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference in the 2016 election. Robert Mueller found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in 2016. Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? You all should be apologizing. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. You know, all they want to do, the American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million, and Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. And none of them asked Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over, the Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Jordan,
Committee will be in order.
Mr. Jordan, am I going to get an extra 45 seconds added to my time?
The committee will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. Ms. Bondi, the Attorney General can respond.
Thank you. The Dow has shattered 50,000 for the first time. This is crazy. They said it couldn't be done in 4 years, yet President Trump has done it in 1 year. National median rents have fallen to a 4-year low, thanks to Donald Trump. That's why they want to focus on Epstein and our most transparent president in the nation's history. The murder rate, as I said, has plummeted to a 125-year low, thanks to Donald Trump. For an unprecedented unprecedented 9 straight months. There were 0 illegal border crossings at the southern border. That's what we should be focused on. All the great work that this president has done and will continue to do to keep America safe and to make Americans safe.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. I agree with you totally. I think you've done a fine job. I think that Democrats, in fact, should be apologizing to the Epstein victims for doing nothing during the 4 years that they were running the government. We did not hear about this, and it took you and President Trump to finally provide transparency and give answers to the American people, and I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you also for standing up for truth today and for fighting back against the theatrics and the time waste that you will endure over the next hour or two. I want to apologize on behalf of my colleagues on the left. They're not all that bad, but they've got to put on a show. And I'm sorry that you have to go through that. And I would like to yield the last, I'd say 40, but 40 is 80 seconds. The clock says 40, but I've got 80 seconds since I was so rudely interrupted, and I'll give all 80 seconds to Chairman Jordan.
And I would just yield to the Attorney General if she has anything to add.
I'm fine to continue. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, the chair now recognizes, the gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would note that Mr. Nadler's question has not yet been answered, but I want to start by asking that out of respect for the American public and the Epstein survivors, some of whom, of course, are here today, that we can have a transparent conversation and get the public the answers they deserve. I want to briefly direct your attention to 2 documents I'm hoping we will put up on the screen. In the first, an individual emails Jeffrey Epstein asking whether a woman identified as M was pro or civilian, and Epstein responds that she was a civilian, Russian, and fun. In the second email, Epstein writes to Steve Tisch about a Ukrainian girl, noting that she was, quote, a little freaked out by the age difference and stating that he would try to convince her not to return to Ukraine. He then instructs Mr. Tisch to call him, adding, I don't like records of these conversations. So I'd like to ask a straightforward question that really is either a yes or no answer. Do these emails constitute credible evidence, not proof, but credible evidence warning further investigation into whether Steve Tisch was involved in Epstein's criminal conduct? Do you think yes or no?
I'm not going to play a yes-no game with you, but I will answer the question to the best of my ability. As I said, we will look and investigate any case involving any victim. I'm not familiar, there were 3 million pages, of course, with that email, but of course, we will look into anything. The documents have been released, 3 million. The redacted versions, we left them open for all of you to come view. Have you? I believe you view them. If not, will you have some copies?
I'd like to.
Could I finish, please? I'm not being rude. Please.
I only have 5 minutes.
No, yeah, and I only have 30 seconds based on your filibustering.
Well, you didn't give a yes or no answer, so let me just go further. Director Patel testified in this committee room that there was no credible information indicating that Epstein trafficked victims to anyone else. And glancing at the documents, that proves that's not the case. In July, your department issued a memo stating that it had conducted an exhaustive review of the Epstein files and concluded that no additional individuals would be charged. So I did go over to the Department of Justice yesterday. I would note that 400 and all our 35 members are in the House, and there's 4 computers. So it would take many months to actually have the time. I only had a few hours. I think the transparency argument is really kind of a sham because it's not really possible.
Whoa. Did you have to wait to get a computer?
It is not possible to,
hang on.
to really go in. I did, however, see a U.S. attorney information for the Southern District of New York indicating that there were additional survivors and probable co-conspirators. Other members of Congress have uncovered likely co-conspirators whose names were blocked out. Now, the Epstein File Transparency Act, which all but one member of this House voted for and the president signed, requires the department to release everything except that it needs to be redacted to protect the victims or an ongoing prosecution, which apparently there is none from the testimony we have received. I am concerned that this act has not been fully complied with. When Director Patel came to the committee, he admitted that up to 1,000 FBI agents had gone through the files and redacted President Trump's name from them. And it's pretty clear that what has been transmitted from the FBI continues to redact President Trump's name, even though he is mentioned, thousands of times in these files. So I think the credibility of the department in terms of complying with the act has been damaged. And I think the department's credibility has been damaged in other ways. I think we all saw the horrible video of American citizens being killed by ICE agents in Minneapolis. And I think how the department has handled these cases raises a lot of doubt about the department. State and local police in Minnesota got a court order to get access to the crime scene to be sure evidence would be properly preserved by federal agents. But they took the agents defied the court order, and in a departure from general policy, the DOJ is not collaborating with state and local law enforcement on these homicides. So I really think that is a disgraceful approach to the homicides of American citizens, and really does nothing to bring credit to your department. And Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
May I answer?
Attorney General can respond.
I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history. And if they could maintain their composure, this isn't a circus, this is a hearing. I find it interesting she keeps going after Donald Trump. She doesn't say how much money she took from Reid Hoffman, did you? None. And nor did
Mr.
she
Chairman,
post
regular
anything.
order, please.
She
regular
posted
order.
nothing on her X account,
Gentlelady.
on her Twitter account during the Biden years.
Gentlelady.
Yet now, all of a sudden,
question
she's
asked.
going after
Committee will be in
point of
order.
There was no
Committee will
question
be in
asked of
order.
the Attorney General. She doesn't just get to speak.
Committee will be in order.
I have a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Committee will be in order.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady can state her point of order.
When a witness attacks,
Not a valid point of order. You got to state.
She hasn't completed her point of order
haven't
yet.
got it.
Please let her speak, Mr. Chairman. Let's have some regular order here.
Regular order is you got to state the rule. And she
I am
didn't do it.
trying to make a point of order that the witness,
And what rule are you referring to?
without responding to a question, has attacked me personally. I think it's pathetic that she can't answer the questions and
First
instead
time
is attacking
that is not even close
members
to a
of the
point of
committee.
order. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
In August of last year, I sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking for assistance in seeking compensation for the town of Lac du Flambeau. Town of Lac du Flambeau is in my district, and your office replied that it was an ongoing matter and unable to comment on it, which I understand. That was just fine. But I want to set this up just as a reminder. So 3 years ago, it was at this time of year that 4 roads were blockaded in the town of Lac du Flambeau, and the temperature was 25 below zero. People had to park their cars at a neighbor's place, take the snowmobile across the lake to get their car, and then be able to drive into town. There were people 80 and 90 years old that could not, were very concerned that they'd be able to get emergency medical services. And the perpetrators of this, the tribe out there, they demanded compensation from the town. I would call it extortion. They ultimately got $600,000 from the town of Lac du Flambeau. The unfortunate part, Mr. Chairman, is that the Biden administration took the side of the perpetrators who closed those roads off, and the Biden administration made it clear to the town of Lac du Flambeau that we are not on your side in regards to this. Well, fortunately, there was a federal judge that said, no, this is wrong, what happened, and these roads should be left open, they should continue to be left open. My question to you is, are you willing to work with my office and with the town of Lac du Flambeau to further investigate this matter and seek compensation from the tribal government after their extortion of $600,000 from this little town in northern Wisconsin?
Congressman, you do a great job representing your district. And yes, we would more than welcome working with you, and we are familiar with that investigation.
Mr. Chairman, I would just add, we're highlighting these miscarriages of justice in the previous administration. This is just another one of those small examples, no different than the Catholic Diocese in Richmond and many others that you have retold so many times. But here's another instance of what they did to a small town and nearly bankrupted them as a result of it. Fortunately, there was a federal judge that saw through it and has fixed it. I want to move on to fraud enforcement. You have established a National Fraud Enforcement Division. Is that correct, Madam Attorney General?
Yes, Congressman.
Has this new division begun any investigations and getting after those individuals that have committed the rampant fraud we've seen, like in Minnesota?
Well, it's not only rampant in Minnesota, it's rampant throughout this country. Much of it is in California, as you know, and other places. Yes, we are working on it actively. Our criminal fraud division has been working on it. We are expanding that. It was the Vice President's idea to come up with this amazing separate fraud division, which we are establishing and going nonstop, not only to expose the fraud in Minnesota, but around the country. It's taxpayer dollars that have been stolen from the American people, and we are committed to recovering that money and holding those people accountable.
Mr. Chairman, I would remind everyone here, why did this happen in Minneapolis? Why did federal law enforcement have to go to Minneapolis? Because of industrial scale fraud. It was an assistant United States attorney that said, this is industrial scale fraud that's going on in Minnesota at this point. I sent a letter to our governor in Wisconsin. We're right across the border there. My district is only 20 miles from the city of Minneapolis. And I asked him to open the books for a federal audit on food stamps and Medicaid. Don't you think it would be a good idea for every governor to do that at this point?
It protects the citizens, and I can't understand why that's not happening. And yes, I do think that's a great idea. It's happening around this country. And when our new division with Colin McDonald is established, it's established when Colin is confirmed. He's amazing. I think you've met with him, you said, Chairman. When that is established, we're going to work on both sides of the aisle. That's what we want to do, to stop fraud in every city, in every state in this country. We will continue to fight for the American people.
So you would encourage every governor across the United States, after what we have seen in Minnesota, what we almost certainly know is happening in other states, you mentioned California, you would agree that every governor should avail themselves of federal resources to make sure that this industrial scale fraud is rooted out to protect the taxpayers of the United States. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to thank you for holding this hearing and holding it in a proper fashion as you have. Secondly, I'd like to thank all of the victims of the Epstein case who've come here to attend this hearing, for doing it and for being brave and trying to move this justice forward. I apologize, I can't do it with the Attorney General not recognizing you. That's embarrassing. I am from Memphis, General Bondi, and Memphis does have the task force there. The Memphis Safe Task Force has been operating in Memphis for several months, and we do have a Democratic Mayor, Paul Young, and he's not against the task force, but he is against ICE being in Memphis, and he's not in favor of the National Guard being in Memphis. And I concur with him on those positions. I think the DEA being there, the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, the FBI, who have been in Memphis in other ways, having more people there is good for Memphis. Crime has gone down in Memphis, but it went down 25% before the task force got there under the direction of Mayor Young and Director Davis, Chief Davis. It's gone down about 15% more since then, and that's good. But I would like to comment that Mexico City's homicide rate has gone down 40% during the same time when Memphis has only gone down 25%. And that's not necessarily because of the task force, although the mayor says he thinks it's helped. So I thank you for that. You would agree, I presume, that violent crime in communities across our country is critically important, and that's why the task force is there. Is that not true?
Yes, and if I can just add to that, I think the surge, the FBI, our FBI under the leadership of Director Patel, came in and did a surge in Memphis.
Earlier.
Prior to the task force.
Yeah, Viper.
And thank you for saying that about Mayor Young. He's been great to work with, and thank you.
He's a good guy.
He's a very good guy.
One problem I've got with where we are in priorities here. A recent Department of Justice, National Institute of Justice report based on arrest records in Texas and in California found that undocumented immigrants were less than half as likely as U.S.-born Americans to be arrested for homicide. And this pattern holds for assault, sexual assault, robbery, burglary, theft, and arson. Half as likely to be arrested for drug offenses. So I ask you, and I've written to you about this, there are TV ads that run that say to local law enforcement, specifically, says, are you tired of having your hands handcuffed because you can't do the things you wanted to do when you joined, and if you want to do something different, join ICE and you'll get a $50,000 bonus and we'll pay off your debts, student debts, and we'll help you with pensions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they're encouraging local law enforcement to leave local law enforcement and go to work for ICE. We need people working in the front lines and local law enforcement to protect our citizens from the worst of the worst. The worst of the worst are not the immigrants. The worst of the worst records show are native-born Americans, and they are committing crimes that hurt our citizens and our cities, and you're working against it, and thank you for that. But by trying to get our local law enforcement, where we have an undercount of officers in Memphis, to leave Memphis and go to work for ICE to deport people is a wrong priority. Why are we trying to get people, policemen who are working on the front lines, to leave the front lines, take the $50,000 and go to work for ICE and instead of working to fight the worst of the worst?
Congressman, I have not yet seen that commercial, that ad. I would argue that we need strong people in both local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and all of our federal agencies working together. I've seen some of the worst violent criminals who were in this country illegally. We both know that. And in Memphis, working hand in hand, I want to stick with Memphis and your mayor and what you discussed, because there have been nearly 6,000 arrests as of February 8th, and I think you agree with this, in your district, and almost 600 gang members. What we found in Memphis, a lot of the gangs are local gangs. But 600 gang members were taken off the streets.
Because I've only 40 seconds. I'm going to agree with you.
Yeah.
I thank you for that.
And 148 missing children were recovered by all of us working together, and nearly 1,000 illegal guns were seized as a result of us working together.
And I don't disagree with some of the things you said, but there are questions about those children, but it's a different thing. The fact is, ICE is running rampant, and you are not investigating them. When they killed Mr. Pretty and Miss Good, that was an execution, and you did not investigate it. And you tried to investigate Miss Good's widow, and you tried to investigate Mr. Pretty. They were executed, like Kristi Noem executed her dog. And that was wrong. And you should investigate those people, and you should investigate anybody that uses a weapon, federal official or not, for civil rights violations. I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back his time. Madam Attorney General, anytime you need a break, just let us know. If not, we'll just keep going. The chair is now recognized for 5 minutes. Madam Attorney General, you're not allowed to exercise your constitutional rights in a way that tramples on someone else's, are you?
No.
No, you can't do that. I mean, you have a right to petition the government under the First Amendment. That doesn't mean you can come into this room and start screaming at Mr. Raskin or me or anybody else and disrupt a congressional hearing. You have a right to protest on the street, but that doesn't give you a right to go into the Capitol and disrupt Congress. Something these guys talk about every day. You can't do that. So when Don Lemon said that he was exercising his First Amendment free press rights, freedom of the press rights, that's not really accurate, because he was trampling on other individuals' rights. Is that true?
Chairman, we will always protect our churches and the freedom of religion. And yes, that's accurate.
First right mentioned under the First Amendment, freedom of religion, freedom to practice your faith the way you think the good Lord wants you to, right?
That's right, under the federal government.
And isn't it true that Mr. Lemon met at a shopping center with the rioters who entered City's Church in St. Paul, met with them prior to marching to the church?
He did meet, and this is a pending case right now, so I will only stick to what is in the four corners of the unsealed indictment, if I could, Chairman.
Yeah, I'm
There's a lot more that will come out. But under the four corners of the indictment, yes, he did. They had an operation called Operation Pull-Up. They said they were gearing for a resistance. They met in a parking lot and they caravanned to a church on a Sunday morning when people were worshiping together.
And Mr. Lemon said that he live streamed before entering the church with the rioters. Didn't he say we're going to head to the operation? Didn't he say this he said this on camera, is that right?
Yes, Chairman,
Yeah.
and more.
That he was in Minnesota and that, as you said, they were gearing up for an operation. So you can't do that. This is why this is, I think, so important that this guy be held accountable, and I think why you guys have charged him and indicted him. Moving to the second subject here. Will John Brennan be indicted? Mr. Brennan lied to the committee, which you're not supposed to do. Last Congress, when we deposed him, he definitely, 18 U.S.C. 1001, we're all familiar with it. He lied to the committee, and the Congress, and I think the country would like to know if, in fact, he's going to be indicted for lying. And here's why it's so important. I'll give you a chance to respond. Here's why it's so important. It wasn't just that he lied to us, it's what he lied to us about. He lied to us about when all this weaponization against the President of the United States started. He lied to us about the dossier, and specifically what role the dossier played in the intelligence community assessment. Because we know back when President Trump was first elected, first term, this is when it all started, which led to the Mueller and to the impeachment and to the Jack Smith and all the stuff that's happened in the last decade. But it began here, and he lied to Congress about the role he played. And I just want to read a couple of things he said during that deposition before I give you a chance to respond. Mr. Brennan, when asked a question, said the CIA was not involved at all with the dossier. He said it was their purview, FBI's purview, and not ours. He also said the CIA was very much opposed to having any reference or inclusion of the Steele dossier in the intelligence community assessment. Well, that's interesting because declassified information that was declassified this past summer by the CIA says something entirely different. It says, Brennan, I want to put this one up if we have it. It says, Brennan ultimately formalized his position in writing, stating that, quote, this is released by the CIA Director Ratcliffe, my bottom line is that what I believe that information warrants inclusion in the report. He was further asked by an CIA official. The same officer said when he approached the director and asked that the director refused to remove it after being explained this wasn't good, with the dossier's many flaws, he said, yes, but doesn't it ring true? So this is John Brennan using that document to change intelligence community assessment, which I think led to all the stuff we've seen over the last decade. And I think this committee in the country, Congress in the country, would like to know if Mr. Brennan is going to be indicted.
What I can confirm is that we have received a referral from you, Chairman Jordan, to investigate John Brennan. His attorneys have made some public statements, but the department is still bound, of course, by our longstanding policy of not discussing matters. What I will say today, I can't confirm nor deny whether there is a pending investigation, but what I will say is no one is above the law.
Mr. Chairman,
Weaponization has ended.
Yeah.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for a point of order.
If we want to know whether Mr. Brennan will be indicted, you should just ask the president.
Not a point of order, but I appreciate you trying to make it one. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Bondi, it's been reported that there were at one point 1,000 personnel assigned to the task of identifying and scrubbing Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files. Were those reports accurate?
I believe his name has appeared countless times in the documents
how
that
many
have
people were
been released.
assigned?
If I could finish, I'm going to read you the stats.
I just simply asked whether or not it was true that it was 1,000 folks who were assigned that task. Were those reports accurate?
There are more than 500 attorneys and reviewers. I cannot give you an exact number.
And
who-
I
I'm
wanted
trying
to
to
ask
answer-
you.
I'm
I wanted
answering
to
the
ask you
question,
about that
sir.
also, because
Who
this
were
is a different
assisting with
question that
this
you're getting to
project?
now. There were 500 DOJ
At
lawyers and others assigned the task of redacting the appropriate information, including identities of the Epstein victim survivors from the Epstein files prior to their release. 500, is that correct?
If I could have finished my answer,
Well,
there were more
you
than
just- yeah, I'm
500
just-
attorneys and reviewers who
Okay.
assisted
All right, okay.
with the. They asked a question and they don't want an answer.
That answers my question,
Congressman,
ma'am,
let
and
me
I'm going to
continue.
move on.
More than.
I'm going to move on.
From
General
multiple
Bondi, would you
districts.
It will be in
agree?
order.
This
Time
is
belongs.
ridiculous.
The time belongs to the gentleman from Georgia.
General Bondi, would you agree that your 8 years of service as the state of Florida's Attorney General, the third largest state in the nation, served as an excellent preparation for your current role as Attorney General for the United States of America?
Not only that, I was a career prosecutor for 18
years. And for
18 years.
And for 18
prior
years,
to being
for 18 years,
He asked a
you
question and doesn't
prosecuted-
want an answer. This is
for-
theatrics.
Well, no, for 18 years, you
on.
prosecuted serious felony cases, including drug cases, correct?
Oh, I prosecuted homicides, I prosecuted capital cases, I prosecuted domestic violence cases, I prosecuted multiple cases, and that's why I feel for all of these victims. And did you ask Merrick Garland this when you were sitting before him, sir?
You also prosecuted sexual assault cases and child sex trafficking cases, correct?
I answered that question earlier.
Okay.
I prosecuted
All right.
multiple
Well,
cases
so
when I
bottom
was
line,
a prosecutor.
bottom
If I
line,
can
you're an
answer the question,
experienced and seasoned.
For 18
you're an
years.
Mr. Chairman, will you a reminder of the rules? The time belongs to the member of the committee.
You
think
are
I've
a
said that a few
seasoned
times.
and experienced prosecutor, correct?
I think we've established that.
Yes or no?
Does he want an answer or not?
he wants a
When
say.
I
I
want a
answer,
yes
I
or
get
no
cut off.
answer.
I think he wants to say
I want a
now.
yes or
I
no
can-
answer, but
yeah, I can
I'll
explain my
live with what you
experience. I'd
have
be
already
love to
said.
explain
Let
my
me ask you.
experience.
Let me ask you this question.
Clearly,
in
you
the
don't have any.
prosecution of sexual assault cases, you are acutely aware of how important it is to protect the identity of victims of sexual assault, correct?
I have addressed this multiple times. I think others were cutting me off when I was trying
Well,
to.
I just simply asked, are you aware of the fact that it's vitally important to protect the identity of sexual assault victims as you prosecute the people they accuse of assaulting them? Isn't that correct?
Excuse me. As we have said multiple times,
Protection of the
protection
identity
of all victims
of the victims
are
is
protected.
so very
Who are
important.
protected under? Do you want me to answer or do you want to interrupt?
Well, because you're not answering the question. You do a Jekyll and Hyde kind of routine around here, and I just want you to answer my questions.
What does Jekyll and Hyde mean? Can you
Well, it
explain
means
that?
you're nice to the
Explain that.
Republicans and you turn like Hyde on Democrats. But let me ask you this, ma'am. We have the Epstein victim survivors here today. Representative Jayapal asked a simple question. If you would be so kind and honorable as to turn around and face them and apologize to them for outing them. I mean, how many lives have been derailed because your department was either sloppy and incompetent or willfully trying to intimidate and punish these ladies for
time is
coming
up.
forward?
The time of the
Which
gentleman-
was it?
The time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin for 5 minutes.
Attorney General Bondi, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have spent the past several months attacking the administration for doing exactly what the American people wanted when they overwhelmingly elected President Trump, securing our border and enforcing our immigration laws. I find it a bit ironic because this is the same party who just a few years ago were openly supporting strong immigration enforcement after witnessing criminal illegal aliens wreak havoc on the American communities. I have a short video I just wanted to play.
Of immigrants. We're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable.
They've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked, they're gone.
No great nation can be in a position where they can't control their borders.
While we need to address the issue of immigration and the challenge we have of undocumented people in our country, we certainly don't want any more coming in.
Every place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens.
Illegal immigration is wrong, plain and simple. When we use phrases like undocumented workers, we convey a message to the American people that their government is not serious about combating illegal immigration, which the American people overwhelmingly oppose. If you don't think it's illegal, you're not going to say it. I think it is illegal and wrong.
Open the borders, my God. You know, there's a lot of poverty in this world, and you're going to have people from all over the world, and I don't think that's something that we can do at this point. Can't do it.
Yes or no, would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No.
We simply cannot allow people to pour into the United States undetected, undocumented, unchecked, and circumventing the line of people who are waiting patiently, diligently, and lawfully to become immigrants in this country.
So Attorney General Bondi, what's the Trump administration, DOJ, doing to end the open border policies of the prior administration that saw dangerous drugs and criminal aliens flood our communities?
Congressman, President Trump has worked tirelessly, as you know, to close our border, which is what the Democrats had asked for in that video. President Trump closed our borders on day one. He is protecting Americans. He is protecting our kids from the influx of drugs that were flowing into this country from Mexico, the fentanyl precursors that were coming from China. These precursors were taken from China into Mexico, and in Mexico, they were mixed and freely taken right into our country, along with gang members, MS-13, TDA, freely coming into our cities around our country, thanks to Joe Biden's open border policies. That has stopped under Donald Trump. It will no longer happen under this administration, and he is doing everything to keep Americans safe. And let me continue. When he was elected overwhelmingly by the American people, the majority of the American people wanted Donald Trump. One of the main reasons was border security and keeping Americans safe. And that's exactly what he did. And that's why today the other side sits here, they yell, they cut me off, they want to yell, they want to ask a question and don't want answers because they want to distract from all the great things that this president and this administration working hand in hand, and that includes Secretary Noem, who has closed our borders, and Tom Homan, who has closed our borders to keep Americans safe. And they're trying to distract from that, and they're not going to do it because the American people are smarter than that, and they see through their theatrics.
Thank you. Just quickly, yesterday, Senator Grassley reached out to my office to tell me that I was one of the 20 members that was now disclosed were under surveillance from Jack Smith. This brings up the question of non-disclosure orders and whether or not they should apply to members of Congress. But with my phone records being surveilled, as well as looks like 19 other members of Congress, I'm just wondering how DOJ views that.
Time is, the gentleman's expired, but the gentlelady can respond.
As I stated earlier, Congressman, anyone's records who were illegally obtained, Democrat or Republican, we will fight vigorously to stop that. anything with Arctic frost I can't discuss right now.
And isn't it true, Madam Attorney General, the DOJ has changed their policy? You can't do that now. The DOJ is not going to go do that and ask the judge for an NDO.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good. That in and of itself tells you why how wrong it was. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Great, thank you. Madam Attorney General, you acknowledged earlier to Mr. Johnson that President Trump was mentioned and the release countless times, you said, in the Epstein files. I just want to play a video, though, for you that I think speaks to the frustration that many of these victims have. Of times Trump's name appears in the files, so it could at least be 1,000 times. Is that right?
The number is a total misleading factor. We have not released anyone's name in the Epstein files that has not been credible.
Director, could it at least be 1,000 times?
We have released every piece of legally permissible information.
Okay,
you can characterize the numbers however you want it.
I'm claiming my time, Director. It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times. Which
It's not.
leads me-
It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
I don't know the number.
I understand why the victims are frustrated, and the Attorney General acknowledged what Mr. Patel would not acknowledge, that it was way more than 1,000 times. But I want to move, Madam Attorney General, to weaponization of government. And yesterday it was reported that 6 members of Congress had indictments sought against him, and they were not returned by a grand jury. My colleagues have spoken about their frustration of being in subpoenas and having cell phone records combed through. Well, in 2017 and 2018, Adam Schiff and I had our cell phone records and email records combed through, not by you, but a different Department of Justice under the president. It was in retaliation for our role in the Russia interference campaign. An Inspector General report would find this improper and that the predicate for it was absurd. In 2020, after sitting on 2 committees that were a part of the president's first impeachment, an FBI agent leaked my cooperation in a national security case where my campaign was targeted. The president's FBI senior leadership authorized 2 statements to the press that said I was never suspected of wrongdoing and only helped the investigation. But that didn't stop the death threats or my GOP colleagues from referring me to an ethics investigation where Kevin McCarthy's chairman on the ethics committee would find the same thing as the FBI. Our current FBI director would then write a book called Government Gangsters and identify a long list of enemies. About a quarter of them have been either investigated or indicted. He listed me at the very top, along with Adam Schiff, and during that same testimony, refused to recuse himself when asked if he would recuse if any case came across his desk involving me or people on that list. Since that testimony, his department has put me under investigation with Senator Schiff for the nonsense mortgage fraud cases that we've seen. I get it. This is what the president does. I've priced it in. We have a bingo card at home that my kids have made of what will come next. I expected that the president would come after his enemies. But what I want to talk to you next is serious, and I did not expect this would happen, and I'd like your help on it. The president has inspired death threats against me and many sitting up here with me. In June 2025, an individual left 11 voicemails at my district office. On the voicemails, they said, "Get the message to him. I'm going to hunt him down, that motherfucker, and toss his ass over the Golden Gate Bridge by my fucking self." Donald Trump's Department of Justice in the Northern District of California declined to prosecute. On May 14, 2025, on Twitter, responding to something I posted, an individual said, "No, it wasn't Eric, and now I'm going to kill you." The Department of Justice from the Southern District of Texas declined to prosecute. May through December of 2025, we received messages at my office that said, "I hope somebody shoots you and your children and your wife in the head. Pew, pew, motherfucker, pew, pew." I would stay indoors as much as possible, and my children, unfortunately, have to do that. The Department of Justice has not charged this individual and cited that he's a prolific caller and has health conditions, although what we have found in our own investigation and his voicemails is that he has said he will employ others to do this. The president can come after me. It's fine. I'm in the arena. So are these folks. But we never expected that the Department of Justice would not seek to prosecute and investigate those who are making threats against us. And that would include those on that side of the aisle. And I'm just asking for your help to protect life, because life is at risk with the environment we're in right now.
Congressman, I completely agree with you. I know about several of those personally involving you. I believe One has been charged publicly, and there's something I would be happy to talk to you about off camera, but I can assure you that they are very serious. They are being looked into, and I can give you more details on those. None of you should be threatened, ever. None of your children should be threatened. None of your families should be threatened. And I will work with, you can come into my office any day. I will work with all of you on both sides of the aisle if you are ever threatened. And I'll gladly talk to you after this hearing about your cases. But I can tell you some of them are very active.
Appreciate that. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and we're sorry for what the gentleman and his family have had to go through. We appreciate what the Attorney General said. And I think some of the things that the gentleman from California related, we can all relate to, and it's unfortunate, it's wrong, as the Attorney General said, and we appreciate the help we get from the Justice Department. With that, we will now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know where to begin. Thank you for being here, General. You might see me when I'm right in front of you. I have to mention this first. You know, I used this word before, and my friends on the other side of the aisle got mad at me, but hypocrisy. Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. But for years on the other side of the aisle, we heard nothing. Crickets, not a word. Nothing was said when they were in control. Nothing was mentioned basically the last summer, and the ranking member points out that he did do something last year. Yeah, he did a letter complaining about the plea deal for Maxwell, but it wasn't a big deal. Then we get a new administration, and all of a sudden it's a big deal, and they feign concern, they're upset, they're investigating. They had all these years and all this time. And in fact, Stacey Plaskett, and we all know that name, when they had a congressional hearing, Democratic member, were taking texts from Epstein on questions to ask to go after Trump. So Epstein was using her Democratic colleague as a tool to go after President Trump. Just everybody keep that in mind. And then we talk about ICE and how horrible it is. And there are concerns. Everybody wants everything to go right. Nobody ever wants to see somebody die. And they complain about it. But at the same time, hypocrisy, they encourage constituents to go after the ICE agents, to challenge them, to hurt them, to attack them. And that doesn't make sense. That's hypocrisy. And then we hear about the concern of, going after Democrats, that the legal system, that judiciary and Department of Justice is going after Democrats. But they literally rework the legal system under Alvin Bragg and Letitia James to go after Republicans and those sympathetic to Republicans. So, be careful when you accuse others that you're not guilty yourself. Be careful of what you say, because you got a history, and it's easy to go over it. I just want to talk about where we were and where we are now. We had over 10 million illegal crossings in the past between 2020 and 24. Over 10 million. There's probably a much bigger number. I'm being conservative. We were told the people weren't dangerous, but they were, General. They were dangerous, many of them. More than 300 individuals on the terror watch list during that time. Violent criminals came across, as we saw consequences where mothers and fathers, daughters and sons, children were raped, murdered, hurt, abused, beaten, trafficked, all from the drugs. My God, the drugs they brought into our babies in this country. 73,000 illegals with criminal histories, 20,000 with convictions of assault, robbery, and sex offenses, 13,000 convicted murderers in our beautiful country, 15,000 convicted sexual assault offenders. It was madness. It was insanity. It's bizarre. It's perverse. What in God's name were you doing? So we finally are cleaning this up now. We're finally trying to make it right and safe for our people. So my questions are this. General, do you believe in removing criminal illegal aliens from our communities will save American lives?
Yes, and given the cases that you just discussed, that's proof of it every single day. President Trump is committed to that. This entire cabinet is committed to that and making and keeping Americans safe.
Thank you. Would you agree that, and thank you for doing that, would you agree that allowing individuals with known criminal histories to enter and remain in the United States, we knew this back then, they knew it, Would you agree that creates serious risk to our public safety? I know the answers, but let's just say them clearly.
Yes.
Would you agree that when dangerous individuals are released instead of detained, and they were released over and over and over again, and these are the real issues, this is really what America cares about. They want their children and their families to be safe. Do you think if you release them instead of detaining them, that crimes will happen because of that?
Absolutely.
Would you agree that, I'm sorry.
And it did.
And it did, thank you. Would you agree that cooperation between, and this is a biggie, and I'm gonna ask you to elaborate on this. This is a big deal. This is why some of the problems we're seeing in some of the places like Minnesota are happening. That cooperation between federal and local enforcement, which we always used to have, helps remove violent offenders from our communities, that we should be a team.
Yes.
And can you elaborate on that a little bit? In other words, when the local enforcement is forced by the politicians, not their fault, not to do their job and not cooperate, why does it create the situations that we see where we have need for crowd control? By the way, they're not peaceful. Those are not peaceful protesters. We know what a peaceful protester is. When you spit on law enforcement, when you push them, when you hit them, when you beat their car, if you can answer the question, thank you.
Gentleman's time's expired. You may answer the question.
Thank you. Yes, I spent 4 days myself in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. What I will say about some of these sanctuary cities, some of these democratic cities, law enforcement, they quietly want to work with us. I've spoken to law enforcement in multiple cities who want to work with us. And yes, we're going to do everything we can to keep our citizens safe, whether or not these Democrat-controlled sanctuary cities do or don't.
And damn it, that's what really matters. I yield back.
Mr.
Chair, I have a UC.
Ms. Crockett from Texas is recognized for UC.
Thank you so much. Donald Trump's approval rating implodes on his strongest issue. This is from Newsweek today. It says 40% of people approve of Trump's handling of immigration and border security, while 60% disapprove.
Without objection,
that is a
admitted.
net drop
Now I
to
recognize the gentleman
-20.
from California, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. I'm going to show you two photos.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you two photos of former Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. Under the law Congress passed, you were allowed to redact photos to protect the victims of Epstein's sex trafficking operation. You redacted the photos of this victim's face because you were following the congressional law. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, that we redacted the victim's
Because you were
face?
following the congressional law, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have now established that please put the photos back up, that we are looking at a sex trafficking victim. Under the Federal Victims Trafficking Protection Act, not only is Jeffrey Epstein guilty, but anyone who patronizes Epstein's sex operation is also guilty of a crime. That's why I find it absolutely despicable that you sought to protect Epstein's clients, like former Prince Andrew. Last July, you closed the case on Epstein's abusers. The July 2025 memo from your Department of Justice stated, quote, "We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties." These two photos, please put the photos back up. These two photos staring you in the face are evidence of a crime and more than enough evidence to predicate an investigation against former Prince Andrew. So I ask you, Attorney General Pam Bondi, why did you shut down this investigation last July, and why have you not prosecuted former Prince Andrew?
I don't believe you asked Merrick Garland these questions when he was Attorney General and set before.
I agree with you.
You twice.
I'm reclaiming my time. I agree with you. I agree with you. During the Biden administration, I called for people looking at Epstein files. Merrick Garland dropped the ball, as did Attorney General Bill Barr, as did Alex Acosta, a whole string of failures, but you are in charge. You have the power to change things, to hold these men accountable, and you're doing the opposite. You're protecting them. So I want to move on to another man.
Can I answer
Donald
that,
Trump.
though?
I want to move on to another
Can I answer
question.
your question about protecting
You answered the question.
You're saying no. I love this.
I want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files, like former Prince. Here's a video. Like former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files
I'm reclaiming my time.
be
I got your
released.
answer. You said there's no evidence.
President Trump asked
Mr. Chairman, please stop the clock.
to
Please
sign
stop the clock.
the legislation. This is
Time
ridiculous.
belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape. You said there's no evidence of a crime. I'm showing you, here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop a limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell, so should the men who patronized his operation. And as we say here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
May I respond?
Yeah, I don't know how you respond. No one can.
I did not
can
ask a
respond,
question,
but
Mr.
he doesn't
You're
want
allowed
to talk
to.
about
I did
the
not ask a
horrific
question.
crime in California. He does not want to talk about
I did not ask a
crime
question.
in his
She
state.
can't just
Madam Attorney
ad-lib
General.
stuff. I did not ask a question.
Meeting will be in order. The gentleman has yielded back his time. I think our next witness will be more than happy to let the Attorney General
Madam
respond.
Attorney General, would you like to?
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes.
You have a few minutes to respond.
Thank you, Congressman. This is what Congressman Liu didn't want to talk about. He didn't want to talk about all the crime that is happening in his state. California refuses to honor detainees because of its dangerous sanctuary city policies. The refusal means California has released 4,561 criminal illegal aliens onto its street. The crimes of these aliens include 31 homicides, 661 assaults, 574 burglaries, 184 robberies, 1,489 dangerous drug offenses, 379 weapons offenses, and 234 sexual predator offenses. That's why they are deflecting. That's why they're trying to talk about the Epstein files. That's currently happening in his home state.
Attorney General, thank you for being here, and I wanted to make sure you had time to respond. I'm going to change gears a little bit. In October, when you were testifying before the Senate, I know you and my friend Senator Katie Britt discussed concerns of infiltration of the illegal Chinese vapes into our country. As a father of three, obviously, I'm worried a little bit about this, and I believe that many parents in the country share our similar concerns. Can you provide an update on DOJ's work in this space over the past few months?
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up. We're talking about the vapes. And this should be an issue where both sides of the aisle can work together on. Parents need to understand, children need to understand that so many of these are being manufactured in China, sent to our country, and have the potential to be laced with lethal drugs. We've seen an overdose. We need to get on the front end of this before we have another crisis and children are dying. I've partnered with Secretary Kennedy, of course, at HHS on this matter, but thank you for bringing it up. You know, they're selling these things as flavored vapes illegally in many stores around the country. Secretary Kennedy and I actually we went and did something on this, and it was sadly the day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And so it didn't get a lot of attention, nor should it have after that happened. But yes, we're continuing to work on that, and thank you for bringing that up. That's happening in all of our states, and I would ask everyone here, I know Congresswoman Ross was just nodding, it's happening in every state. And not only are they laced with THC, many of these vapes, but they could be laced with fentanyl. We have had a child, I wish I could think of the state it was in, but we have already had someone overdose. And we have to get together on this, and we have to get on the front end of this. And I would love to work across the aisle on this to protect our kids. How many school kids do you see now vaping? And it's not only, I believe a vape has 20 cigarettes, but you know, that's one vape is 20 cigarettes, I believe it is, but also what they could be laced with, because so many of them, the majority of them, are manufactured in China.
Sure, and if you need additional resources, please let us know as you're going through the process. And then I'm going to change gears one more time on you. Under the Biden administration, there was a lot of confusion created when parts of the DOJ began treating software developers like financial institutions. Even when they did not hold or control anyone's money, they were simply building the technology. That uncertainty made it harder for Americans to build, innovate here at home. Earlier this year, the Deputy Attorney General issued a memo entitled Ending Regulations by Prosecution, a clear break from the Biden administration's approach. And I think it's important that that's a good step in the right direction. But can you talk a bit about how the DOJ is now putting that memo into practice, especially when it comes to making sure that people are just writing the software and don't control the user's funds, we don't want them treated as an unlicensed money, or they're not money transmitters, so.
Yes, and we're doing everything we can to protect the American people on that, and I would refer everyone to Deputy Attorney General Blanche's memo, and we're working as hard as we can on that topic.
Because we want to lead the way in the space on that, so we'd appreciate the help. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back 10 seconds.
Gentleman yields back. We'll recognize the gentleman from Arizona for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of UCs.
Gentleman can proceed.
Thank you. Bombshell new docs show Trump called police about Epstein in 2006.
Without objection.
Kamala Harris defends Biden administration decision not to release Epstein files.
Without objection.
Why weren't they released during the Biden administration?
Without objection.
House Democrat Stacey Plaskett exchanged texts with Epstein during 2019 congressional hearing.
Without objection.
New York judge allows Epstein victims' claims against Plaskett to proceed.
Without objection.
Hakeem Jeffries solicited funding from Epstein in 2013 after financier was convicted child sex offender.
Without objection.
Jeffrey Epstein was invited to DIM fundraising dinner and to get to know Hakeem Jeffries by firm working with Brooklyn's Barack.
Without objection.
An email from Leslie Groff to Jeffrey Epstein concerning Hakeem Jeffries fundraising. Epstein file says Biden was replaced in 2019, question mark?
Without objection.
Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized. Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Ms. A.G. Bondi. I agree with you. Our top priority should be protecting Americans. In my past life in the California State Legislature, I did a lot of work on solving sex crimes, passing legislation to update our codes. And I found that the biggest challenge to solving sex crimes is reporting them. Victims have to have the guts to stand up to report those sex crimes. But it's not easy. It's the most unreported sex crime there is. Crime there is sex crimes. It's painful, humiliating. A lot of times the victims don't think anything's gonna come out of their reporting these crimes. Then we have adults who as children were molested, boys and girls who will live in silence for the rest of their life. I believe the Epstein files are just one of many sex rings, sex crimes taking place in our society today. I hear 1,200 Epstein victims, some additional victims as young as 9 to 10 years old. The challenge I have today, what bothers me today about this hearing, Madam AG, is what's the message we're sending out there on Main Street? Shouldn't ask a question I don't know an answer to, but I'm going to ask the victims behind you right now. First, can you please stand up? And then, can you please raise your hand if you think after everything you've heard today, you feel that our AG, the feds, have your back? Do we have your back? Raise your hand if you're confident that we got your back. And that's the issue, Madam AG. We've got to make sure that victims stand up and report the crimes. Otherwise, we're going to be taking a step backwards. Today, AI, cyber, social media, the new realm for people to be hurt, attacked sexually. These are the areas I'd welcome the opportunity to work with you on. It's not your problem. It's not my problem. It's our problem. But to have redacted files that are not showing us the names of these predators is wrong. These are very powerful people. This was a very expensive business, and we don't know who they are. I would imagine they're very prominent Republicans, very Republican Democrats, and we are covering up for them. We got to know what's going on out there, Madam AG. It looks like you want to say something. I'm going to give the opportunity to address my statement.
I look forward to working with you on any crimes involving child sex predators, children, and also cyber crimes. That is a tremendous problem now throughout our country. AI, you are correct. AI is causing great problems online we're working on that though. AI is an incredible tool, but it also can be fraught with peril with victims of crime. I've experienced that with someone I know who we've been trying to help. I look forward, though, to working with you on that and all
Madam,
cyber crimes. Can I?
Please, go ahead.
And as I said before, to any victims, we ask them to come forward to our office, and we want to work with them. I have never not worked with a victim, and I believe I've actually spoken to several of the
Madam,
victims.
if I can reclaim my time, I only have a minute.
Behind me.
If I can reclaim my time, I just think we start out by making sure those redactions are unredacted, those Epstein files, to make sure that the public, according to the law, following the law, that those names in those files are made public. We have to make sure we tell those predators there is no place for them to hide, and if they commit the crime, they're going to fry for it. It starts with showing us the names of the perpetrators in the Epstein files.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
Okay. So if any man's name was redacted that should not have been, we will, of course, unredact it. If a victim's name was unredacted, please bring it to us and we will redact it. We were given 30 days to review and redact and unredact millions of pages of documents. Our error rate is very low,
The
but there are
victims are
always
right
going to
behind
be
you. We've
errors
got to convince
on
them
both sides.
that we're doing a
And
good
we're
job
doing everything
of
we can to help
protecting
the
them.
victims. We will
Thank
do
you,
everything
Mr.
we can.
Chair, I'm out of time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Madam Attorney General. I wanted to return to a point that the chairman raised at the beginning of this hearing, which is these jurisdictions that refuse to honor detainer requests from Immigration and Customs Enforcement, often called sanctuary jurisdictions. Now, I know that you are not involved directly in immigration operations per se, but you do deal with the legal issues surrounding these jurisdictions. So let's say we have someone who's here illegally, who has committed a crime that, like the thousands of people you mentioned in California, murderers, sexual predators, drug traffickers. If that individual is in detention in a jurisdiction jurisdiction that has a sanctuary policy where they do not honor ICE detainers versus in any other jurisdiction where they do, how does the nature of apprehending that person, how does the nature of ICE's involvement in that operation differ in those two circumstances?
Well, I believe you've seen that in Minnesota, where people were not cooperating with us. I believe there a lot of local law enforcement did want to cooperate, but we are doing everything in our power to arrest and deport illegal criminal aliens, and that is not going to stop under Donald Trump's administration. You know, why sanctuary cities are so dangerous, what we've seen in Minneapolis. Where do all the criminals go? The gangs, TDA, MS-13, where are they gonna go? They're gonna go to a sanctuary jurisdiction because they believe they're protected, and that's not fair to the citizens of those cities.
Yeah, and this is a point that there at least used to be a lot of consensus on. The idea that, you know, it's better to do a handoff to the immigration authorities in a custodial setting rather than releasing them where they have to be apprehended in the community. This is Alejandro Mayorkas when he was before this committee, not exactly a paragon of border security, but he said, "I do not consider it in the service of public safety to release an individual into the community when that individual can be released to Immigration and Customs Enforcement for prompt removal." Now, his words are one thing, his actions are another. But when you have jurisdictions across the country, including my state of California, doing systematically precisely the thing that even Alejandro Mayorkas said threatens public safety, I mean, what does that say to you?
It's a danger to the citizens of your community, and thank you for fighting to protect them.
Absolutely. And you know, we're having this conversation right now in relation to Homeland Security funding. And I believe there are some common sense reforms that have been proposed that folks on both sides would agree make sense. But those reforms have to go hand in hand with reforming this reckless practice of refusing to cooperate, refusing to honor detainers, and declaring oneself to be a sanctuary. So I'm hoping that we can find bipartisan support for what has long been a bipartisan principle. I want to go to a second topic, which is the school board memo, which I know that you have rescinded. And it was initially promulgated by Attorney General Garland when he came into office with President Biden, essentially opening an investigation into parents who are showing up at school board meetings and expressing their views on COVID policies, masks, various other issues, and using the full apparatus of federal law enforcement and counterterrorism to go after these parents. Now, he said this was because there was an increase of threats, but when even his own FBI director, Christopher Wray, was before this committee, he said there was no evidence of an increase in threats. Yet nevertheless, when I asked him if he regretted the memo, Attorney General Garland said there was absolutely nothing wrong with the memo. Now, I take it you disagree with that, having now rescinded it?
Absolutely. That was one of the main focuses of President Trump and this administration. We will protect parents at school boards. We will protect children in schools. We will protect parents' rights for their children's education in our school system in this country. We will protect Christians. We will protect everyone who wants to freely protest. If Christians want to protest in front of an abortion clinic without being arrested, they will do so.
Thank you very much. And finally, I thank you for your efforts to step up the detection and rooting out of fraud. My home state is California. Any idea if there might be any fraud going on in California?
Well, we are establishing, as you have heard, a fraud unit, and I'm sorry you're having to deal with that in your state, but the cavalry's coming. And we have Colin McDonald, who is hopefully will be confirmed soon. We're working on Minneapolis. I don't know if you were sitting here when I said that, but California was right up there. I'm sorry to say for both sides of the aisle that California is right up there with fraud. It's out of control, but we are coming to your rescue. Donald Trump is coming to the rescue.
Well, thank you very much. And unfortunately, I think you'll find that what's happening in California pales in comparison to what's been going on in Minnesota. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Actually, I think the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I'm here. On September 25th, President Trump signed a memorandum known as NSPM 7, purporting to address domestic terrorism. But Americans across the political spectrum were immediately alarmed by the memo's blurring of the line between unlawful conduct and constitutionally protected speech and activity, as well as its call to investigate, prosecute, and dismantle groups that the president and Stephen Miller described without evidence as, quote, an organized campaign of radical left terrorism. Now, counterterrorism experts were further alarmed by the administration's singular focus on left-wing extremism, combined with the sudden deletion from the DOJ website of decades of research and law enforcement analysis, which had concluded that right-wing extremism poses the greatest terrorism threat to Americans. The president's memo broadly and vaguely links violent conduct to ideologies, and it targeted specifically anti-American, anti-Christian, and anti-capitalist beliefs, as well as, quote, hostility to so-called traditional American views on family, religion, and morality, end quote. President Trump has repeatedly and openly, however falsely, tried to brand his political opponents with these sentiments listed in his memo. But as you know, as a lawyer, holding beliefs that the White House disagrees with is not a crime. And the statute defining domestic terrorism requires criminal acts, not just thoughts and ideas. That's why legal experts, nonprofit leaders, religious freedom, and civil rights advocates immediately raised the alarm that the new presidential directive was a politically motivated attack on civil society designed to silence those who disagree with the administration. So, Ms. Bondi, Section 3 of that memo directed you, as Attorney General, to submit to the President and Stephen Miller a list of groups or entities whose members are engaged in acts that meet the definition of domestic terrorism. And then on December 4th, you directed the FBI to work with a variety of law enforcement entities to compile a list of groups and entities engaged in such acts by January 3rd, 2026, and to update that report every 30 days thereafter. So can we assume that you or persons under your direction at the Department of Justice have prepared that list of groups or entities who are designated as domestic terrorist organizations? And I just remind you that's a yes or no question. Did you prepare the list?
I'm not going to answer it yes or no, but what I will say is I know Antifa is part of that. I will talk to you about that.
I'm reclaiming my time. I asked you whether you
an
prepared
Antifa member
a
was
list.
arrested in Minneapolis
I'm
federal
reclaiming
court for
my
cyber
time.
stalking.
Did you
they
have
ask a question
list?
and don't want an answer.
The answer is yes or no.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. Gentlelady can proceed.
Okay. So will you commit to providing this committee with any list of organizations that you have recommended be designated as domestic terrorist organizations?
We will comply with the law in all matters.
Will you commit to provide this committee with your list of entities that you recommend be designated as domestic terrorist organizations?
I'm not going to commit to anything to you because you won't let me answer questions.
Okay, well then we do understand that your current position is that you have a secret list of people or groups that you are accusing of domestic terrorism, but you won't share it with Congress. And I'd remind you that when the U.S. government designates an entity as a foreign terrorist organization, it must report that to Congress and to the entity, because the government can make a mistake and the entity has the opportunity to contest it. So your position seems to be that if you falsely designate an American or an American organization as a terrorist group, there's nothing they can do about it. I think we get it. You don't want to answer the question.
No, you don't get anything regarding public safety.
Thank you.
Nothing.
Thank you for the insult. It's clear you didn't come to Congress prepared to answer questions that the American people have every right to have answered. But if you were to prepared to answer truthfully, here's what we expect the facts to show. The administration is keeping lists of Americans who the White House says are engaged in domestic terrorism. Those lists could include Americans who have not committed any acts of terrorism, but simply disagree with this administration, people like Renee Good and Alex Preddy. And your list may include clergy, elected officials, and members of indivisible groups across the country. And those lists likely don't include Proud Boys or Oath Keepers who were actually convicted. Americans have never tolerated political demagogues who use the government to punish people on an enemies list. It brought down McCarthy, it brought down Nixon, and it will bring down this administration as well.
And you're right.
I yield back.
That's why we're so glad they rescinded the memorandum targeting parents. For goodness sake, as the gentleman from California just pointed out in his 5 minutes, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 5
May I
minutes.
respond very briefly to her statement?
Well, I think we can do that
Okay.
probably on
Next.
one of our members' time.
Okay, thank you. I don't want that to get away. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Behind me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production that are emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victims' lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact, a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking, Co-Conspirators, fully redacted. And by the way, I'm going to unredact them here. Les Wexner is in this. Now, your your deputy attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files, but he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to tax evasion, but to child sex trafficking, not to prostitution, not to money laundering, child sex trafficking. And then finally, what we have here is the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD 302 release. These are the documents that we need that you're holding on to and over-redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times.
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a co-conspirator.
Can I finish my answer? Come on, let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time.
Mr.
Chairman.
This isn't how this works.
Can I have my time back? Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman from Kentucky.
All right, I'm reclaiming my time.
Can I give my answer?
So I'm going to put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman, may I give my answer on that?
Here's
a political joke, and I need to give my answer on that.
We'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to his next question.
It's my time.
Within 40 minutes, you asked me a question. Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
There was one redaction out of over 4,700, and we invited you in. This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to get, you're a failed politician. You need to get on to these matters.
Mr. Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules here.
There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years? Did you talk about Epstein?
I am reclaiming my
the
time.
last
I'm
4
glad you're
years?
asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get to reclaim
because
time
this
when
is
you don't-
bigger than
when you can't-
Watergate.
when I don't answer a question the way
This
you
goes
want.
over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
now,
where the
I want to
most
know at what
transparent-
point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wexner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, please, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not, and it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
May she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
The gentleman's time has expired.
She didn't answer the question.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, could she answer the question?
Chairman, I was wondering.
The gentlelady's allowed, the Attorney General's allowed to respond the way she wants to respond to any member's questions, Republican, Democrat.
All right, I have unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized for a UC.
All right. This is an example. I'm submitting these 302 forms that are entirely redacted, even when you go to look at them.
Without objection.
I'm submitting a witness statement that implicates Les Wexner.
Without objection.
I'm submitting an article from the New York Times that the DOJ released nude photos and identifiable pictures of the victims. I'm submitting a letter from AG Bondi to Kash Patel, imploring him to quit keeping the files when you found out that they were keeping files from you, because they're still redacting files that you...
Chairman, are we going to recess for votes?
Yes, we are.
I'm submitting for unanimous consent a document of 17 individuals who've resigned because of the Epstein files.
Without objection. Just want to check on how much time we have left in votes, but one thing I've learned here of late that they'll wait on us. How much time do we have? Oh, they just called. Okay. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by saying I appreciate what you said, Attorney General Bondi, and you said it to me personally, that you take the personal security of every member of Congress seriously and that people can contact you about that. And in these times, that's a very serious matter. So I thank you for that. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 7 of the Constitution is the Domestic Emoluments Clause. And it says that the president is limited to his salary in office and cannot receive any other money from the federal government while he's in office. It cannot be increased by $1. This president is the first president in U.S. history who has repeatedly sued the federal government for $230 million for the judicial search warrant at Mar-a-Lago, which was perfectly lawful and was never struck down. But now he's suing the IRS for $10 billion. He's suing the IRS for $10 billion, which I think is around 80% of its annual budget, because his tax returns were leaked. And they were illegally leaked by a private contractor who actually is in prison now, Charles Littlejohn. But he wants $10 billion. Now, but I want to ask you the question of whether you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for you to settle that $10 billion case or any of the other claims that the president has made against the government. He himself has remarked, it's interesting because I'm the one that makes the deal, right? And he says, I kind of have to work it out with myself. Do you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for the president to work out a deal from people who are his subordinates under his unitary executive theory to get money in one of these cases?
I'm not going to discuss pending litigation.
Okay, so theoretically you're saying because his privacy rights were violated in that tax case, and they were. I'm with the president on that. I mean, his Mar-a-Lago thing is ridiculous, but there's no doubt that his tax returns, despite the fact that he promised to release them, despite the fact that every other president released the tax returns, he suffered embarrassment when it showed that he hadn't paid taxes for several years, and he had a right for that not to happen. Now, I want to turn back to the Epstein survivors, because President Trump may have been a little bit embarrassed by the release of those tax returns. How much do you think the claims of these survivors are worth? As the good congressman from Kentucky just pointed out, there were lots of survivors who had decided, for reasons of their own, never to release their names. That determination was represented to people in Congress, and we built it into our federal law that their names could not be released, and yet you published their names, their phone numbers, their addresses, personally identifying information. If Donald Trump can get $10 billion, theoretically, from the Department of Justice, how much should these people get for a far worse violation of their privacy rights and a far greater danger established to them in their lives?
Do you even know who Chase Mulligan is? You're so obsessed with, you don't, do you?
I'm going to teach you the rules again. You're the Attorney General of the United States. We have rules here.
You're obsessed with him.
You're the Attorney General of the United States.
With obsessed with Donald Trump. You have Trump derangement syndrome.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like my time
Mulligan
restored. I'd like my time restored.
In your district. In your district, and you don't even know about it, about keeping children safe from online predators.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Maryland. The gentleman can proceed.
Yeah, and I want the whole country to look at this, because this is the Attorney General of the United States, whose job is law enforcement. We've never had a witness who has misunderstood our rules and been unable to conform his or her conduct to our rules before. We have only 5 minutes, and so we use our time to ask you specific questions.
How long are you giving me to answer?
Excuse me, I'm not yielding to you right now. I'd like that second restored too. So, Ms. Bondi, the way it works is we ask you a question and you answer it, and if you go off on a wild goose chase, another tangent, you start reading statistics, or you start talking about stuff going on in our district, and by the way, I invite you to my district. Come to my district, but that's not what we're here to do today, okay? So, and you do that, then we're allowed to say we reclaim our time. At that point, you have to be quiet. You have no choice. You have to be quiet. So I hope you understand the rule at this point. Now, here's what I want to ask you. You're in law enforcement. We've seen all kinds of evidence of crimes. And when we go over to the Department of Justice for the 4 computers for every member of Congress, we see more evidence of crimes. Will you create a joint task force of the Department of Justice and governors and state attorney generals and district attorneys across the country to investigate the crimes that have taken place against these victims and more than 1,000 like them? The DOJ is not doing its job. Will you create a task force with state and local law enforcement to make that happen?
Gentlelady can respond if she wants to.
Thank you, Chairman. He called Chase Mulligan a wild goose chase and didn't even know who he was. He is a defendant in your own district who preyed on girls.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, you know what? If he were part of the Epstein investigation, you wouldn't do anything about it.
Online chat rooms and committed sextortion. Yet he didn't even know in your tiny little district who he was.
Mr. Chairman, she's embarrassing you.
He's about to be
This is your committee, and she is embarrassing you.
Shame on you.
The time of the gentleman has expired. I would remind the committee that last Congress, Secretary Mayorkas was here numerous times, and he wouldn't answer our questions, even when we sent them to him ahead of time in writing. So that's what we've had to deal with. I think the Attorney General is doing just fine. We have votes shortly. I will go to the gentleman from Virginia, and then we will take a break to head to the floor.
I thank the Chairman, Attorney General Bondi. Thank you for being here. And I wanted to thank you for your work at DOJ in restoring the rule of law, encouraging transparency surrounding Jack Smith's partisan investigations into President Trump, declassifying information about the Russia collusion hoax, cracking down on sanctuary jurisdictions, and establishing the National Fraud Enforcement Division. Let me first go to securing the border and immigration enforcement. Our new governor has recently rescinded 287G cooperation between the state and ICE. Can you talk about, have you evaluated the public safety impact, how that would affect safety in Virginia to withdraw that support, and what that would do to criminal activity involving illegal immigrants in Virginia?
Yes, it would be detrimental. And as you know, Congressman, one of the top members of MS-13 in the entire country was living in Virginia, in a suburb, among all of us, living not even probably half an hour away from where we are now. And the cooperation previously with the governor, with the members of the state of Virginia, helped catch him and take him off our streets. An illegal MS-13, one of the heads for the entire country, was living in Virginia. And it's a shame that that's happening now. And thank you for bringing it, talking about it, because we're going to keep America safe. And when people feel like they can flee to these cities and states and be safe, they can't, because Donald Trump is going to protect Americans. We're going to protect the citizens there, whether or not the governors, the mayors are going to do it or not. But President Trump is. We're going to keep Americans safe from violent gang members like he's been doing this last year.
We appreciate that. We appreciate your work to make that happen in Virginia and keep Virginia safe. I want to move on to the fraud enforcement division that you've established. My understanding is that this initiative is intended to centralize, coordinate enforcement of fraud laws related to government programs. You've talked about Minnesota, you've talked about California. Would this affect Virginia as well? Because we have fraud in Virginia as well.
Absolutely, and we look forward to working with you.
Would this affect things like long-term care accountability, senior living facilities engaged in Medicaid fraud, including systemic overbilling practices and the misappropriation of taxpayer-funded benefits?
That is exactly what it's set up to help.
Okay. I know that whether it was related to fraud specifically or another subject, that under the Biden administration, there was a sitting member of the Virginia General Assembly under investigation. Is that investigation still ongoing? Can you speak to that?
I can't discuss that.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding Americans. Last year, President Trump signed the One Big Beautiful Bill into law, which included the Hearing Protection Act, part of it that was sponsored by myself and Congressman Clyde. It reduced the national firearms tax, $200 tax on suppressors and short-barreled firearms, to zero. And while the tax has been eliminated, the NFA's registration and paperwork requirements remain in effect, and your DOJ has said that would, even though the tax was reduced to zero, that the registration requirement is still somehow necessary, even though with regard to Obamacare and the Affordable Care Act, when that mandate was, when that tax penalty was reduced to zero, you decided that the mandate was no longer necessary. How are you justifying the existence of this registry?
Congressman, that's pending litigation right now.
It is, and I hope
Yes,
you would
and I can't
reconsider.
discuss it.
You would reconsider that. I yield back.
The gentleman yield. The gentleman
I yield to the chairman.
I think that Attorney General Bondi, why did Jack Smith have to pay some secret source $20,000 of taxpayer money? Do you know the answer to that?
I can't discuss anything on that matter, but that's a good question, Chairman Jordan.
Well said, it's a good question, because he subpoenaed just about every Republican in this town, got half the Congress's phone numbers if you were a Republican. But he has to pay some secret source a bunch of taxpayer money. We'd like to know, the committee would like to know, how many other sources he paid? Was it more than $20,000? Why he had to do those things? We'd like to know, when you can, if you could get that information to the committee. I think when you think about the guy who was trying to put the President of the United States in prison, ridiculous as that whole thing was, we'd kind of like to know the answer to that if you could. And with that, we're going to stand in recess. We will go as quickly as we can and vote. We have 2 quick votes on the floor, and we will be back. There is actually some lunch if you all need it. We have for our members, and since you're back here, you can have some. We normally have plenty.
Mr. Chairman.
We'll take a recess.
Before you gavel out, can I ask for unanimous consent to enter to a record the article entitled Inside Trump's DOJ, dated October 16, 2020?
Without objection, the gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here. Attorney General Bondi, 6 days ago, you posted online, quote, "If you come for law enforcement, the Trump administration will come for you." end quote. I want to show you just a brief video. It's about 30 seconds, and I'll ask you a couple questions about it.
You guys are disgusting, man. Hey, you guys are disgusting. I'm former law enforcement. You're disgusting. You are the Nazi. You are the Gestapo. You can't see it because you're chasing your pension, right? Your pension, your retirement, right? That's what runs your life, your retirement. The sad thing is they're not even going to get their pension because it's going to be worthless. And shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. Yeah. Fuck that. Yeah.
Attorney General Bondi, that man works for you now, right?
Who was that, Congressman?
The man in that video, the one who was in the police-worn body cam footage, the one allegedly yelling, "Kill him," at police officers on January 6th, his name is Jared Wise.
He does work for us.
He works for you at the Department of
he
Justice.
does. He does.
This is an individual whom a federal grand jury indicted for 2 felonies and 4 misdemeanors related to his participation in the attack on January 6th. One of those charges was forcibly assaulting, resisting, opposing, impeding, intimidating, and interfering with police with the intent to commit another felony. This is who you choose as the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States of America to hire at the Department of Justice. Someone on video yelling, "Kill him," at police officers? Right?
I believe he was pardoned by President Trump.
Oh, he was pardoned. You're right. You're right. Pardoned by President Trump for his offense. Pardoned for yelling, "Kill him," at police officers. And yet you expect hardworking police officers across the country to believe that you take law enforcement seriously. You could imagine the reaction of so many folks across the country hearing the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States refuse to even condemn what that individual whom you've now hired did. But in any event, let's talk a little bit about some of the other divisions within the Department of Justice and what's happened over the last year. You're familiar with the Public Integrity section of the DOJ's criminal division. I think it's referred to as PIN. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know which presidential administration under which the PIN was first created?
I can tell you what administration that the weaponization was ended under.
I'll reclaim my time. This wasn't a trick question.
You don't get to
Madam Attorney
reclaim
General.
your time.
Madam Attorney General.
Because I don't like
Mr. Chairman,
I
will
don't
you explain to
answer
the
a
witness that
question the way
he
you like
does
it?
reclaim his time?
Because I don't answer a question to your satisfaction?
Mr. Chairman. Madam Attorney General, the time belongs to the gentleman from Colorado.
The president under which PIN was created was Gerald Ford. It was created after Watergate. I'm not asking a question, Madam Attorney General. The administration under which it was created was Gerald Ford. When you first started as the Attorney General of the United States, there were 35 people working in that office. There are now 2 people working in that office because you have gutted it. How many people work for the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team in the criminal division today?
Can I answer the question about PIN?
I've asked you a question. How many
You've
people
asked me a
work?
question, but you don't
How
want
many
the answer.
people work
I'm not
for the
gonna answer your
National
questions the way you
Cryptocurrency
want.
Enforcement Team? You won't answer how many
I'll
people?
answer PIN.
You.
PIN will not be
you know what?
weaponized.
You know what?
What's
Madam
funny
Attorney
about
General,
this?
I'll say to the chairman.
What's funny about
Mr. Chairman,
this?
you know what the answer is? And I think I understand
funny
why the
about
Attorney General
this?
does not want to answer the question. Because you eliminated the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team last year. So I understand why you don't want to tell the American people who works there.
Yeah, I
no one
understand
works
why
there
you don't want to
anymore,
talk about
Madam
Mohammed
Attorney
Solomon
General.
in
So,
your district.
In any event,
who
I would
murdered people.
Mr. Chairman, will you stop the clock so his time is not wasted by
I've
the
been
witness?
very generous with allowing extra time when we have these little disputes.
I understand.
You got the time, Mr. Goose.
I might as well ask the chairman these questions.
I'd be happy
because
to
what,
answer
what
some
is
of your
fun-
questions.
What's profound, the questions I've
Profound?
asked,
The crime in your
I've
district.
asked, Mr. Chairman, are not trick questions. They're not gotcha questions. They're actually basic questions about how the Department of Justice functions and the unwillingness of this Attorney General to answer them in good faith. When a member of Congress asks how many people work at the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team and the Attorney General refuses to answer it, it is not a coincidence. It's because she eliminated the team. Why? Because her boss, the President of the United States, is making money hand over fist, $1.4 billion over the course of the last year through cryptocurrency holdings. I think what is happening at the Department of Justice is a disgrace, Mr. Chairman, and I would urge you to gain control of this hearing. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Yeah. I would ask the gentleman, does he agree with the standing up of the Deputy Attorney General for dealing with fraud? That's something that's happened in this administration. First time. You talked about Penn. That happened with this Justice Department.
We're talking about this committee.
Mr. Chairman, had you answered the question, had the Attorney General answered the question in that way, perhaps this hearing would have some modicum of resembling something that has typically been fairly conventional, an oversight hearing of the Department of Justice.
The gentleman's
That is
time
not
has expired. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized for 5 minutes.
Attorney General Bondi, I want to express my gratitude to the President, you and your team for your continued efforts against extreme anti-energy policies taken by states and cities that serve only to increase costs on the American people. This is an issue of great concern for Congress as well as the consumers. At the behest of networks of non-governmental organizations and anti-growth activists, Democratic-controlled states and cities are enacting laws and pursuing coordinated lawsuits that would impose retroactive liability on energy producers for past global emissions based on speculative future climate change harms. The proponents of these plans call them climate superfund laws, but in reality, that is simply window dressing for taxes and fees imposed on consumers and businesses that don't even have a presence in these states or communities. But if you look at the billions of dollars they hope to gain from these efforts, the real goal here is to increase their already mismanaged state budgets by imposing fees on consumers and businesses in energy-producing states such as the state of Wyoming. I would describe this as the tobacco litigation on steroids. Vermont has enacted such a law, and another has recently gone into effect in New York. Similar laws are under consideration in a number of other states. Clearly, this problem is spreading. Would you agree that Congress has not authorized states to impose retroactive liability against energy producers and lawful carbon emissions?
Yes.
And would you also agree that protecting consumers is a core part of the DOJ's mission?
Absolutely.
Would you further agree that combating state policies that seek to hide and shift the true cost of programs like these onto consumers fits within your mission?
Yes.
So, Attorney General Bondi, fossil fuels are the foundation of the U.S. economy, and the recent winter storms underscored that gas, coal, and oil remain essential to grid reliability and heating our homes. Can you confirm that the DOJ is fully committed to using all available legal tools to stop these state and local level attacks on domestic energy production?
Congresswoman, we are committed to that, and so is the entire administration. We talk about that a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The President's April 2025 executive order directed the DOJ to identify and act against state laws that burden U.S. energy production. What concrete actions has the DOJ and the administration more broadly taken to carry out this directive?
Well, we filed 4 lawsuits. We're filing multiple lawsuits. Many things are pending within this office to carry that out.
Okay. States continue to invent new causes of action to pursue state climate lawfare, as is evidenced by Michigan's recent novel claim related to antitrust violations. The city of Boulder, Colorado, has also filed such a lawsuit, despite refusing my challenge that they actually forego the use of fossil fuels if they disagree with them so much. Does the Department of Justice agree that these novel approaches require a federal response, and will the department pursue such an approach?
Yes, Congresswoman, and we'd be happy to talk to you more about that.
Wonderful,
Yes.
Thank you. Multiple climate lawsuits are now advancing toward trial, even in states that rely on those energy forms to provide heat and electricity for their citizens. In fact, in any community, they all rely upon fossil fuels in some fashion. Is the department actively considering intervention to protect federal supremacy over interstate emissions and energy policy?
Yes, we'd be happy to discuss that with you.
Thank you. And clearly, this is an area in which Congress has a role to play. To that end, I'm working with my colleagues in both the House and Senate to craft legislation tackling both these state laws and the lawsuits that could destroy energy affordability for consumers. To that end, are there any authorities or tools that DOJ and the administration don't currently have at their disposal that would be helpful in that effort that Congress could adopt?
Well, we work with multiple agencies throughout the administration, but I'd be happy to talk to you about that more.
Wonderful,
Yes.
thank you. I appreciate your effort in this regard.
And may I have 20 seconds of your time
Please.
before to address something?
Yes.
Thank you. Your colleague, Senator Neguse, didn't want to talk about crypto because he said I was a disgrace talking about crypto because he didn't want to talk about the tremendous crime in his jurisdiction. He voted no on preventing violence against women by illegal aliens. Yet, on June 1st, 2025, Mohammed Solomon attacked members of the group Run for Their Lives in Boulder, Colorado, where an 82-year-old woman sustained burns on over half of her body and eventually died from her injuries.
I believe that she was a Holocaust survivor.
She was.
The time the gentlelady has expired,
back.
the gentlelady yields back, and the gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bondi, as the Florida Attorney General, attorneys from your office handled the appeal of my son, Jordan Davis's murder, which was denied. As a result of the efforts of those attorneys under your watch, the court actually upheld the life sentence for a man who used prejudice as his defense for murdering my son and scarring his friends for life. Attorneys from your office, under your management, worked hard to remove a dangerous man from the community who terrorized innocent people like my son and his friends. The compassion and respect that my family received throughout that ordeal were critical in helping us keep faith in the rule of law and justice. Based on my experiences, I have seen how strong victim services, sustained investigations, and well-supported prosecutors can make a meaningful difference in the lives of families who are grieving and suffering. Ms. Bondi, just yes or no, would you agree that government officials should be respectful and supportive of victims' families as they mourn?
First, Congresswoman, thank you for talking about that, and I'm so very sorry for what happened to your family.
Thank you.
And yes, I agree with that with all victims, including the ones sitting behind us today. I absolutely do. And
Okay.
also, thank you for voting yes on the Lake and Riley Act.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so your answer is why the recent treatment of families in Minnesota raises really serious concerns for me. Because shortly after Mr. Alex Preddy was murdered, administration officials referred to him as an assassin and called Mr. Preddy the definition of domestic terrorism. They also lied about Mr. Preddy holding a gun and threatening officers. After Ms. Renee Good was murdered by ICE officials in Minneapolis, administration officials also accused her of being a domestic terrorist and investigated her wife in a clear act of retaliation. The statement Mr. Preddy's mother made after the murder resonated with me more than you'll ever imagine. She said that, and I'm quoting, "The sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting," end quote. And I assure you, I know how it feels to hear lies that are told to justify the taking of someone's son. They were used by my son's murderer as a defense, and those lies still affect me today. He was called a thug, and he was called a gangbanger. And the attorneys from your office actually defended my son's name, his memory, and defended his honor. I'm certain that Mr. Preddy's mother watched videos of her son, Alex, an ICU nurse at the VA hospital, using his phone to record federal agents. She also watched him getting pepper sprayed, kicked, hit in the head, and surrounded by at least 7 agents before having his gun removed from his waistband, which he legally carried. And she watched seconds later as 2 of those agents shot her son Alex at least 10 times. The administration was quick to spew an incorrect narrative and call him so many things that they wanted us to ignore the truth that we actually saw with our own eyes. Ms. Bondi, will you denounce the statements that were made to tarnish the names of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, and will you protect their names like those attorneys back in Florida under your watch protected my son's name.
What I will say is we are looking at everything to shed light on what happened that day, and it is an ongoing and active investigation. Both of those cases, and I assure you they will be investigated.
Investigating, we understand that, but will you do everything in your power, as you have done for my case, as you are asked to do, as you've sworn an oath to do? It is your responsibility to make sure that you are following the rule of law. Those families in Minnesota, they deserve the same respect. They deserve a full investigation, which you have not even begun to do yet. So what are you saying, is that they don't deserve any respect for a full investigation into their murders?
Well,
that
that's
is
not
incompetence on your behalf.
Well, that
the
is not
American
accurate.
people do deserve better. Non-commitment to defending the rule of law is what we see from you.
I
I will
told you we
always
were
stand up for
investigating.
survivors, and I heard you say earlier when you told us that you will fight for them as well. And based on the information before us, these families have not received the same commitment to investigate what happened to their loved ones, nor have they received the respect that I would expect from the nation's top law enforcement officer. Investigations have been slow-walked, they've been canceled, and the special agent assigned to Renee Good's investigation resigned following pressure from your officials to reclassify Ms. Good's case.
Time of the
For
gentlelady.
families seeking answers and accountability, the withdrawal of investigative resources is simply unacceptable.
Has expired. The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Attorney General, I get the sense that we've lost a little perspective here. The most fundamental responsibility of government is to protect the lives and property of its citizens. Now, you cited some crime figures in your opening statement, and I wonder if you could repeat them, because I think it's one of the most extraordinary achievements of the Department of Justice in our history. And I don't think some of my colleagues heard you clearly.
Thank you, Congressman. And would you mind if I address something that
Go right ahead.
Congresswoman McBath wouldn't let me address first?
Go right ahead.
The reason that she wants to continue to talk about Minnesota, which we will all day long, is she doesn't want to talk about her own jurisdiction in Atlanta, because she doesn't want to talk about Christopher Welcher, who traveled across state lines to try to meet, and nothing's funny about this, to meet and molest a 14-year-old girl in Georgia. That's why they're watching the clock, the American people should know, for the second it runs out, because they don't want to address anything in their jurisdiction. They're elected to represent people in their jurisdiction. We prosecuted illegal aliens who ran a large-scale meth operation in the Atlanta metro area.
You understand we don't prosecute,
Madam
right, Ms. Bondi?
Madam Attorney General,
I'm the law.
I'm sorry, thank you.
Mr. McClintock.
So yes, the statistics I spoke of earlier, Congressman, under the leadership of the FBI, historic work has been done. A drop 20% in the nationwide murder rate in 2025. Least murders in our country since 1900, and that is to the work because of the
it's
credit
not
of
just
Donald
homicides,
Trump.
is it? It's also other violent crimes, robbery. Could you go through that list real quick?
Yes, Congressman, 100% increase in violent crime arrest in 2025 compared to 2024.
What's that done to the violent crime rate in the country?
It's plummeting. 1,800 gangs.
Wait a second. Do you mean to honestly tell us, and you're under oath, that if we take violent criminals off the streets, we end up with less crime?
I certainly hope so, Congressman, and that's our goal, and that's
an
President Trump's
extraordinary concept, and I'm afraid it may be lost on some of our Democratic colleagues. I look at these numbers, and they're absolutely staggering. It didn't happen by accident. It happened because of specific policies that you've implemented this year. And you mentioned a few of them. Would you continue?
Over 6,000 child victims located, 22% increase. Over 1,700 child predators arrested, 10% increase. Over 300 human traffickers arrested. Let me jump down to DEA right now. That was just FBI. Under Terry Cole's leadership, and I talk to these people almost daily, our directors, and the amazing work that they're doing in all of your jurisdictions on the left and the right, working together to take drugs off our streets.
Right, and I assume that our Democratic colleagues, some of whom represent some of our most crime-plagued cities and communities, have thanked you for this extraordinary accomplishment.
Thank you, Congressman. We've seized more than 9,800 kilos of fentanyl and 47 million fentanyl pills. That affects every single person in this room. It doesn't matter what political party you are. Everyone in this room knows someone who's died from fentanyl. A parent, a child, a sister, a brother, a friend, a neighbor, a relative. Everyone here knows someone who has been impacted by that. That is the common ground that I wish we could find to work together in this country, to take these drugs off the streets. And someone nodded with vapes.
Well, in your opening statement, you said that this historic success in protecting the lives and property of Americans has occurred when local governments have cooperated with you.
Yes.
Let me ask you, what are the greatest impediments you're facing in bringing down crime across the country?
Well, when local governments, of course, do not cooperate with us, and that's where criminals flee, in jurisdictions where they know they will be protected by local governments. And this is all about working together, and we have shown that in what we did in D.C., what we're doing in Memphis, working together with Democrat mayors in these cities, right here in D.C.
And very quickly, if you could tell us about the Safe Cities program and give us your read on what cities that avail themselves of this program can expect?
Yes, so far, of course, we've been working in Washington, D.C., right here to do everything we can, working hand in hand with the mayor, with Metro PD, to keep everyone safe in D.C., and it's been a tremendous effort. And now we're in Memphis, working with the mayor in Memphis, as we talked about earlier, doing everything we can. These are iconic cities in our country, and we want to help every city in this country who wants and asks for President Trump's help to make America safe again.
Gentlemen,
Mr. Chair, I have, you see.
let the record show that Democrat was applauding the Attorney General's answer there. Unanimous consent?
Yes, please.
All right, the gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have a few unanimous consent requests. I would like to submit into the record this New York Times article titled "Alex Pretty's Friends and Family Denounce Sickening Lies About His Life." I also would like to submit this Daily Mail exclusive interview with Vice President J.D. Vance titled "J.D. Vance Refuses to Apologize to Alex Pretty's Family After Spreading ICE Assassin Claim." One more. My last submission request is a New York Times article titled "FBI Agent Who Tried to Investigate ICE Officer in Shooting Resigns."
Without objection.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, I think you and pretty much everybody else here and throughout the country believes that convicted sex offenders don't deserve special treatment or privileges in prison. And yet, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, received perk after perk in prison. In July, she had a 2-day interview with your deputy and President Trump's former defense attorney, Todd Blanche. Just days after that, Maxwell was transferred from a federal correctional institution in Florida to a minimum security camp in Texas, which she, as a sex offender, would normally be ineligible for. At this new facility, as the ranking member talked about, and by the way, it's nicknamed Club Fed, we've heard reports that she's been afforded special privileges: puppy time, private workouts, personal mail, secretarial services. Attorney General Bondi, does a convicted sex offender like Ghislaine Maxwell deserve special treatment and privileges in prison? Yes or no?
Let me be crystal clear on this. No. And
Thank you.
let me keep going. No, let me keep going.
Perfect. Well, I
did not know she was being transferred.
I asked you yes or no.
She was not transferred to a lower
Mr. Chairman,
level.
please stop the clock and remind the witness of the rules. One rule she needs to understand
and I'm glad that we're agreeing. So when we're agreeing, we can move on to some other things. But I want you to know that every time she does get these perks, and it's been publicly reported, that the folks she's abused, the survivors who are sitting here, they see themselves as being denied justice. They feel re-traumatized. And I'm glad that we agree on that. But she should not be in that prison. And she needs to be moved back to a maximum security prison as soon as possible. But what she has told another committee here is that she won't cooperate with them unless she gets clemency from Donald Trump. It's just crazy to consider that she can be wielding this kind of influence within the administration. But that begs the question, who ordered her to be transferred to the minimum security prison that she was ineligible for? Who signed off on the special privileges? Was it Mr. Blanche? Was it one of your other subordinates? So please, can you tell us who sent her there, since you don't agree she should be there?
I said I do not agree she should receive special treatment. She was transferred, I learned after the fact, to the same level facility, and that is a question for the Bureau of Prisons. I was not involved in that at all. The same level facility, I don't know why, but you know, instead of talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, who hopefully will die in prison, you should be talking about Irina Zarutska.
I have a couple
who
of
died
other
on a subway.
Right, and I absolutely...
You don't talk about that.
I have been talking about it and actually helping with these issues. But we're going to move back to you.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because you're here to testify. That's what the whole point of this endeavor is. So of course we're moving back to you. It is all about you. So as we've heard, she took the fifth in response to every single question in that committee hearing. And her lawyer dangled the offer of clemency. Should Donald Trump pardon or commute her sentence? Should she be released from prison, yes or no? You said you hope she dies there, so I'm hoping the answer is no.
I already answered that question.
Good. I'm very glad. I really like this bipartisan agreement about
when
what
it
should
agrees
happen
with
with
you.
her.
But you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You don't want to talk about
I talk about her
murdered
all
by
the
a
time,
violent crime
but
offender
I am not
in
here
your
to
jurisdiction.
testify before Congress. You are. That is your job today.
You're
That's what you're getting paid for.
obsessed with attack.
I want you to know that your own DOJ employee, he's recently been demoted and had some other problems, advises on pardons. Do you think he will be advising Mr. Trump on any kind of clemency or pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell?
I'm not going to speculate, and you couldn't even identify properly. That's why you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You couldn't properly identify her relative.
I absolutely
it's embarrassing.
Have been, and her family, by the way, appreciates all of the condolences, all of the help, everything that our law enforcement in North Carolina has been doing to help her family. Her family feels well treated. Thank you, and I yield back.
The lady yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article by former Attorney General William P. Barr entitled, "Why Pam Bondi Didn't Publish All the Epstein Files in 30 Days. The answer is simple. It was not possible," from the Wall Street Journal.
Well said. Without objection, the gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam, I'm sorry. May I respond 20 seconds to something that Congresswoman Ross said?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. She also opposed a sex offender registry as head of North Carolina ACLU. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. And I'd like to pick up where you left off a moment ago, because we convene here today as a committee for the stated purpose of conducting oversight of the Department of Justice. And so it's critical for us to focus first on the mission of the department and assess your success in discharging it. So the mission of the department is to enforce federal law, defend the rule of law, and protect the American people from violent crime, terrorism, drug trafficking, fraud, and exploitation, to promote public safety. And what we have heard today unequivocally is that President Trump's Department of Justice, under your leadership, Attorney General Bondi, is doing exactly that. Just a moment ago, you shared with us some incredible statistics that the United States, under your leadership, has achieved the lowest murder rate in 125 years. That in the first year of this administration, murder is down 21%, robbery is down 23%, carjacking down 43%, and gun assault down 22%. That is what public safety looks like. Under your leadership and that of President Trump, you've located more than 6,000 child victims of trafficking and exploitation, arrested 1,700 child predators, and apprehended more than 300 human traffickers. Significant increases. And those aren't just statistics. Those are precious lives that your department and the men and women of federal law enforcement have saved. Madam Attorney General, you've mentioned a couple of specific criminal trends during this hearing that I'd like to discuss with you further, because one of our important roles in Congress is making sure that our laws and our law enforcement stay ahead of predators as technology evolves. I lead legislation in the House, along with bipartisan co-sponsors on this committee, to make sextortion a clearly defined criminal offense. We actually passed that out of the House of Representatives. We have a bill to promote Operation Renewed Hope to help rescue more child victims, and the Defiance Act to provide legal recourse to victims of deepfake AI intimate images. I would love to hear your perspective and what you are seeing related to these technology-based criminal trends, sextortion and AI deepfakes. What are you seeing at the Department of Justice, and why do you believe that efforts to combat these types of crimes are important?
Sextortion, and thank you for supporting that, Congresswoman. I think that was a bipartisan effort, actually. I think many of you on both sides of the aisle supported that. Thank you for that. You know, as a career prosecutor, it's horrible seeing that, and seeing that young women and often young boys have been exploited with sextortion. And I see, thank you, both sides of the aisle nodding on that. It's horrific. The suicide rates go up. And that's why we have to do everything in our power to protect not only young girls, adult women, boys and men from sextortion, because it is happening and we're doing everything in our power, thanks to your legislation, all of you, to stop that.
I'd like to hear a little bit more about some of the Department of Justice programs like Project Safe Childhood and the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Forces, partnerships that bring together federal, state, and local law enforcement. Sometimes the work between those law enforcement groups together really creates some incredibly powerful outcomes and some great success stories. I know you, as Florida's Attorney General, had a tremendous amount of leadership in our state trying to make sure we were taking care of children, also the elderly, protecting them from fraud, ending drug trafficking. Tell us a little bit about some of those departments within DOJ.
Yeah, when you talked about Project Safe Neighborhoods, we've done a lot of that in Florida when I was state AG, and actually back when I was a state prosecutor prior to being Attorney General. That is so important. I feel like what we've been doing in DC too, with the Take Back DC and Make DC Safe Again, is similar to that. Going into the neighborhoods, working with the community, seeing law enforcement officers out there playing basketball with kids who live in the neighborhood. It's pretty remarkable what we've seen firsthand. Citizens in Memphis saying that they appreciate, they can walk outdoors now and they feel safe. People coming up thanking law enforcement and working hand in hand with them. We will continue all of these programs and working jointly with both sides of the aisle to keep our families safe.
Thank you for that, Madam Attorney General. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce for the record a letter to Director Gabbard from Mr. Warner and Mr. Himes, and a letter of response from her to them about who invited her to Atlanta, and a copy of the search warrant. And I'd also like to just make clear for the record, the reason people in Memphis weren't going out was because the ICE was on the ground and we were afraid we'd fall. But other than that, we go out all the time.
Gentlemen, without objection, there's unanimous consent. The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney General Bondi, according to your department, a child is sexually abused in the United States every 9 minutes, and the vast majority of survivors never get justice. And that's one of the reasons why I think the Epstein case has resonated so deeply with so many Americans. And the other reason, I think, is because it has revealed a two-tiered system of justice. And the powerful are protected and the survivors rarely get any accountability. And the Epstein files contain evidence of a multi-decade international criminal conspiracy involving some of the wealthiest and the most powerful people in the world. There's evidence of financial crimes, political corruption, sex trafficking, and of course, horrible sexual abuse. And I want to remind everybody, this isn't a game. These are real people, people who have suffered, who are sitting here with us today, and they deserve answers, and they deserve accountability. And I'm here to try to get some for them. Now, I've seen some of the unredacted Epstein files, and obviously, as you know, President Trump's name is all over them, but so are the names of other senior Trump officials: Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce; John Phelan, the Secretary of the Navy; and Stephen Feinberg, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. These men were appointed by President Trump to senior positions in his administration. All of them have clear and confirmed ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Attorney General Bondi, yes or no, has the Justice Department asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Epstein?
Excuse me. Secretary Lutnick has addressed those ties himself.
I'm asking you, has the Justice Department specifically asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
He has addressed those ties himself.
Has the DOJ asked Secretary Phelan about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know whether he has addressed those or not.
Has the Deputy Secretary Feinberg talked to the Department of Justice about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein? Yes or no? Has the Department of Justice talked to Deputy Secretary Feinberg about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, which are clearly spelled out in the files? It's a very simple question. It's not a trick question. I'm just asking you.
Yeah, I'm stunned that you want to continue talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Epstein
Okay,
instead
I'm
of a Border
reclaiming my
Patrol
time.
agent
I'm asking
murdered.
you not a trick question, a simple question. Okay, so what is clear is we have evidence.
Do you know who Chris Malin is?
We have evidence that 3 senior officials within the Trump administration have ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And what I
does ties mean?
I can conclude from what you are saying that you have not talked to them.
What does ties mean?
I think Americans would be shocked to learn that you are not interested in talking with these officials who have ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
What does
across
ties
the
mean?
world,
Can you define that?
across the world,
Can you
prominent
define
men
ties?
who've been exposed in the files have resigned their jobs in disgrace, and that's a good first start. And that same
Disgrace is
standard,
not saying the word
this
Chris
same
Malin.
standard should apply here. And Americans want accountability.
Who is Chris Malin?
Was the president
he?
aware? Please stop talking. It is not your time to ask questions. It is not your time. I'm reclaiming my time, Mr. Chair.
One second.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Vermont.
Was the president aware of Secretary Lutnick's ties to Epstein when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce? Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so I'm going to conclude that the president, in fact, did know about his ties because he was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes,
You're
this
from
is
a tiny,
pathetic. This
beautiful
is
state.
pathetic, Mr.
Committee will
Chair.
be in order.
I am not asking trick questions here.
You
The
got your
American
5
people
minutes.
have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell. By 2008, we knew that Epstein was a convicted sexual abuser. And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's Island in 2012. How was that not a deal breaker for the president? And why aren't you asking questions of the Commerce Secretary about what he saw when he was at the island, which he lied about not ever going to? Why are you not asking these questions? And I see that my time is almost expired, so I will say this. Do the right thing, Attorney General. Meet with the survivors. They have been asking for a year. Meet with the survivors. Do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
May I have 20 seconds of his time?
That'll be up to the gentleman, but.
Absolutely, Madam
Thank you. Thank you. I was curious if you, Congresswoman, asked Bill Clinton that. Didn't see one tweet, not one. I didn't see one tweet when Joe Biden was in office about Bill Clinton. Didn't ask Merrick Garland anything about Epstein, not once when he was
Weak sauce.
And also, I want the record to reflect that, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Oh,
He is Jewish. I just want to be clear.
Do you want to go there, Attorney General? Or do you want to go there? Are you serious? Talking about anti-Semitism to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust? Really?
The committee will be in order.
Talk to Jared Wise about anti-Semitism.
The ranking member knows that.
Can I get like 30 seconds back,
Yeah, I think the whole committee knows. I've been very generous in making sure everyone gets their 5 minutes in the same.
General, I'm going to talk about sanctuary cities for a second, which limit the federal government's ability to enforce immigration law. They're kind of a new thing that Democrat jurisdictions are doing. They're in violation of federal law. During President Trump's first term, he rightly targeted sanctuary jurisdictions to try to force them to cooperate with federal immigration law. Federal immigration law, mind you, that was voted on in 1996, most recently, in a bipartisan Congress, signed by a Democrat president. But they are in violation of that law. These states and jurisdictions feel entitled to certain grants, of course. Y'all are combating that. Do sanctuary policies limit the federal government's ability to accurately estimate how many criminal illegals are in the country?
Yes.
Thank you. This means that the number of illegals could be higher, probably higher. Does this hurt the federal government's ability to carry out immigration laws designed by Congress?
Yes, Congressman.
In your opinion, do you believe that the Biden-Harris administration and Democrat pro-sanctuary policies make our communities safer and for the American taxpayer? Do sanctuary policies make our communities safer?
No, Congressman.
I want to do a brief video to highlight sanctuary cities. So what's strange to me, if you look at this board behind me, in New York, there are 7,000 criminal illegal aliens since January 20th of last year that have been released into the public because New York is not honoring detainers requested by ICE. California, similarly, has released 4,500 criminal illegal aliens. There are 33,000 under detainer in California alone. And of the people released, I think it's remarkable that those released in New York, 29 homicides, 2,500 assaults, almost 200 burglaries. These are people that are released into our community by these states that refuse to cooperate. Last August, Michael Jordan Castellano Fonseca, a criminal illegal alien with ties to Tren de Agua, shot 2 people in front of 5 children in the sanctuary state of Colorado. DHS lodged a detainer on him. He's awaiting trial, but the question is whether Colorado's sanctuary policies will prevent him from being removed from the country. Yes or no? Do you think that sanctuary jurisdictions, if they cooperated with ICE, those illegals in custody could be transferred to ICE properly instead of being held in taxpayer-funded jails and then released into our community?
Yes, Congressman.
Wouldn't it be more efficient and safer then if Democrats simply cooperated with the federal government, these sanctuary jurisdictions cooperated with the federal government and honored ICE detainers? And why? Why do you think?
Of course, because so many criminals are running to sanctuary jurisdictions. Many of your colleagues across the aisle who we've seen speaking today about Epstein don't want to talk about the illegal criminals in their own jurisdiction for that reason. And yes, we need to do everything we can to work together to make America safer, and they're not doing that.
This is not a partisan issue. People want to feel safe in their communities. Nobody wants a criminal illegal alien released into the street. I think that the thing that maybe the American people don't quite understand is that when you do not honor a detainer, as we've seen, an illegal is released into the public, and now it's up to ICE to maybe apprehend them, rather than behind the courtroom passing them off from one law enforcement to the next. Is that true?
Absolutely.
What do you think what is the Department of Justice doing right now to combat sanctuary policies in our country?
We're doing everything in our power, obviously, to combat that. Donald Trump is doing everything he can because we are going to make America safe. We are going to get illegal criminal aliens out of this country. We're going to get the gangs out, TDA, MS-13, all of the gangs in this country. We're going to get the drug dealers out and the drugs, and that's what we've been fighting to do. And I wish we could do it on a bipartisan basis, but they just can't do it.
And the decrease in numbers speak for themselves. Thank you for your work.
Gentleman's time.
Mr. Chairman, we have some UCs, if that's okay.
That is okay.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. You see on the National Institute of Justice's study on undocumented immigrants having an offender rate lower than U.S.-born citizens. I'd like to enter this in the record from 2024.
Without objection.
And I have several myself, Mr. Chairman. The Guardian, January 26, 2026, why is Trump granting clemency to convicted fraudsters?
Objection.
January 20, 2026, NBC, Trump's pardons forgive financial crimes that came with hundreds of millions of dollars in punishment.
Objection.
Washington Post, December 19, 2025, Trump's pardons wipe out payments to defrauded victims.
Without objection.
And finally, May 30th, 2024, Trump found guilty by Manhattan jury on 34 felony counts of fraud.
Without objection. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, glad you finally made it here after hiding for 4 months from this committee. I understand why you're hiding from us.
Chairman?
You're one of the worst attorney generals in our history and an instrument of Donald Trump's lawless authoritarian agenda, and I'm glad the American people are seeing who you are, how you act, and the lack of good values. You weaponize the Department of Justice to target immigrants, working families, and anyone that Trump deems an enemy of the state, all to protect real powerful criminals, including in your administration. My Democratic colleagues have focused on your cover-up of the Epstein files and your passion for protecting pedophiles and child traffickers. That alone is grounds for impeachment. But there's so much more to your corrupt tenure as Attorney General. You directed prosecutors to investigate elected officials in welcoming jurisdictions, and you got thrown out of court when you sued Chicago, Cook County, and Illinois. You directed prosecutors to prioritize low-level immigration cases while gutting enforcement against corporate criminals and public corruption. You revived draconian law of 1798, which should be repealed to illegally send people to a torture prison in El Salvador. You fired over 100 immigration judges, including the assistant chief immigration judge in Chicago, without cause, and installed unqualified military judges whom you instructed to deny asylum in violation of the law. You prosecute the president's enemies like Jim Comey and Tish James while giving impunity to federal agents who are murdering and brutalizing and terrorizing constituents, including in Chicagoland, in my neighborhood. I saw it last year firsthand. You and Kash Patel covered up the murder of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez in my district by ICE agents. You tried to investigate Renee Good instead of the ICE agent who murdered her, and you tried to cover up the murder of Alex Peretti by CBP agents. You bring fake charges against protesters like the Broadview Six and Marimar Martinez, whom your administration labeled a domestic terrorist. This is the Montessori teacher who lives in my district, while protecting thugs who terrorize us and DHS authority. That's what you do. Protect and enable the criminals who are plundering our society and destroying what's left of democracy and the rule of law. Epstein accomplices, mass DHS thugs, corporate criminals, Tom Homan, Eric Adams, insurrectionists, the list goes on. And you talk about fighting crime, but you protect any criminal who helps you and Trump turn our country into an authoritarian gangster state. And after all this, nobody supports you. I'm not talking about Democrats, I'm talking about conservative judges who are condemning the rampant lawlessness at DOJ under your leadership. Your prosecutors are quitting in droves over being forced to prosecute low-level immigration cases, including in Chicagoland. Your MAGA base despises you because you're covering up the Epstein file. How ironic. And even your own boss has repeatedly complained to your staff about you, calling you weak and ineffective. Weak and ineffective. That's what Donald Trump thinks of you already. You will not win, however. Chicagoland rejects you. The American people reject you. Our communities have demonstrated our strength and resilience in the face of cruelty and cowardice. Democrats must impeach and remove lawless officials like you and Kristi Noem and impose accountability for every criminal action. But you can spare yourself more humiliation. Resign now and submit yourself to accountability by the American people. Mr. Chairman, before I yield back, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record this Wall Street Journal article dated January 12, 2026, entitled, "Trump has complained about Pam Bondi repeatedly to aides." Thank you, and I yield back.
Objection. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman.
May I have 20 seconds, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let's hear the opposition research.
Thank you. That's absolutely right, that they're not running for, he's not running for office again because, well, I don't know why you're not running for office again, but after the filing deadline, you publicly announced you would not run when your chief of staff, Patty Garcia, announced and took your seat.
That's a state matter. That isn't a federal matter. You should investigate crimes.
I believe
You should investigate violations of the law.
The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas.
And a little flexibility on the time. I appreciate the chairman. Madam Attorney General, am I correct that under your leadership, the Department of Justice has prosecuted cases of non-citizen voting? So it's false, as some of my Democratic colleagues have claimed, that it doesn't happen.
Yes.
I ask that today because we're voting on the Save America Act today to enact common sense policies to ensure only American citizens vote in American elections and enact federal voter ID laws. But it's true, for example, that in just this month, a federal grand jury in Newark indicted 2 men with illegally voting in federal election and making false statements. Mohammed Mazammel and Mohammed Shakil were non-citizens at the time they registered to vote. This happens, it happens regularly, and you're prosecuting those crimes, correct?
Yes.
But does that prosecution of those criminals overturn their previously cast votes?
That's all pending.
But it does not overturn votes that they've cast, right? So passing the Save
no,
America
Congressman.
Act would help deal with that problem.
Yes, Congressman.
Second question. As Attorney General, you're in charge of the Executive Office of Immigration Review, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
The Biden-Mayorkas regime caused the immigration court case backlog to explode, correct?
Explode.
Does that sound about right that in September of 2020, 4 months before President Biden took office, there was a backlog of 1.5 million cases, but by the time President Biden left office, the backlog reached nearly 4.2 million cases?
It sounds about right, but I don't have the exact numbers.
It would be accurate to say that most individuals who file for asylum have a meritless or fraudulent claim?
Most. I don't have the numbers.
Oh, so does it sound correct that of the asylum cases adjudicated in FY 2023 under the Biden regime, that only 14% resulted in an asylum grant and only 12% in fiscal year 2024? Does that sound correct?
It sounds correct. I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers.
Could you get that information to us to
Yes,
verify that data?
I'll get all that information to you.
Under the Trump administration, immigration judges complete an average of 65,000 cases per month, the highest average completion rate in at least a decade. Does that sound correct?
That sounds correct.
Ms. Bondi, how many new cases under EOIR received in fiscal year 2025 have you all had? And of those, what percentage have been granted asylum? Do you know?
I can try to get you those numbers. I thought I had those.
That'd be great, because my question is whether President Trump's decision to pause asylum in the wake of the shooting of a National Guardsman by an Afghani here in Washington, D.C., in the nation's capital, helped to stop the backlog in your office. Does that sound correct?
Yes, Congressman.
My point being that the leadership of this administration is ending the backlog, reducing the backlog, making sure that we don't have fraudulent asylum claims clogging it, and keeping Americans safe. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
So a couple other quick questions on another important topic that has been raised by colleagues on both sides of the aisle with respect to the Epstein case. A few questions. One, Jeffrey Epstein was charged in July 2019 for sex trafficking under the Trump administration in his first term. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
And that Ghislaine Maxwell was charged in 2020 also under the Trump administration, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
So it is safe to say that the administration led on that issue and that there was silence in the previous administration. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman, almost complete silence from everyone who's been trying to still talk about Epstein. They didn't say a word under the Biden administration, nothing.
And I want to make one other point and then another question, though, that is important. I want to make one observation, that is that we've heard the information today, which is troubling, that Jane Doe's, that victims' information was made public and was unredacted in the files that were released on Friday. So my question is, some of us had argued when we were dealing with the discharge petition in Congress that when Congress inserted itself into the process, that we needed to be very careful to ensure that we were protecting victims. So a question that is both, I just want to make that clear that some of us were fighting for that here and we didn't get a chance to amend it or change it. So that was concerning. But a question a little more pointed, I have to say, is why, though, were the victims' names released that shouldn't have been? That there were names in the files, that these Jane Does, that their names shouldn't have been made public when there were some accusers whose names were redacted? That's question one.
Mm-hmm.
And question two was that Ghislaine Maxwell was put in jail for trafficking minors. Rightly so, and you properly said here at this table, you hope she dies in jail. Well, I want to know, will anyone besides her or Epstein, which I congratulate President Trump's previous administration and this Department of Justice for continuing all of that, but that they were indicted, but will anyone else be indicted and prosecuted under this, given the information that's in front of us? So 2 questions.
Thank you for letting me answer that. They didn't want to hear my answer on the other side. Yes, given the tight time frame of 30 days, I believe we got everything released within a little over 60 days. I'm talking as fast as I can. My time is up. We did the best we could immediately. If everyone's been coming to view the documents, if someone's name should not have been redacted, we're releasing it. If someone's name was redacted, we said right away, was not redacted and should have been, meaning a victim, we went back and redacted it. We're doing everything we can based on the tight time frame and over 3 million pages that we released that Donald Trump signed for pure transparency. Second, what was your second question?
About whether another individual will be indicted.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for asking that. And they never wanted to hear the answer to that. We have pending investigations in our office.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Unanimous consent request from the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you. I have several UCs as receipts. I'd like to have unanimous consent to introduce the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, dated September 25th, 25.
Without objection.
The Bondi Department of Justice memo dated December 4th, 2025.
Without objection.
An article from Newsweek entitled DOJ Deletes Study Alleging Rise in Far-Right Terrorism, dated September 18th, 2025.
Without objection.
Notice article from October 3rd, 2025. Trump's directive on organized political violence could lead to increased surveillance of his critics.
Without objection.
Washington Post article, September 25th, 2025. Trump targets domestic terrorists, but only mentions the radical left.
Without objection.
Idaho Capital Sun, October 18th, 2025. Rest easy, Idahoans. The No King demonstrators are American patriots.
Without objection.
Attacks on freedom of speech, what nonprofits need to know, published by the National Council of Nonprofits, the largest network of nonprofits in America.
Without objection.
The Freedom from Religious Foundation warns that Bondi memo weaponizes federal law enforcement against non-Christians and dissenting viewpoints.
Without objection.
A Ken Klipperstein blog from January 28th, 26, ICE's secret watch lists of Americans.
Without objection.
And an Intercept article from February 2nd, 26, Trump calls his enemies terrorists. Does that mean he can kill them?
Without objection, the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi.
Good afternoon.
Oh, you're right. Good afternoon. It's been a long day. I wrote this morning. We've known each other a long time, and I'll always be appreciative for your assistance when you were Attorney General in Florida after the shooting at my high school at Marjory Stoneman Douglas in my hometown of Parkland when we passed a bipartisan bill, the Marjory Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act, which was the largest policy response to a school shooting in American history. Your department also prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law a constituent of mine and former felon that had plans to kill me when he was picked up by law enforcement after he was target practicing in his backyard with 2 rifles, a scope, a silencer, 3,000 rounds of ammunition, an anti-Semitic manifesto. My name was the only name on their target list, and my kids found out about this from their friends at school. So thank you. However, the most transparent administration in American history. Before Trump, we didn't know the word transparency, apparently. It's been 12 months since you gave Republican influencers part 1 of the Epstein files. You said the list was on your desk. Then a memo came out and said that there was no list. Phase 2 of the binders never happened. The President of the United States says the Epstein thing is a hoax. He blasts his own base for wanting the release of the files. He blamed Barack Obama. Republicans voted against the release of the files in the Rules Committee. Then they refused to even return to the Rules Committee until they could be protected from future votes on the release. Speaker Johnson sends Congress home a day early before break. They sent the Deputy Attorney General to meet with Maxwell. She says something favorable about the president. Miraculously, she gets transferred to a minimum security facility. No one can explain why. Miraculously, the leaks to the Wall Street Journal stop. We come back from break. We have the Massey discharge petition. Republicans drop a rule, a non-binding resolution trying to kill the Massey discharge petition. The White House says passing the Massey discharge petition is a hostile act. Trying to stop the necessary 218 signatures, according to Republican members that signed it, the White House brought them into the Situation Room, you know, the place where the president goes for time of war, promising things like appropriations or maybe even to primary them. People in the room say you were there. It didn't work. We get the 218 signatures. We eventually passed the Massey petition. You guys didn't release the files. You were forced by Congress, every member of the House except one, and the entire Senate. The reason the president signed it is because it was a veto-proof majority. We can't agree on anything, and yet the entire House but one member and the whole Senate forced the administration to release the files. Kash Patel under oath said to Senator Kennedy, the FBI is not in possession of any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself. We know now that's not true. According to documents, Epstein had a worldwide sex trafficking ring. Girls from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Russia, Paris, modeling agencies sending him girls. He even had a relationship with a summer camp where he groomed girls at a picnic table. Ghislaine Maxwell says 29 Epstein associates cut secret DOJ deals. Turns out there is a list. 6 names readily available if you unredact them. Co-conspirators named, but we got them when you unredact them. Maxwell recently tells a House Oversight Committee that she wants clemency to release more names. Kash Patel under oath said Trump's name appears less than 100 times in the files. We now know that's not true. Trump's name appears more times in the Epstein files than God's name appears in the book about God. Okay, by the way, this is the Trump Bible. Move over, King James. Trump's name also appears more times in the Epstein file than Harry Potter's name appears in the 7 books about Harry Potter. Lutnick says that in 2008, he went to Epstein's home, says he had a massage table in the living room, that Epstein said he got one every day, that it was the right type of massage. He and his wife decide to leave and say they'll never be in a room with him again. Howard then says, I'm sure the Epstein stuff is all on video. He was the greatest blackmailer of all time. Well, how would Howard know that? But now the files are public, and in 2012, we find out that he and his family are on Epstein Island after Epstein pled guilty to state charges. I'm from Florida. I take my family to Disney World, not to Epstein Island. There are documents in the files that dispute the president's claim that he kicked Epstein out of his club. Allegedly, the president said that he asked Epstein to leave. Supported now, that's disputed, though, statements from the manager of the club. Now, Madam Attorney General, I have like 25 seconds left. So because I'm curious, and I'd like to see you flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the oppo on me, and because we're in the Olympics, I'm going to give it a grade. I just want to see how good it is. So give me your best one.
So first of all, nothing is funny about mocking the Bible and holding up a Trump Bible. That's what you did. You made a joke, and I find offense to that. That's all I have to say.
I want it from the burn book.
Shame.
I want it from the burn book, which is the best one. What you got?
Has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to clear something up that was said earlier and is frequently said and is manifestly not true. And that is the supposed small number of crimes committed by immigrants or illegal immigrants in the country. That has been based on a poorly done study by the Cato Institute, and I believe the Cato Institute itself has even updated that study. The reason that we know that study is not true is that those statistics are not out there. For whatever reason, when somebody is arrested, even for very serious crimes, we do not have on the paperwork whether that person is a legal or illegal immigrant. Okay? If I go to one of my local sheriffs in Wisconsin and ask them how many illegal immigrants in your jail, they will say, I have no idea. We don't keep track of that. When I tour the federal prison right outside of my district, and I ask them, in this federal prison, how many of your inmates are illegal aliens, they will tell me, we have no idea. We don't keep track of that. So whenever you hear a Democrat or anybody, or a pundit, say that, oh, there's so few illegals committing crimes, it is based on nothing, because those statistics are not available anywhere. What I would offer in the next round of appropriation bills, if one of my Democrat colleagues wants to help me out, perhaps in appropriations we can get funds to add to all the paperwork whenever anybody is convicted of crime as to whether or not they are citizen or non-citizen. And then we will have the statistics. But otherwise, whenever you hear somebody say on MSNBC or wherever, oh, so few crimes are committed by illegal immigrants, they don't know what they're talking about because nobody has those numbers. Okay, there's the first thing. Now, the next thing I want to point out, we have had what I think is an unprecedented situation in Minnesota in which they are not assisting ICE in dealing with crimes that are going on up there. In other words, ICE is left to its own devices. When I talk to my local sheriffs, they tell me that whenever a federal agency is engaged in work in Wisconsin, they always make themselves available in case that federal agency needs assistance. This could be something like ICE under DI. It could be drug enforcement. It could be ATF. It could be FBI. It could be Secret Service. It could be the U.S. Marshal. Nobody that I have been able to find, any sheriff in the state of Wisconsin, is aware of any circumstances in which they did not make themselves available to federal law enforcement, either if they need somebody extra to do surveillance, to just park a marked car outside the area, to assist in apprehension of a criminal, if they need assistance with an additional SWAT team, if they need to transport somebody. Local law enforcement is always there. Now, you are not in charge of ICE, but you're in charge of several other agencies. Have you ever heard of anything like what's going on in Minnesota, where the governor or the local mayor refuses to give assistance to federal law enforcement?
I have in Portland and some other cities where they weren't cooperating. But as I said, I spent about 4 days. I did spend 4 days in Minnesota, and I believe many of the local law enforcement wish they could work with us to make their city safe.
Okay, now we'll switch to something else. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for doing this today. You're obviously very bright, obviously very confident, and something I love. You tolerate fools gladly, so I appreciate that trait. You suffer fools gladly. In hearings like this, we often focus on new initiatives undertaken by the department. Today, I'd like to give you an opportunity to discuss actions implemented under the Biden administration's Department of Justice, such as the Foreign Influence Task Force that you have since terminated. And you know, it's always rare to see anything in the government terminated. But could you elaborate on those decisions and highlight the accomplishments of your tenure at Justice?
Thank you for asking that. We are out of time, but may I answer, Chairman?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. The Biden administration weaponized the Foreign Corruption Practices Act. And on February 10th, President Trump issued an executive order pausing that for a DOJ review. Under Deputy Attorney General Blanche's supervision, a comprehensive review was led, and the department issued new guidelines protecting all Americans and protecting against the weaponization that happened under the Biden administration.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I went over to the department yesterday for a couple of hours to review some of the unredacted materials. And I am looking forward to your detailed explanation for why you have withheld almost half of the documents, which is required by the bill. Now, obviously, there are 3 million documents, so I didn't get through much. But one thing I didn't see was the client list that you said you had on your desk a year ago. I did, however, find a couple of important documents. An 86-page prosecution memo from the Southern District of New York and a draft indictment from Florida against Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators. For reasons that I cannot understand nor are permitted by the bill, they were still redacted, even for members of Congress. So, Ms. Bondi, will you commit right here to immediately providing those 2 documents in unredacted form to members of Congress? Not a complicated question.
Well, I guess it is for you because you have a law degree and those are privileged.
Okay, they're not privileged, but we will discuss that later. I also found an email that I have right here from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell that was unredacted, and it included notes of statements that Donald Trump made about his prior relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, there is no reason for this to be hidden from the American people. There is no privilege, there is no attorney-client privilege, and I see you're checking with your staff, and I can assure you, staff, this is not under attorney-client privilege because it was sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. Will you commit to publicly providing the unredacted version of this so that the American people can understand the extent of Donald Trump's lies about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
You're about as good of a lawyer today as you were when you tried to impeach President Trump in 2016. Have you apologized for that in 2019?
So will you unredact this? Will you
were
unredact
lead
this?
counsel on that. Privileged.
I'm asking you, will you unredact this?
Privileged.
Privileged, of course. I look forward to discussing this more. Now, these are obviously improper redactions.
And let me stop for a minute.
I'm talking. I'm
if they're
talking.
not privileged,
quiet.
Don't yell at me. If they're not
Mr. Chairman, would you stop the clock? This is on your
privileged-
time. It's not on Mr.
If
Gomez.
they're not
Even though
privileged,
you used your
if we review
improper
them and they're not-
redactions
you'll like my answer.
to
If we
continue
review
to
them and they're not
protect
privileged,
Donald
Time belongs to the
we will
member.
be happy to release them.
We'll
after
stop the
review.
clock. We'll stop the clock. Time belongs to the member. Go ahead.
Even though you used improper redactions to protect Donald Trump and other predators associated with Jeffrey Epstein, you did the exact opposite thing with the survivors and victims of this scheme. So their identification information was really the only thing required to be redacted, and it was not. And it's clear this was not a mistake. This was not by accident. This was not because you only had 30 days when you really used 75, and that doesn't even include all the hours last March that you were redacting it. But I'll tell you why it's clear it wasn't a mistake. There is an email entitled Epstein Victim List. There are 32 names. 1 is redacted, 31 are not. So someone looked at it and decided to redact something. And I will tell you that that is clearly intentional to intimidate these survivors and victims. Now, in an interview last week,
How will you tell me that's intentional?
in an interview last week, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche
You can't go off script.
said that any victim that wants to speak with the department has done so, hopefully. Well, thanks to the incredibly brave people sitting here behind you, we can actually ask them if that's true. Now, would the survivors and victims who are here please stand up one more time? Just by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony and estimate and evidence? None. And of those of you who have not met, which is everyone, how many of you have reached out either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to provide testimony and evidence? All of them. And of those of you, all of you, who have reached out, how many of you were denied or ignored by the Department of Justice? All of them. And despite the shameful and despicable efforts by Ms. Bondi and her department to intimidate you, how many of you are still willing to speak to the Department of Justice? All of them. Well, Ms. Bondi, it looks like you have some more witnesses to talk to.
Gentleman's time has expired.
And I yield back.
We will go to the good gentleman from North Carolina, Congressman Knott.
May I have a moment, Congressman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Here we go. Here's the photograph. This is why he wanted to repeat everything that had been said previously on Epstein. This is his state, New York. You probably don't even know who this is. Wahid Mohammed from Afghanistan.
Yes, because I'm no longer a prosecutor.
Convicted of assault. Wow, he represents New York. Wow, yet he doesn't care about the illegal aliens convicted of crimes. Assault and homicide. No longer a prosecutor, so he doesn't care about his constituents. Here we go. Arson, El Salvador, Miguel Palacios. Fermin Flores Ramales, Mexico, rape.
Let's talk about the 70% of immigrants who are detained without a criminal conviction or arrest.
Stop the clock. Stop the clock. Time belongs to Congressman Knott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Attorney General, I want to be sure that the American people understand exactly what we're referring to when we talk about sanctuary policies. They are often framed in sort of innocuous terms like, we refuse to take part in immigration law. And when you add up all of the population represented by these cowardly politicians in sanctuary jurisdictions, whether it's a county, city, or state, sanctuary jurisdictions account for roughly 40% of the United States. Now, in reality, it's much more than just a passive exercise. Is that not correct?
Yes.
It's unbelievably active. And in terms of breaking down these terms, I want to break it down as clearly a term as I can. What is a federal detainer for the American people? Please describe it.
A federal detainer is when someone is held in federal custody.
Yes. And when a federal detainer is issued to local law enforcement, they are obviously in local or state custody, correct?
Yes.
And federal officers take note of that apprehension and they say, we want to come and apprehend him or her to deport them. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in these sanctuary jurisdictions, whether it's California, Illinois, New York, or other places, even in North Carolina, there are sanctuary jurisdictions. That federal detainer often prompts not any cooperation, not any assistance, but a release onto the streets. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, and Congressman, a federal detainer is federal law.
Yes.
That people must abide by, yet these jurisdictions, many of these jurisdictions are not abiding by that.
And we hear a lot of talk from the other side about victims of violent crimes, sex crimes, murders, whatever it may be. But I want to be very clear. Illegal aliens who have been arrested for committing some of the most heinous crimes, they have been released by sanctuary cities, by sanctuary states, rather than being turned over to the federal government for deportation. Isn't that correct?
It is, and it's sad for all Americans that any jurisdiction would do that. These are some of the most violent criminals I think we've all seen.
Yes. And despite their best efforts to obstruct you and the president in making us all safer, I just want to go through a quick list again of the accomplishments that you have been in part responsible for achieving. True or false, the country now has the lowest murder rate in 125 years.
Yes.
True or false, 62 major cities are now reporting rapid decline in murder rates.
Yes.
True or false, robberies are down nearly 20% over the last year.
Yes.
True or false, violent crime is down almost 15% over the past year.
Yes.
True or false, right here in Washington, D.C., violent crime is down almost 30% since President Trump took office.
Yes, and the number may be even better than that, but yes.
Good.
Yes.
True or false, the DEA has seized over 200,000 kilograms of cocaine since President Trump took office.
I believe so, and 78,500 kilos of meth and more than 260,000 kilos of cocaine.
Unbelievable.
That's lives saved every day for all of us, for families, for children.
And then true or false, the Department of Justice under your leadership has a 92% success rate at the Supreme Court?
I believe so.
Or ballpark?
Ballpark.
And then true or false, this administration is attacking the waste, fraud, and abuse that we have seen in places like Minnesota that is removing billions of hard-earned tax dollars from this country.
Absolutely, and President Trump is committed to doing that in every city in this country.
And Madam Attorney General, just to be very brief here, I want to be sure that you know that many on this committee made very serious efforts to try to amend the Epstein petition to give you the resources and the time to protect victims, to go through and to have the necessary runway to thoroughly go through that file. Unfortunately, those requests were met with refusal, and we were unable to make the necessary amendments. But thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
The good gentleman yields back. We turn to the good lady from California, Congresswoman Kamlager-Dove.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney General, for being here today. I want to talk with you about an issue on which there is broad bipartisan agreement: the importance of ensuring trust between the American public and those government officials who wield powerful law enforcement responsibilities. So, Attorney General, would you agree that it is important for law enforcement leaders to be honest?
Of course, as well as members of Congress.
Thank you. And would you include yourself as a law enforcement leader?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You know, President Trump has also, he has referred to himself as the chief law enforcement officer of this country. So do you believe that President Trump is honest?
He is the commander-in-chief of the United States of America, and not only is he keeping this country safe, he is keeping this world safe.
It's a simple question, which you didn't answer.
He is the commander-in-chief.
Last June, Minnesota lawmaker Melissa Hortman, her husband Mark, and their dog were brutally murdered in their home. And your USA's office in Minnesota investigated this crime and obtained a 6-count indictment of the murder suspect, stating that he had intent to kill, injure, harass, and intimidate Minnesota legislators. And I have the copy right here. I read through it. Yet a few weeks ago, President Trump suggested publicly that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz was behind these murders, posting on his Truth Social account a video raising this conspiracy theory. And it wasn't true. And you know it wasn't true, or else you would not have brought an indictment against the subject. Do you know what else Trump has said? He has said he has cut gas prices by 1,400%. False. That he won the 2020 election.
Actually, gas is down to $1.99 a gallon, thanks to President Trump.
That he didn't know Epstein.
Maybe $5 in California.
It's my time, Mr. Chair. That he sent water to LA during the wildfires. False. That Governor Westmore of Maryland called him the greatest president of his lifetime. False. So many tales, too many to keep up. But I want to go back to what he said about Tim Walz. Do you agree that President Trump undermined public trust in law enforcement by suggesting that Governor Walz was involved in the Hortman murders?
I am not familiar with that statement.
Well, that is a disappointing response, and it is also why your office and Donald Trump have zero credibility, because I know, and you know, it was a right-wing extremist who murdered the Hortmans. And you and the president are being dishonest with the American people. Last fall, after the horrific shooting of Charlie Kirk, President Trump was asked if there were extremists on both the left and the right. And his exact words were, "I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy." Do you agree with this statement? You're taking too long. Madam Attorney General, but you know the answer because your own department has addressed the question. In 24, the DOJ's research arm issued a report on domestic terrorism stating that the number of far-right attacks continues to outpace all other types of terrorism and domestic violence extremists. The DOJ published the report, and after the president made those comments, the DOJ took the report down. And I sent you a letter asking you a simple question. Why did the Justice Department remove the data that shows right-wing extremists have killed more innocent people than left-wing extremists?
Did you refer to immigration enforcement as domestic terrorism?
You should answer my question.
Yes.
You're on my time, but you won't. And what I am asking you to do is put the report back, restore the data. Stop scrubbing important data from your website. Stop taking down reports that you know the American people need to know about. There are violent, dangerous people out here with real threats, and the dishonesty from your agency comes from the covering up of these threats that could hurt American people and put our lives at risk. Do better. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
The lady yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
May I have one moment?
You may.
Her district includes Culver City, and she's not talking about any crime in her districts, nothing about helping crime in her district. She's not even worth getting into the details.
Well, thank you, Madam Attorney General, and we are grateful to have you here today. And let me just say that you've shown great perseverance today, and I think you're coming to the last lap here of those of us that are left, but I applaud your strength and I applaud your resolve. Madam Attorney General, as a pastor for over 37 years now, I take serious issue with any attempts by agitators to disrupt church services or activities at houses of worship. And I just want to take a moment to clarify some things. I realize you can't talk about pending cases per se, but I do want to ask some very general questions for clarification. Does the DOJ consider unauthorized entry into a house of worship to be protected activity under the First Amendment when undertaken by a member of the press?
Unauthorized with the intent of disrupting, yes.
Okay.
Even if it's a blogger like Don Lemon.
Correct. How does the DOJ distinguish between news gathering activity and expressive or protest conduct when a press defense is asserted?
Congressman, I met with the pastor of that church, and what happened there was horrific. Of course, the press is welcome, and I would hope all houses of worship, whether it's a synagogue, whether it's a church, any house of worship. However, what happened here is a pending case again, but within the four corners of the indictment, they were, quote, gearing up for a resistance. They entered a house of worship, and I think the video speaks for itself. What happened in there, what the video doesn't show, is there were approximately 400 parishioners in there on a Sunday morning. Families, grandparents with canes, children upstairs in Sunday school their parents were blocked from getting to them once this resistance took place, and they had named it Operation Pull-Up. It was heartbreaking for those families. They were terrified. I think they've all said that, and nothing like that should happen in this country, and under my watch, it won't.
Thank you. And just to clarify, accosting members of a congregation and creating a scene marked by intimidation and threat inside a house of worship would not be protected First Amendment activity, correct?
Absolutely not, and a grand jury has indicted individuals over that.
Thank you. One other question, just shifting a little bit. You know, my home state of North Carolina has been making national headlines at times, particularly in the city of Charlotte. We've made pleas at times for our governor to get involved, bring in the National Guard. Our Fraternal Order of Police had pointed out that we were about 270 local cops below what we needed in order to adequately police the city. And yet the governor's declined to offer to partner with the federal government to bring in reinforcements to Charlotte. I want to give you just a few moments, really the balance of my time, to explain the impact that Memphis Safe Task Force has had on crime and safety in Memphis, because I know there was a place we saw that cooperation has tended to breed great results, and I would love to hear a little more about that.
Thank you. And I have numbers for you too. Well, and we're all right here in DC, we're all living right here in DC, and I think we've seen the remarkable impact that it has working with members of the Democrat Party on this, with law enforcement, with the mayor, with the police chief, doing everything we can to make DC safe. As of February 9th, there were nearly 10,000 arrests. This is DC. 1,000 illegal guns seized since the operation began, with carjackings down 81% from this time last year, and violent crime down 42%. DC is safer because of it. We know we had a National Guardsman shot, and we had a beautiful young woman killed. I went to her funeral, and I keep in touch with the National Guardsman who was shot, his parents. He's doing great. He's a miracle. Please continue to pray for him. I know my time is up, but same results I spoke about earlier in Memphis, and we're still working on that with the help of Make Memphis Safe Again.
Well, again, I think it just draws an incredible contrast between what we've seen happening in Minneapolis versus what we've seen happen in DC, what we saw happen in Memphis, and what I would love to see in some ways, if we could ever get our governor to work with us in North Carolina, to happen in Charlotte. But with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record the research that Representative Kamlager-Dove and I referenced concerning the threat of right-wing domestic terrorism, which the Department of Justice scrubbed from its website in September.
Without objection, the gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children.
Wrong.
Right or wrong, killing random citizens.
Definitely wrong.
Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States.
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness who somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she went to and what all kind of cases she tried, but typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors because that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more courage and moral clarity in your pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are currently the laughing stock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massie, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic colleagues have been attacked this entire committee hearing. They have been lied on, and frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration. In the written testimony of this witness, of this particular witness, she stated that when she took office, she had two main goals. The first was to end the weaponization of justice, and second, to return the department to its core mission. Not only have you lied about both, you've intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles and creeps. In fact, your boss, the President of the United States, stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting these journalists. In fact, we know after Georgia Fort and Don Lemon were arrested, we know that there were homes of journalists that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against students protesting your actions and forced tech companies to remove apps used to track ICE's activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this administration, I believe that facts matter, so let's talk about the facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein files. At least 5,000 files contains more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number two, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent more than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her. Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, "This is a good one." Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests that he's very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles. What's crazy about all of this is just that this is a big cover-up. And this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this administration is complicit. But there are numerous others, like how the DOJ is attempting to obstruct justice in the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County in an attempt to steal the 2026 midterm elections, or how federal agents have Tom Homan on tape accepting a bribe and your agency killed the investigation, or how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is clear. The president shall not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history, an attorney general who has prioritized obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Excuse me, gentleman from Kansas, the Attorney General, former Attorney General, Mr. Schmidt is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Bondi, thanks for being here. Did you have anything you wanted to say before we talk?
I do. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, my friend, for many years. I find it interesting that she didn't even want to try, Congresswoman Crockett, to ask any questions, because she certainly did not condemn her leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for taking money from Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein was convicted. And I will be brief to give you your time, Congressman. This is what she didn't want to talk about. Texas, from Cuba, convicted, homicide, arson, weapon offense.
Convicted. So what we talking about? Convict Texas, some of these perpetrators that rape these women that are sitting behind you, that you refuse to even acknowledge they are here.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a few seconds back to make up for the yelling? Thank you. General, did you have anything further to say?
Texas, convicted of homicide, Cecil Joseph from Dominican Republic. Texas, convicted for kidnapping, rape, Khalid Khan from Afghanistan. That's why they want to talk about Epstein and not what's happening in their own states.
Thank you, General, and thank you for being here. And this has been quite a spectacle to observe today. I think it's sad. I ran for Congress because I thought we had serious problems in this country we wanted to try to fix together, and this performance today, not yours, General, but some of my colleagues, has not shored up my confidence that we are up to the task. You and I served together for 8 years when you were Attorney General of Florida and I in Kansas. You served professionally. I'm glad to be able to serve with you in these new roles, and I'm glad you're there, both generally and today. Part of the reason I ran for Congress is because in my former role, I saw in the real world, in my state, the consequences of failed U.S. immigration, and border security policy. And I'll spare you the lengthy recitation, but let me give you the short version. I sit here and think about a fellow who was running, I believe it was drugs for the cartels, and shot a police officer in Oklahoma, drove across the border into my state, kidnapped an old man, and then invaded a house and shot at cops before we ultimately neutralized him. He's in prison now for, I believe, the rest of his life. I'm thinking about a drunk driver who was in our country illegally, never should have been here, and one night killed a young deputy on southern Johnson County, Kansas, who was making a traffic stop on another individual. Drunk driver ran into him, never should have been here, shouldn't have happened. Thinking about a guy who was deported repeatedly, came back and ultimately murdered, I believe it was 4 people in Kansas City, Kansas, and then fled to Missouri and killed a 5th guy. He died in prison. I'm thinking about a guy we prosecuted who wasn't supposed to be in this country, who raped a child in a little rural county up north on the Nebraska border, and we sent him to prison for, I believe, the rest of his life. Thinking about a guy who wasn't supposed to be here at all, who murdered, I think it was his wife or his domestic partner in an act of domestic violence in northwest Kansas. Thinking about another guy who was here and joined up with some folks who were citizens and committed a crime spree and then thought he might get caught, so he killed one of his accomplices. And we sent him to prison for the rest of his life. And that's just the ones I'm thinking about sitting right here. And you know what's common in all of those? They all committed violations of my state's law. They were caught by my state's law enforcement. They were prosecuted by my state's prosecutors. They are serving time in my state's prisons. And if and when they ever get out, the United States has said they need to be sent out of this country because of what they did. There's a list, you're holding up photos, General. There's a list on the Department of Homeland Security's website. It has about 280, 290 people like that in my state of Kansas. And you know what? We haven't made headlines like Minneapolis. We haven't made headlines like Memphis. We haven't made headlines like Los Angeles. And you know why? Because our cops are professionals and our politicians, by law, allow them to do their job and to work with federal agents for safe handoffs in order to do everything that's supposed to be done, justice under state law, and the justice of deportation on the back end. So I want to do something that's been rare here today, General. I want to ask you about public policy. Donald Trump won't be president forever. I would like to lock in some of these gains we have made in public safety. Should we be exploring the idea, for example, of beefing up 287G partnerships, or maybe replicating that so that state prosecutors can work more closely with federal prosecutors to get deportation orders as well as state convictions?
Absolutely.
In terms of sanctuary jurisdictions, when a sanctuary jurisdiction says as a matter of politics, go pound sand to the feds, we won't honor your detainer, so they release those people I'm talking about into their communities. And those people commit another crime of property or violence against citizens. Should those citizens have some type of civil redress against the jurisdiction that as a matter of public policy turned those people loose who created the new victims?
Yeah, and Congressman, it's risking the lives of all of the citizens of that jurisdiction.
And you've been sued a lot, or the administration has, by folks who don't like your policies.
Hundreds of times.
You've won many of those.
Yes.
Isn't it the case that the law says under Rule 65 that when you win those and there's a wrongfully entered injunction that there's supposed to be a monetary remedy for that, so there's a cost?
Yes.
And didn't the president direct you and other agency heads to start seeking bonds in those cases?
Yes.
And should we beef up the law in that area by codifying that requirement going forward?
I would love to discuss that with you.
Thank you, General. Thank you for being here.
Gentleman yields back. Well done. Some of the questions he raised, we plan on taking up in a markup in a couple weeks on the whole sanctuary jurisdiction issue. With that, I recognize the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Attorney General, for taking the time to speak with us. We certainly really appreciate it. I've got a series of questions for you that we can get through pretty quickly, I think. Can you tell me, is it true that the Biden-Harris DOJ raided President Trump's home?
They did.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ allow Jack Smith to spy on over a dozen Republican members of Congress?
Absolutely.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ seize the phone of a sitting Republican congressman?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and Jack Smith pay at least $20,000 to confidential human sources to provide information on President Trump?
At least.
At least. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and FBI fail to apprehend the suspect who placed pipe bombs near the Capitol ahead of January 6th?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ target parents as domestic terrorists?
Absolutely.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ target pro-life Catholics, going so far as to interview a priest and a choir director?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ send FBI SWAT teams to arrest pro-life advocates with no criminal histories?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ use the FACE Act to target pro-life advocates while it allowed anti-life agitators to vandalize, destroy, and firebomb pregnancy resource centers and churches?
Multiple times, I believe.
Multiple times. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ ever determine who leaked the Dobbs decision?
I can't discuss that. No, under Biden-Harris.
Got it.
No.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and FBI target whistleblowers for revealing waste, fraud, and abuse within the department to Congress?
Not to my knowledge.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ refuse to say whether it coordinated with Alvin Bragg, Fani Willis, and Letitia James in their lawfare against President Trump?
They refused.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ slow-walk the criminal investigation and prosecution of Hunter Biden?
That's an understatement, in my opinion.
Yep. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ determine who brought cocaine into the Biden White House?
They did not.
They did not. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ cover up the extent?
As far as we know, they did not.
Right, that's right. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ cover up the extent of the Russia collusion hoax?
Absolutely, in my opinion, yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ seek leniency from a federal court for an IRS contractor who leaked sensitive tax information on over 7,600 Americans, including President Trump?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ sue Texas because the state wanted to secure its own southern border?
Yes.
And finally, did the Biden-Harris DOJ attack SpaceX for hiring too many Americans?
I believe they did.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
It is unbelievable, and I appreciate that a lot of this is being cleaned up under your leadership. So thank you for returning the DOJ back to its core focus, which is on the rule of law. And I think that we see the results of that. I've got a few more similar questions for you. How have, over the past year since President Trump has been in office, how have murders trended in the United States?
Since President Trump has been in office, the murder rate has dropped to a historic 20% drop in the national murder rate, lowest since 1900. 20%
drop in 1 year. That's incredible, isn't it?
And that's thanks to the incredible men and women of law enforcement, FBI, DEA, ATF, everyone working together to solve violent crime, along with our sheriffs, our local law enforcement, working as a team throughout this country, and our great state and federal prosecutors.
Yep. And how have robberies trended? Have they gone, even if they've just gone up or down?
Robberies, all violent crime, all violent crime has decreased, as well as robberies.
So murders, violent crime, the country is more safe now, it's fair to say, would you agree, than it was a year and a half ago under Joe Biden?
Absolutely, and Director Patel is working tirelessly to catch those, I'm sure you've been seeing, on the most wanted list. Mm-hmm. He and Deputy Director Bongino from day one said, we're going to get the most wanted list, and that's what's been happening, working hand in hand with all of our agencies.
Yep. And I want to thank you for that. Thank you for the work you've been doing to refocus the DOJ again on doing your core job. We're very happy with it, and I'll yield the remainder of my time to the chairman.
I appreciate it, gentlemen. I would just say, earlier one of the Democrats said that they said, who are you, who you are? And I think you're the Attorney General who I think on the first day disbanded the FIDF, first day on the job, rescinded the memo that required spying on parents that Mr. Garland had issued, and stood up the Weaponization Working Group. I think you did that all on day one. Day one. Not to mention, you're the first Justice Department that's put in place, as we've talked about earlier, this Deputy Attorney General for combating fraud. So we appreciate that, and of course, all the things that Mr. Gill pointed out with the crime stats that have went down. So our last questioner today, but not the least, the gentleman, I'm sorry, we're going to have two more. We got Mr. Onder and then Mr. Baumgartner. So Mr. Baumgartner, let's go that way since you're here. You're ready to go. Mr. Baumgartner, and then we'll come back to Mr. Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi. You know, being a freshman on this committee, you always get a bit surprised, I guess, even this 1 year into my term here, how theatrical days like this can be. But I think you've performed well today and answered the questions well today, and that's a credit to you and appreciated by the American people. You know, the Epstein issue is certainly important and is important for the victims. I think both I and the American people have a little bit of trouble taking the Democrats super seriously on this issue when they have been so uncurious about President Clinton's relations with Jeffrey Epstein. And even myself, I had no idea that there was actually a sitting Democrat congresswoman who had taken substantial campaign donations for Mr. Epstein, only when that came light on the floor with the potential resolution. And you would think there would be more outrage on those types of things if they were going to be taken credible. But we do know the performance value of what goes on in this committee. I want to talk about the big things that Department of Justice is doing. And when I look at the dramatic decrease in crime in this country in the last year since the Trump administration has come, you'll see the board behind me. Violent crime plummets across major U.S. cities. And I guess so my first question would be, and when it comes to the big stuff, how are you guys getting this stuff so right? What contributes from your perspective to this dramatic decrease in crime in major U.S. cities under the Trump administration?
When I first took office, I met with all of our agencies. And the one thing that stuck with me, that one of the heads of the department said to me, one of the law enforcement department heads, President Trump has taken the handcuffs off us so we can keep the people of America safe. And that's what he's done. He has given our law enforcement officers the tools that they need and the backing that they need, the support that they need to combat violent crime and all crime throughout this country. And, you know, I'd be remiss, we've talked about the FBI, we've talked about DEA a bit, but can I please brag about ATF? Rob Cicada and Dan Driscoll, of course, who has been our acting head of ATF, have done a remarkable job stopping guns from flowing into Mexico, not harassing gun owners. 26,965 violent crime cases have been initiated, including more than 4,300 firearms trafficking cases. More than 1,200 of those are tied to gun trafficking in Mexico. I talk to them almost daily.
Thank you.
And they're working so hard.
Well, thank you, Attorney General. Again, you know, I look back at this last year, and we've had this historic tax cut. Yesterday in the Wall Street Journal, the National Cancer Foundation ran full-page ads thanking Congress, the administration, for doing more for cancer research than has ever been done before. I was just meeting with Habitat for Humanity out in the hallway, and they came and thanked us for doing more that's ever been done for Habitat for Humanity. So there's been so many accomplishments, but I really think this crime is the biggest deal of all. But I do have some concerns on this issue, and those also are respect to how we keep people safe with sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. And I remind everyone, and as I'm sure you know, Madam Attorney General, that when we had the terrible terrorist attacks of 9/11, the number one recommendation of the 9/11 Commission was to reduce barriers between all levels of law enforcement. They specifically pointed to things like fusion centers, Joint Terrorism Task Force, and getting local law enforcement and federal law enforcement to work together and communicate on a regular basis. And I would just like your perspective, because we have a more complex global threat than any time since World War II. We still have Islamic terrorism. We have spies from China, Iran, Russia, all these things. And what does sanctuary cities and states do for communication law enforcement? How does it make us less safe?
Sanctuary cities and states are attempting to prevent communication among all the law enforcement agencies. And of course, that's keeping all of America less safe, especially when the violent criminals are fleeing to those jurisdictions because they believe they're protected. But with all of our joint task forces, I see it every day, Congressman, how well, despite what these liberals are trying to do, Donald Trump's administration is working tirelessly to protect all of Americans, and all of our agencies working hand in hand to keep America safe.
Well, you guys are getting the big stuff right. You look at that decrease in crime across the country, you ought to take a victory lap. Well done.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here on this long day. And I want to thank you most of all for your leadership in your whole career defending victims. And now I want to take a moment to talk about you protecting victims from a different kind of child abuse, that medicalized child abuse that goes under the banner of gender-affirming care, that far too many of my Democrat colleagues enthusiastically support and unapologetically support. Shortly after returning to office, President Trump signed an executive order directing HHS to review the clinical evidence and determine whether sex-rejecting interventions caused more harm than good. HHS reached the same conclusion that the UK and Finland and Sweden reached, that the risks are serious and that imposing this so-called care on minors was not appropriate. This executive order also directed you as Attorney General to, quote, work to draft, propose, and promote legislation to enact a private right of action for children and the parents of children whose healthy body parts have been damaged by medical professionals practicing chemical and surgical mutilation, which should include a lengthy statute of limitations. Last September, you transmitted that bill to Congress. It has been my honor to introduce that bill as the Chloe Cole Act. We named the bill after Chloe Cole, who sat where you're sitting just a few years ago on her 19th birthday. During a hearing chaired by now Speaker Mike Johnson, I'd like to play a clip of her testimony that day to remind us of our story.
On to puberty blockers and then testosterone. The resulting menopausal-like hot flashes made focusing on school impossible. I still get joint pains and weird pops in my back, but they were far worse when I was on the blockers. A month later, when I was 13, I had my first testosterone injection. This caused permanent changes to my body. My voice will forever be deeper, my jawline sharper, my nose longer, my bone structure permanently masculinized, my Adam's apple more prominent, my fertility unknown. I look in the mirror sometimes and I feel like a monster. I had a double mastectomy at 15. They tested my amputated breast for cancer. And I was cancer-free, of course. I was perfectly healthy. There was nothing wrong with my still developing body or my breasts, other than that, as an insecure teenage girl, I felt awkward about it. After my breasts were taken away from me, the tissue was incinerated. Before I was able to legally drive, I had a huge part of my future womanhood taken from me. I will never be able to breastfeed. I struggle to look at myself in the mirror at times. I still struggle to this day with sexual dysfunction. And I have massive scars across my chest. And the skin grafts that they took of my nipples are weeping fluid today. And they were grafted into a more masculine positioning, they said.
Chloe testified that day that what she needed was mental health therapy, but she never received it. And she was not suicidal until after they did these horrible things to her. She pleaded with Congress to act so that future children would not suffer what she did. Last week was a major turning point in for these medical malpractice claims when a detransitioner was the first to successfully hold doctors liable with a $2 million settlement for what they did to that poor girl. Just days later, the American Society of Plastic Surgeons announced that they would no longer do transgender surgeries on minors, and the AMA followed suit. This proves that if the bill your DOJ drafted were passed into law, these barbaric practices would end immediately because all victims would be able to hold those who harm them accountable. Could you share with us a little bit about your work in advocating for victims like Chloe and what a private right of action would mean for victims like her and their families?
Yes, and first, Congressman, thank you for championing this bill. And also to Chloe, what a brave young woman to come before this body.
Yes.
And
at age 19.
At age 19, and talk about what happened to her. It's not about just giving relief to children who have been harmed. It allows victims whose healthy body parts have been damaged to seek relief and obtain relief. And thanks to you, and we are proud to work hand in hand with you on this issue. And I think it's pretty sad none of your colleagues on the other side of the aisle even brought that up. But I hope they support this to protect all children throughout this country.
Well, General Bondi, thank you so much to you, to your department, to President Trump. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I've just saved some UC requests for the end, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you kindly. Record low crime during the Biden-Harris administration. Crime down in every category in 2024 under Biden. FBI report says Trump takes credit for violent crime drop where rates were already falling. From NPR, Trump administration targets ATF with plans to cut jobs and ease gun restrictions. And then a few oldies but goodies, I've introduced these before about the claim that we didn't have anything to say about Epstein before the Trump administration. Raskin joins call for Attorney General to reopen Epstein case and publicly release Acosta misconduct investigation in documents March 1, 2019. Oversight Committee plans hearing with Acosta on plea deal with Epstein, July 10, 2019. And finally, 68 House members call for resignation of Labor Secretary Acosta, July 10, 2019.
Without objection, Attorney General Bondi, thank you for your service to the country. And thank you for being here for a long day. We appreciate your willingness to come and answer our questions and the great job you're doing for our country. And I got one thing I got to say. This concludes today's hearing. We thank our witness for appearing before the committee. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is
Down 21%.
Gentleman from
Robbery down
Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes.
23%. Carjacking down 43%.
Thank you, Mr.
Gun
Chairman.
assault down 22%.
Attorney General
Assault,
Bondi,
burglary could go
6
on
days
and
ago,
on. Crime
you
is
posted
declining.
online,
This
quote,
did not
if
happen
you come
by
for law
accident.
enforcement,
The
the Trump
numbers
administration
tell
will
an
come for you.
important
End
yet
quote.
straightforward
I
story.
want to show you just a brief
President
video.
Trump
It's
has
about
given
30
us
seconds,
the
and I'll ask you
resources,
a couple questions about it.
the support, and the leadership to protect the American people. President Trump's policies have saved lives. I cannot think of a policy outcome more important than protecting the lives of American citizens. And you? This trend has been especially clear in Washington, D.C. and in Memphis. These are 2 iconic American cities that spent years in the grip of horrific violent crime. The Department of Justice surged law enforcement resources, and the results came quickly.
Attorney General Bondi,
crime plummeted.
that man
in
works
both
for you now,
cities.
right?
And I want to make one point loud and clear.
Who was that, Congressman?
We achieved
the
those
man in that
results
video,
by working
the one
with
who was in the
Democratic
police-worn body
mayors.
cam footage, the
Public
one allegedly
safety
yelling, kill him,
does
at
not
police
have a party
officers on January
registration.
6th.
When your
His name
constituents
is Jared
call
Wise.
911,
He does work for us. He works
they
for
don't
you at
ask
the
for
Department of
political
Justice.
views of the responding officer.
This is an individual
They ask for help.
whom a federal
I
grand
have
jury
federal agents
indicted
in each and
for 2
every
felonies
one of your
and 4
districts.
misdemeanors related to
They're
his
here to help,
participation
and I am here to help.
in the attack on January 6th.
Many
One of those
cities and
charges was
states
forcibly
have worked
assaulting,
with us
resisting, opposing,
and
impeding,
taken
intimidating, and
advantage of our
interfering
federal
with
support.
police
Some
with the
have
intent to
not.
commit another
Meanwhile,
felony.
a few elected officials have
This is
declared
who
that
you
they are,
choose
quote, at war with the federal
As the
government.
chief law enforcement officer of
and
the United
encouraged
States of America to
widespread
hire at the Department
destruction
of Justice
law enforcement.
someone on video
This has resulted in
yelling, "Kill
avoidable
him,"
clashes
at
on the
police
streets,
officers?
as you've all seen.
Right?
We've seen rioters
I believe he was
storming
pardoned
a
by
Christian
President
church.
Trump.
Oh, he was pardoned.
Citizens
You're right.
and law enforcement
You're right.
officers have
Pardoned
both been
by
endangered
President Trump
by
for his
reckless
offense.
rhetoric.
Pardoned
We
for
have
yelling,
made
"Kill him,"
dozens of
at
arrests
police officers.
in and around
And yet you
Minneapolis
expect
so far,
hardworking
and
police
many
officers
of them
across the country
could
to
have been
believe
avoided by
that
simple
you take
compliance
law
with federal
enforcement
law.
seriously. You could
Of course,
imagine
our efforts reach
the reaction
beyond our urban
so many folks
centers.
across the country
We are striking
hearing
crucial blows
the chief law
against terrorist
enforcement officer of the
organizations
United
such as
States
MS-13,
refuse
TDA,
to even
the Sinaloa
condemn what
cartel,
that individual
and
whom you've
Antifa.
now hired
And as we sit here,
did. But in any event,
I think you've seen the news
let's
this
talk
morning.
a little bit
The
about some of the
news
other
is
divisions
reporting
within the Department of
that
Justice and what's happened over the last year.
drones
You're
are
familiar
being
with the
shot
public
down
integrity section of
by
the
our
DOJ's criminal
military.
division. I think
That's
it's
what we all should
referred to
care
as
about
PIN.
right now.
Is that right?
Protecting
Okay.
America.
Do you know which presidential administration under which the
As
PIN
we
was
seek to
first created?
dismantle
I can
these
tell you what
drug
administration
trafficking
that
networks
the
that poison
weaponization was
Americans,
ended under.
I'll reclaim
in
my time. This wasn't a
2025,
trick
our
question.
You don't get to
Attorney
reclaim
General.
your time. More
Madam
than
Attorney
40
General,
because I don't like
Mr. Chairman, I want to explain to the witness that he does reclaim his time.
And more than 9,800
Madam Attorney General, the time
total
belongs to the gentleman
kilos
from
of fentanyl.
Colorado.
The president
That
under which pen was
represents
created was Gerald Ford.
369
It was created
million
after Watergate. I'm not
potentially
asking a question, Madam Attorney
deadly
General.
doses
The administration under which it
that
was created
can
was Gerald
kill
Ford. When you
Americans.
first started as the Attorney General of the United States,
Meanwhile,
there
our
were 35
attorneys
people
are
working in that
fighting for
office.
President
There are now
Trump's
2 people
agenda
working in
in
that office
courtrooms
because you
across
have gutted
this
it.
country. This
How many people work for
administration
the
has been
National
sued
Cryptocurrency
627
Enforcement Team in the
times.
Criminal Division today?
We fought through a nonstop flood of bad faith.
Can I
temporary
answer the question
restraining
about
orders
Penn?
I've
from
asked you a
liberal
question. How
activist
many
judges
people
across
work
this country?
How many people work
America
for the
has
National
never seen
Cryptocurrency
this
Enforcement
level
Team?
of
You won't answer how
coordinated
many
judicial opposition towards a
Penn will not
presidential
be
You know what?
administration.
Actually, you know what?
What's
Madam
funny
Attorney
about
General,
this?
I'll say
It
the
is not
chairman.
only
funny about
an
this?
unlawful
You know what? The
attack on
answer
the
is-
executive
and I
branch's
think that-
authority.
I understand why
It
this
is
panel
serious
does not want to answer the
attack
question. Because
on
you
the
eliminated the
democratic
National
process.
Cryptocurrency Enforcement
In
Team last
spite
year.
of
So I
this
understand why you don't want to tell the American people who
unprecedented
works there.
judicial
Yeah, I
No one
understand
works
why
there.
you don't want to
anymore.
talk about Mohammed
Attorney
Solomon in
General.
your district.
In any event,
Favorable
I will.
rulings
Mr.
at
Chairman, will you
the
stop the
US
clock so his
Supreme
time is not
Court.
wasted by
I've
the
been
witness?
very
Their
generous with
emergency
allowing
docket
extra
and
time
even more
when
to
we
come.
have these little
We've
disputes.
done so while
You
ending
got
the
the time.
weaponization
I
of
might
the
as well
prior
ask
administration by dropping
the chairman
FISA
these questions.
cross
Because what is
exposing the
profound-
Arctic frost
the questions I've
sound
asked
via
The
congressional
crime index-
disclosure,
Mr.
thank you,
Chairman,
Chairman, and
are not
restoring
trick
one
questions.
tier of justice
They're
in
not
this
gotcha
country.
questions. They're actually basic questions about how
To
the Department
address
of Justice
the Epstein
functions.
files,
And the unwillingness
more than
of this Attorney
500
General
attorneys
to
and
answer them
reviewers spent
in good
thousands
faith.
of hours
When a member of Congress
painstakingly
asks
reviewing
how many
millions of
people
pages
work at the National
to comply
Cryptocurrency Enforcement
with
Team,
Congress's law.
and the Attorney General
We've
refuses
released
to
more than
answer
3 million
it
pages,
is not a coincidence.
including
It's
180,000
because
images,
she eliminated the team.
all to
Why?
the public,
Because her boss,
while doing
the President
our
of the United
very
States,
best in the
is making money
timeframe
hand over
allotted
fist,
by the
$1.4 billion
legislation to
over the course of
protect
the last year
victims. And
through
if you brought
cryptocurrency
us
holdings.
a victim's
I think
name
what is happening
that
at the
was
Department of Justice
inadvertently
is a
released, we
disgrace,
immediately
Mr. Chairman.
redacted it.
And I would
All
urge you
members of Congress,
gain
as you
control
know,
of this
are invited
hearing.
to visit DOJ
With that, I yield
to
back
see
the
for
balance of my time.
yourselves.
Yeah. I would ask the
I
gentleman
want
to
to
see
take a
agree
moment
with
to
the
acknowledge the
standing up
Epstein
of
survivors who
the
are here
Deputy
today.
Attorney General for dealing with fraud.
I'm a career
That's something that's
prosecutor.
happened in this
And
administration.
despite
First time.
what
You
the
talked about
ranking
Penn.
member said,
That happened with
I
this
have
Justice
spent my
Department.
entire
We're talking about this
career
Mr. Chairman, had you
fighting
answered
for
the
victims,
question,
and I will
had the Attorney
continue
General
to
answered
do
the question
so.
in that way,
I am
perhaps this
deeply
hearing would
sorry
have some
for what
modicum
any victim
of resembling
any
something
victim
that
has
has
been
typically
through,
been fairly
especially
conventional
as
in
a result
oversight
of
during
that
the Department of
monster.
Justice.
The gentleman's
That is
time
not
has expired.
any
The
information
gentlelady from Wyoming
with law
is
enforcement
recognized for 5 minutes.
about
Attorney General
anyone who
Bondi,
has hurt
I want to
you
express
or
my
abused
gratitude
you.
to the President,
The
you and
FBI
your team
is
for your
waiting to
continued
hear
efforts
from you.
against extreme anti-energy
want you to
policies
know
taken by
that
states and
any
cities that
accusations
serve
of
only to
criminal
increase costs
wrongdoing
on the
will be
American
taken
people.
seriously
This is an issue of great
and
concern for
investigated.
Congress as well
The Department
as
of
the
Justice
consumers.
is committed
At the behest of
to
networks
holding
of
criminals
non-governmental
accountable
organizations
to the
and
fullest
anti-growth
extent
activists,
of the law.
Democratic-controlled states
In
and cities
2025,
are
the
enacting
FBI
laws and
arrested over
pursuing coordinated lawsuits
1,700
that would
child
impose
predators,
retroactive
a
liability on
10%
energy
increase from
producers
2024.
for past global
We also
emissions based on
located
speculative future climate
2,700
change harms.
victims
The
of
proponents of
child
these plans call them
exploitation
climate
and
superfund
shut
laws,
down
but in reality, that is simply
3.8
window
million
dressing for
dark
taxes and fees
web
imposed on
pedophile
consumers
accounts.
and businesses that don't even have a
3.8
presence
million.
in these states or communities.
So
But if you look
please,
at the
if you have
billions of dollars they
information
hope
to
to gain
share
from these
that
efforts,
needs
the
to be
real goal here is
investigated,
to increase their
contact
already
the FBI.
mismanaged state budgets by imposing
Today,
fees
I
on
look forward
consumers
to
and
discussing
businesses
further
in energy-producing
our shared
states such as the state of
obligation
Wyoming.
to protect
I would
the
describe
American
this as the
people,
tobacco litigation on
uphold the rule of
steroids.
law, and
Vermont
keep
has
this
enacted
nation
such a law,
safe.
and another has recently
you.
gone into effect in New York.
Thank you,
Similar laws
Madam
are under
Attorney General.
consideration
We're now
in a
proceeding on the
number of
5-minute
other
rule. The chair
states.
recognizes the gentleman from
Clearly,
California
this
for 5 minutes.
problem
Thank you, Mr.
is
Chairman.
spreading. Would
Madam
you
General,
agree that Congress has not
thank you
authorized
for your
states to
extensive
impose
remarks,
retroactive
particularly
liability
on your
against energy
continued
producers
investigation
and lawful
of those
carbon emissions?
responsible
Yes.
over the years in
And
the
would you also
Epstein
agree that
debacle.
protecting consumers is a core
Obviously,
part of the
you have
DOJ's
an
mission?
amazingly
Absolutely.
full docket.
Would you further agree that combating
between
state
civil
policies
rights,
that seek to hide
between
and shift the
criminal,
true cost of
between
programs
so-called
like
white-collar
these
crime, and doing
onto
so, as the
consumers
chairman
fits
said,
within your
at a
mission?
time in which both
Yes.
you and the president
So,
are under
Attorney
attack
General Bondi,
and
fossil
our
fuels
ICE
are the
agents
foundation of
and
the U.S.
FBI and
economy,
others are
and the
under
recent
attack when they
winter
try to enforce
storms
the law.
underscored that gas,
I
coal, and oil
personally
remain
want to
essential to grid
apologize
reliability
for those who
and
would
heating our homes.
embolden,
Can you confirm that the
support,
DOJ is fully
or
committed to
even,
using all available
stand
legal
with
tools to
those
stop these state
lawbreakers
and
that sit
local
on
level
this and
attacks
other
on
daises
domestic
here
energy
in
production?
Congress?
Congresswoman, we are committed to
My
that, and
job
so is the entire
generally
administration.
is to talk
We
about patents and
that
trademarks
a lot.
as the
President's
chairman
April
of that subcommittee.
2025
I'll
executive
forgo
order
that
directed the
today
DOJ to
because
identify and
one of
act
my other
against state
jobs
laws that
is,
burden U.S. energy
the creation
production.
and maintenance
What
of
concrete
Article
actions
3
has the
judges. And I
DOJ
work
and the
with Chief
administration more
Justice on
broadly
that,
taken
and we're
to
trying to
carry out
expand
this
the court.
directive?
But
Well, we
currently, there are
filed
only
4
677
We're
district
filing
court
multiple
judges.
lawsuits. Many
They
things
have
are
very
pending
full
within this
dockets as
office
well.
to carry that out.
Okay.
But you
States
create
continue to invent
a
new
tremendous
causes of
amount
action to
of
pursue state
judges,
climate lawfare, as is
particularly
evidenced
immigration judges.
by Michigan's
You
recent
do
novel
so
claim related
in
to
order
antitrust
to
violations.
save the court
The city of
that
Boulder,
could
Colorado, has
adjudicate,
also filed
as
such a
is
lawsuit
requirement,
despite refusing my challenge that
each
they
of those
actually
people who
forego the
claim
use of
a right
fossil
to be here
fuels
in the
if
United
I
States.
disagree with them so
And
much.
that has been
Does
going
the
on under
Department of
Republican
Justice
and
agree that
Democratic
these novel approaches
administrations for
require a
years?
federal response,
What's
and will the
unique
department
about
pursue
the Trump
such an
administration
approach?
this time
Yes,
is
Congresswoman,
that
and
you
we'd
and
be
President
happy to
Trump
talk
have
to you more
managed
about
to
that.
Wonderful,
reduce
thank you.
the
Multiple
backlog
climate
of
lawsuits.
people seeking that for the first time in decades.
Multiple climate
You are
lawsuits
getting
are now
ahead
advancing toward
of that
trial,
tremendous
even in
backlog that
states
caused,
that rely on those
for
energy
better or
forms to
worse, the
provide heat
release
and
of
electricity
millions
for
of
their
people
citizens. In
with
fact,
little pieces
in
of
any
paper
community,
saying, "Come back later when
they
we
all
call you,"
rely
and
on
often
fossil fuels
to no
in
avail
some
when you
fashion.
call.
Is the
So I want to
department actively
congratulate you on that
considering
because it's an
intervention to
accomplishment you
protect
might not
federal
take credit
supremacy
for, and the other
over
side
interstate
would never give
emissions
you
and
credit
energy
for.
policy?
Yes, we'd be happy to discuss that with you.
But I hope you
Thank
can
you.
continue
And
to do
clearly,
that
this is
and
an
do
area
more.
in which Congress
And I
has a
say
role
so
to
for a
play.
reason,
To that end, I'm working
because
with my
much of
colleagues
this
in both the
hearing
House
will
and Senate
be
to craft
about
legislation tackling both these state
Minneapolis
laws
and
and
other
the
places
lawsuits
in
that could
which
destroy
the
energy
backlog
affordability
of
for
criminal
consumers.
aliens,
To that
including in
end,
my
are there
home state
any
of
authorities or
California,
tools that
people
DOJ
who
and the
have hurt other
administration don't
people,
currently
people
have
who
at their
have
disposal
victimized their
that would be helpful
communities
in that
is
effort that
extensive.
Congress could adopt?
And
Well, we
although
work
the
with
overall
multiple
number through
agencies
adjudication may be
throughout
going
the
on,
administration, but
because
I'd be
of
happy to talk
places
to you
like
about
my
that
home
more.
state,
Wonderful,
California,
thank you. I appreciate
you're
your
unable
effort in
to
this regard.
apprehend
And
people
may I
that
have
my
20
sheriffs
seconds
want
of your time
apprehended.
before to
They
address
desperately
something?
want to cooperate, and they're prohibited by law.
Your
It
colleague,
is this committee's opinion on this side of
Senator
the aisle
Neguse?
that, in
Neguse,
fact, you should be given
didn't want to
the
talk about
ability
crypto
to demand
because
that
he
participation, and that
said
the
I was
release of a
disgrace
known
talking about
criminal
crypto
not
because
be
he didn't want to talk about the
considered to
tremendous
be acceptable
crime
just because
in
a
his
state or
jurisdiction.
city has declared
he
itself a
voted no
sanctuary.
on preventing violence
I want you
against
to opine
women
on
by
just
illegal
one thing
aliens.
that I think
Yet,
has been
on
misunderstood.
June 1st,
As I said earlier,
2025,
you
Mohammed
create
Solomon
and
attacked
maintain that
members
those
of
judges
the group
that
Run for Their Lives in
adjudicate
Boulder,
these cases.
Colorado.
You
where
also
an
support
82-year-old woman sustained burns
you
on
also
over half of
support
her
so
body
many
and eventually
that,
died
in
from her
fact,
injuries.
I believe that she was
have
a
to make
Holocaust
decisions
survivor.
as
She was.
judges. Knowing
The time
that
the
this
time the gentlelady has
limitation
expired.
of so few Article
Gentlelady
3
goes back,
judges
and
are
the
there,
gentlelady from
please
Georgia's recognized.
educate those who
Thank you,
seem to
Mr.
miss
Chair.
the point that
Bondi,
Article 1
as the
judges,
Florida
including
Attorney
bankruptcy
General,
judges, including
attorneys from your
immigration
office
judges,
handled the
including
appeal
lots
of
of
my
people with the
son, Jordan
title
Davis's
appropriately
murder,
judge,
which was
do
denied.
in fact issue
As a result
documents
of the efforts
that
of those
look like,
attorneys
act
under
like,
your
and are
watch, the court
normally
actually
accepted
upheld
as
the life
warrants
sentence
warrants
as
for a man
subpoenas,
who used
as
prejudice as his
demands
defense
for
for murdering
state
my son
officials
and
to
scarring his
stand
friends for
aside
life.
and allow the production
Attorneys from
of
your
either an
office,
individual
under
or
your
documents.
management,
Because I think
worked hard
people
to
are
remove
missing
a
the point
dangerous
that
man
these
from the
ICE
community
retainers and
who terrorized
detainers and
innocent
so on,
people
they act
like
like
my
they're
son
nothing,
and his
when in
friends.
fact, in the ordinary
The
course,
compassion and respect
Madam
that
General,
my family
you do
received
in fact
throughout
have
that
Article I
ordeal
judges
were critical in
constantly putting
helping
those out,
us
and they are
keep
respected
faith
normally.
in the rule of law and justice. Based on my experiences,
Thank
I've
you,
seen how
Congressman,
strong
for talking
victim
about all
services,
the great
sustained
judges.
investigations,
And if I could
well-supported
add
prosecutors
one
can
thing
make a
to that, we are
meaningful
always
difference in the
recruiting
lives of
and looking
families who
for
are grieving
judges. So
and
please
suffering.
reach out to
Ms.
our
Bondi,
office for
just
these
yes or
judges
no,
who are
would you
handling all
agree
these
that
very
government
important
officials should be
matters.
respectful
We've even added
and
some
supportive
JAG,
of victims' families
JAG
as they mourn?
officers as immigration judges.
Thank you.
And so we're continuing to do that, but
First,
we're always
Congresswoman,
seeking
thank you for
qualified
talking
lawyers
about
as
that,
well
and I'm so
to be part
very
of that.
sorry
And thank you
what
for
happened
highlighting that. to your
Congressman.
family.
Thank you. I yield back.
And
Gentleman yields
yes,
back. The
I agree
gentlelady
with that
from
with all
Washington's
victims,
recognized.
including the ones sitting
Thank you,
behind
Mr.
us
Chairman.
today.
Good
I
morning,
absolutely
Attorney
do.
General
And
Bondi,
also,
right
thank
here.
you for voting yes on the Laken
We are
Riley
joined
Act.
in
Thank
this
you for
room
that.
by
Thank
some
you.
of the
Okay.
thousands of survivors from Jeffrey Epstein's horrific sex trafficking ring.
raises really
They have
serious
shown
concerns
such
for me.
incredible
Shortly after
courage
Mr. Alex
in
Preddy
speaking
was
out,
murdered,
in
administration
demanding
officials referred to
accountability
him as an
to bring
assassin
the predators and
called Mr. Preddy
pedophiles
the
to justice.
definition of domestic
The Epstein
terrorism.
Files
They
Transparency
also
Act
lied about
required
Mr.
your
Preddy
Department of
holding a gun
Justice to
and
disclose
threatening
the perpetrators
After Ms.
connected
Renee
with
Good was
Epstein's
murdered by
criminal
ICE
activities
officials in
and to
Minneapolis,
redact
administration
the
officials
information of
also
survivors
accused her
to
of being a
protect
domestic
their identity.
terrorist and
Let me show
investigated
you
her
what
wife
actually
in a
happened.
clear act of retaliation.
First, in violation
the
of the
statement
law,
Mr. Preddy's
your
mother
department
made
has
after
shown
the murder
a pattern
resonated with
of
me more than
redacting
you'll
the
ever
names
imagine.
of powerful
She said
predators.
that, and I'm quoting,
Here behind me
"The
is one
sickening
example
lies
of an
told
email
about our son
from
by the
Epstein to a man
administration
whose
are
name was
reprehensible and
redacted.
disgusting."
The email
End quote.
reads, quote,
And I assure
"Where
you, I
are
know
you?
how it feels
Are you okay?
to hear lies
I
that are
loved
told
the torture
to justify
video.
the taking of someone's
Only
son.
after members of Congress
They were used
demanded
by my
that
son's
we
murderer
see the
as a
unredacted
defense.
files did the
And
world
those lies
learn the
still
name
affect
of this
me
individual,
today.
Sultan
He was called a
Ahmed
thug,
bin
and
Sulayman,
he was called a
the chairman
gangbanger.
and CEO
And
of
the
a
attorneys
company
from your
that had
office
financial
actually
ties
defended
to
my
President
son's
Trump's
name,
business
his memory,
and personal
and
ties to
defended his
Trump's
honor.
advisor, Steve Bannon.
I'm certain that Mr. Preddy's
Second,
mother watched
the
videos of
survivors
her
were
son,
not
Alex,
similarly
an
protected,
ICU nurse
also
at
in
the VA
violation of the
hospital,
law.
using
Here
his
is
phone to
another
record
email
federal agents. She
titled
also watched him
Epstein
getting
Victim
pepper sprayed,
List.
kicked,
We
hit
have
in the
blurred the
head,
names of the
and surrounded
survivors
by
for
at
their
least
protection,
7 agents
but your
before
Department
having
of
his gun
Justice
removed
initially
from his
released this
waistband,
list
which
of
he legally
32 survivors named
And she watched
with only one
seconds
name
later
redacted,
as 2 of those agents
along
shot
with numerous
her son
files
Alex at least
that
10
disclose not
times.
only the names, the
Administration was
emails, and
quick
the addresses
to
of
spew an
survivors,
incorrect
but
narrative and call
also
him so
nude
many
photographs
things
and
that they
even
wanted
the
us to
identities
ignore
of
the
Jane
truth
Does
that
who
we
had
actually
been
saw with our own
protected
eyes.
for decades until
Ms. Bondi,
your
will you
department
denounce the
released their
statements
names.
that were made to
Survivors are
tarnish
now
the
telling
names
us that their
of Alex
families are
Preddy
finding
and
out for
Renee
the
Good?
first
And will
time
you
that they were
protect their
trafficked
names
by Epstein.
like those
In
attorneys
their
back in
words,
Florida
quote,
under your
"This
watch
release does not
protected my
provide
son's
closure.
name."
It feels like a deliberate attempt to
What I will
intimidate
say is we are
survivors,
looking at
punish those
everything
who
to
came
shed
forward,
light on what
and
happened that day,
reinforce
and
the
it is an
same
ongoing
culture
and
of
active
secrecy that
investigation.
allowed Epstein's
Both of
crimes
those
to continue
cases, and I
for
assure you
decades.
they will be investigated.
To the survivors in the room,
Investigating, we understand
if you
that,
are willing,
but will you do
please stand.
everything in your power, as you have done for my case, as you are asked to do,
And if you
as
are
you've
willing,
sworn an oath
please
to
raise
do,
your hands
it
if
is
you
your
have
responsibility to
still
make
not
sure that
been
you are
able to
following the
meet
rule of
with
law.
this Department
Those
of
families
Justice.
in Minnesota, they deserve the same respect.
Please know for the
They
record
deserve
that
a full
every single
investigation, which you
survivor
have
has
not even
raised
begun
their
to do
hand.
yet. So what are you
Attorney
saying, is
General
that they
Bondi,
don't deserve any respect for a full
You
investigation
apologize
into their
to
murders?
the survivors in your
Well,
opening
that's
statement
incompetence
for
on
what
your
they went through at the
behalf.
hands of
Without
Jeffrey
American
Epstein.
people do
Will you
deserve
turn to
better.
them now
Non-commitment
and
to defending the
apologize
rule of law
for what
is what we see
your
from you.
Department of
I will
Justice
always stand
has
up for
put them
survivors, and I
through
heard you
with
say
the
earlier when you told us that you will fight for them as
absolutely
well.
unacceptable
Based on the
release
information before us, these families have not
of the
received
Epstein
the same
files
commitment
and
to
their
investigate what happened to
information.
their loved ones, nor have they received the respect that I would expect from the nation's top law enforcement officer.
Congresswoman,
Investigations
you
have
set
been
before
slow-walked, they've been canceled, and the
Merrick
special
Garland
agent
sat in
assigned
this
to
chair
Renee Good's
twice.
investigation
Attorney
resigned.
General Bondi,
No,
following
can I
pressure
finish
from
my
your
answer?
officials
No,
to
I'm going to
reclassify
reclaim my
Ms.
time
Gunn's
because I
case.
asked
the
you a
Attorney
Families
General
seeking
specific
answers
question
and
Attorney General
accountability
that I
can
would
respond to
like
the question.
investigative
to
I'm the
answer,
gentle
which
Simply
is, will you
unacceptable.
turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice
I get the sense
and
that
the
we've
harm
lost a
that
little
it has done
perspective here.
to the survivors who are standing
responsibility of
right
government
behind you
is
and
to
are
protect
waiting
the
for
lives
you
and property
to
of its
turn to
citizens. Now,
them
you
and
cited some crime
apologize
figures
for
in
what
your opening
your
statement,
Department of
and I
Justice
wanted
has
to
done.
repeat them because
Members
I
get to
think
ask the questions.
it's
The
one of the
witness
most
get to answer in the way they want to
achievements,
answer.
of the Department
Attorney
of
General,
Justice
That's not
on our
accurate,
history.
Mr. Chairman.
Because she
And I don't
doesn't
think some
like
of my
the
colleagues
answer.
heard you
So,
clearly.
Thank you,
Mr.
Congressman.
Chairman,
Why?
I
Would
have
you mind if
asked-
I address something that
Go right ahead.
Congresswoman
I'm reclaiming my time, and when I reclaim my
the reason
time,
that
it is-
she wants to
gentlelady has reclaimed her
talk
time.
about Minnesota, which we will all day long, and she doesn't want to talk about her own jurisdiction in Atlanta.
Thank you.
Because she doesn't want
You're
to
not
talk
gonna
about
answer this question,
Christopher
so let
Welcher,
me
who
just
traveled
say
across
this.
state
What a
lines to try to meet.
massive
And nothing's
cover-up.
funny about
Chairman, will you
this.
restore her
To
time?
meet
The witness
molest
is
a
interrupted.
14-year-old girl in Georgia.
Stop the
That's why they're
time.
watching the
Let me
clock.
have
The
my-
American
Gentlelady-
people should
the
know.
gentlelady from
For the
Washington
second it
controls
runs
the time.
out,
The gentlelady
because
has
they don't want to
17
address
seconds. You can-
anything
you
in
can,
their
proceed with your final
jurisdiction.
17
They're
seconds.
What a
elected
massive
to
cover-up
represent
this has
people in
been
their
and
jurisdiction.
continues to be.
We prosecuted illegal
Donald
aliens
Trump made the
who
release
ran
of
a
the Epstein files the
large-scale
center of
meth
his political
operation
campaign because
in
he
the
thought it
Atlanta
would benefit
metro
him.
area.
You got
we
into
don't
office,
prosecute,
Attorney
right, Ms.
General,
Bondi?
claimed to have a client list, only
Regular
to
order.
then
Time
say
belongs to
that there
Mr.
was no
McClintock.
list.
So yes, the
Your
statistics
deputy,
I
Time-
spoke
Todd
of
Blanche,
earlier,
met alone
Congressman,
Time,
with
gentlelady.
Elaine
under
Maxwell
the leadership
gentlelady
of
has
the
expired.
to a
FBI,
minimum
historic
security
work has been
prison.
done.
And now you
a drop
continue
20%
the cover-up.
in the
And I wish
nationwide
that you
murder
would turn
rate
around to the
in
survivors who are
2025.
standing right behind you and on a
Least
human
murders
level.
in our country
Chair now
since
recognizes
1900.
And what
And that
you have
is to
done.
work because
Time
the
is
credit
time is
I
time.
yield back.
It's
It's also
you have no
other
time to yield
violent
back.
crimes,
We appreciate
robbery.
that. We
Could you go through
appreciate
that
the
list
thought.
real quick?
Yes,
The,
Congressman.
and I would argue the central issue in the last
increase
election, the
in
presidential
violent
election,
crime
was
arrests
securing the
in
border.
2025
The gentleman from Arizona who
compared
knows
to
something about securing the
2024.
border
What's that done
is
to the
up
violent
for
crime
5
rate
minutes.
in the country?
Thank you, Mr.
It's
Chairman.
plummeting.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here
1,800
today.
cases.
Wait a second.
In
Do you mean to honestly
2022,
tell us, and we're under
Lafarge,
oath,
which is a French
that if we
cement
take
company,
violent
pled
criminals off
guilty
the streets,
in
we end
U.S.
up with
federal
less
court
crime?
to participating in a criminal conspiracy with
I
ISIS.
certainly hope so, Congressman,
That
and that's our
conspiracy
goal, and that's
contributed to the deaths of
extraordinary
U.S.
concept
service
that I'm
members
afraid it may
fighting in
be
Syria
lost on
during
some of our
Operation
Democratic
Inherent
colleagues.
Resolve. As part of the plea
I
agreement,
look at
Lafarge
these
was
numbers
required
and
to pay more than
they're absolutely staggering. It didn't happen by
$775 million
accident. It happened because of
to
specific
DOJ's
policies
asset
that
forfeiture
you've
fund.
implemented this year.
In February
And you
2025,
mentioned
my
a few of
colleagues
them.
and I
Would you
sent you a
continue?
letter urging the department to review the
Over
petitions for remission
6,000
submitted
child
by the
victims
families of those
located,
fallen service members,
22% increase.
including several of
Over
my constituents.
1,700 child
The previous
predators
administration
arrested,
ignored these victims
10%
and our requests
increase. Over
and left their
300
petitions
human
unresolved.
traffickers
My question for you on this
arrested. Let
particular
me jump
issue
down
is
to
if you're willing
DEA
to
right
work
now. That was
to
just
ensure those
FBI.
families that their
Under Terry
petitions will be
Cole's
removed,
leadership,
reviewed,
and I
and
talk
brought
to
to a
these people
resolution.
almost daily, our
Congressman,
directors,
we are aware
and the
of that,
amazing
and we're
work that they're
committed to
doing
doing
in
everything
all
we
of your
can to support the
jurisdictions on the
victims
left
and
and
work
the
with
right,
you.
working
Thank you for that
together to
question.
take drugs
Yeah, I appreciate
off
your answer.
our
And now let's go to
And I
something
assume
that
that our
is also
Democratic
pressing that
colleagues,
I've been
some of
working
whom
on for
represent some of our
years,
most
and this is the
crime-plagued
FISA Section
cities and
702
communities,
and
thank you
Arctic
for this
Frost.
extraordinary
In January
accomplishment.
2025,
Thank
he
you,
testified before the
Congressman.
U.S.
We've
Senate
seized
and
more than
agreed with Senator Lee that,
9,800
quote,
kilos
anytime an
of
American
fentanyl and
citizen's private
47
communications are
million
intercepted or stored,
fentanyl pills.
whether through
That
incidental
affects
collection or
every
otherwise,
single
those
person
communications
in
should not be
this
searched
room.
without some
Doesn't
showing of
matter
probable
what
cause.
political party
Close
you
quote.
are.
You still
People,
hold
everyone
that
in
view
this
today,
room
I
knows
assume.
someone who's died from fentanyl.
Yes.
A parent, a child, a sister, a
during
brother,
the most
a
recent
friend,
FISA
a neighbor, a
reauthorization,
relative.
I offered an
Everyone
amendment to
here
establish a
knows
clear
someone
warrant
who has
requirement
been
for searches of
impacted
Americans'
by
data
that.
while
That
preserving
is the
every
common
publicly
ground
cited
that I
operational
wish we could
exception,
find
including
to work
emergencies,
together in this
defensive
country
queries,
to take these
cybersecurity
drugs
threats,
off the streets.
and my intent was to ensure the
someone nodded
Department of
with
Justice
dates.
could
Well,
continue
in
to
your
keep
opening statement, you
Americans
said that
safe while also
success
ending
in
warrantless
protecting
searches
lives
of
and
U.S.
property of
persons' data.
Americans has
Are
occurred
there any
when
additional
local governments have
circumstances or
cooperated with
exceptions
you.
that you believe must be
Let me me ask you,
included
what are the
to
greatest
ensure
impediments
DOJ
you're
can
facing in
continue to
bringing
operate
down crime
effectively
across the
while
country?
still
Well, when local
protecting
governments, of course,
American
do not
citizens' data and
cooperate
privacy.
with us, and that's where
Congressman,
criminals
we are
flee
committed
in
to working with
jurisdictions where
Congress
they
to
know
uncover
they will be
weaponization and
protected
other
by
misconduct
local government
by Jack Smith,
And this is
by
all about
others,
working
hard
together,
to
and we have
cross
shown that in
everything
what we
that
did in
happened
D.C.,
under
what
the
we're
past
doing in
administration.
Memphis, working
And,
together with
we are committed
Democrat
to working
mayors
with you on
in
that.
these cities,
And we are
right here
working
in D.C.
And very
with
quickly,
Chairman
tell us about
Jordan,
the Safe Cities
with the
program
House
and give us your
Intel,
read on what
with
cities
all of our,
that avail
my
themselves
fellow
of this
cabinet
program can
members
expect.
on resolving that
Yes,
issue.
so
Well,
far,
thank you,
of
and I'm
course,
glad you
we've been
brought up
working
Arctic
in
frost,
Washington, D.C.,
because
right here to
Section
do everything
702
we can,
was used
working
in the
hand
Arctic
in
frost
hand with the
investigation.
mayor, with Metro
And,
PD,
information
to keep
derived
everyone
was
safe
used
in
by
D.C.,
Special
and it's
Counsel
worked.
Jack
It's been a
Smith.
tremendous effort. And now
and
we're
my
in
question
Memphis,
has
working
always
with the
been, and
mayor
no
in
one's been
Memphis,
able to
as we
answer
talked
this, is
about
what was the
earlier,
legal predicate
doing
for
everything
using
we can.
a
These are
foreign
iconic
intelligence
cities
authority
in our
in the
country,
Arctic
and
frost
we want to help
investigation? Have
every
you
city in this
been able
country
to
who
ascertain
wants and
any
asks for
legal
President
predicate?
Trump's help Congressman,
to make America
what I
safe
can tell
again.
you today is that has been
Gentlemen,
referred
Mr.
Chair,
to my office.
Let the record
I
show
can't
that
discuss
Democrat was
anything
applauding the
regarding that
Attorney
because
General's
it is
answer
very
there.
active and ongoing.
And you probably can't answer this one either,
unanimous
but I
consent?
really want to know
Yes, please.
if
All right, the
Section
gentleman's
702
Mr.
queries
Chair, I have
related
a
to that
few
matter involved members of
unanimous
Congress,
consent
which we know
requests.
at
I would
some
like to
level it
submit
did.
into the record this New York Times
Congressional
article
staff, which we
titled
know at
Alex
some
Brady's
level
Friends
did.
and Family
We've heard that
Denounced
journalists
Sickening
or
Lies
other U.S.
about his life.
persons
I
not
also would like to
suspected
submit
of
this
acting
Daily
as
Mail
foreign agents were
exclusive
also caught
interview
up
with
in that.
Vice
Can
President
you
J.D.
answer that
Vance
question
titled
and
J.D.
say
Vance
whether
refuses to
queries
apologize
did
to
cover all
Alex Brady's family
those groups
after
I just
spreading
identified?
ICE assassin claim? One more.
It is a
My
very
last submission
active
request
pending
is
investigation
a New York
within my
Times
office.
article
However,
titled
I believe
FBI agent who
many
tried to
members of
investigate ICE
Congress
officer in
have
shooting resigned.
stated
Without objection.
that
The chair now
their
recognizes the
phones
gentlelady from
were,
North Carolina.
Thank you,
were
Mr.
part
Chairman.
of Arctic
Attorney
frost.
General Bondi,
We are well
I think
aware of
you
that,
and
we are
pretty much
taking this
everybody else
very
here and
seriously,
throughout the
and this is
country
a
believes
very
that
active
convicted sex
investigation.
offenders
And I would
don't
keep going
deserve
and say, if
special
any member
treatment
of the
for
Democrat
privileges
Party,
in
if any of
prison.
them, that had happened
And
to
yet
them,
Ghislaine
we
Maxwell,
would take
Jeffrey
that just
Epstein's
as
co-conspirator,
serious as we
received
do.
perk
And they
after
should be
perk
jumping up
in
and down,
prison.
screaming,
In July,
supporting you
she had a
and what
two-day
you want
interview
to
with
do.
your deputy
Because
and
this should be a
President Trump's
bipartisan
former
issue.
defense attorney,
Well, I hope
Todd
it is a
Blanche.
bipartisan issue.
Just days after that. Maxwell
I'll
was
just leave with
transferred
these
from a
last couple of
federal
questions, which I'm
correctional
sure
institution in
fall into
Florida
this,
to a
same
minimum security camp
investigation
in
privilege.
Texas.
But that's
which
this.
she,
How many
as a
such
sex
queries were
offender,
actually
would
conducted
normally be ineligible
overall?
for.
This is outside Arctic
At
Frost.
this new
in the prior
facility,
year
as the
by
ranking
the
member
FBI or other
talked
intelligence
about,
community.
and by the way, it's
particularly,
nicknamed
we really
Club
need to know
Fed.
what were the
We've
legal
heard
standards applied?
reports
Did
that
they
she's
use
been
probable
afforded
cause?
special
Did they use
privileges,
reasonable
puppy
articulable
time,
suspicion?
private workouts,
Or did they have no
personal mail,
individualized suspicion and just
secretarial
were gathering up
services.
information?
Attorney General
that's
Bondi, does a
beyond the
convicted sex
investigation regarding
offender like
Arctic
Ghislaine
Frost.
Maxwell deserve
I don't
special
expect you to have that
treatment and
information
prison-
today, but if you
and
can
privileges in
help
prison? Yes or no?
get
Let
that
me be
information
crystal
so we
clear
can
on this.
understand
No.
the
And let me
extensive
let me keep
nature
going. No,
of
let me
this
keep going.
continued
Perfect. Well, I
misuse
have
of
not- no
702
short one
would be
transfer.
very
I
And
asked you
And it
yesterday.
She was
was
not
extensive.
transferred
Yes.
to a lower
Mr.
level.
Chairman,
Time
please
has
stop the
expired.
clock and
I have
remind
a
the witness of
UC,
the
Mr.
rules.
Chairman.
One rule she
And
needs to
I'm
understand
glad
here.
And
that
that
we're
is the
agreeing. So
gentleman
when
from
we're
Texas.
agreeing, we
I
can
ask
move on to
unanimous
some other
consent to enter
things.
into the record.
But I want you
El
to
Paso
know
airspace
that every time
reopened
she
after
does
FAA
get these
quickly
perks,
rescinded
and it's
10-day
been
flights
publicly
restriction. This was
reported
published by the
that
Texas
her-
Tribune on February 11th,
the folks she's
2026.
abused,
And
the
it says it
survivors
was
who are
because of
sitting
an
here,
impasse with the DOD
they
over the
see
use
themselves as
of
being
unmanned
objection. Without
military
objection.
aircraft
They
and
feel
not triggered by
traumatized. And
Mexican
I'm
cartel
glad
drones.
that
Without
we
objection.
agree on
Point
that.
of order, Mr.
But she
Chairman.
should not
I didn't
be
hear
in
back
that
about the
prison.
second round of questions. I assume
And
that's not
she
happening. I just
needs to
want to be able to
moved
assure
back to a
the
maximum
members,
security
certainly on my
prison
side, if not both
as-
sides,
as
not
soon
a
as
point of order.
possible.
No,
But what she has told another
that every member
commissioner
will get 5 minutes.
is that she
with
won't
the,
cooperate
witness.
with them
Will there be
unless
5
she
minutes
gets
for each?
clemency
Yeah, you get 5 minutes.
from
Yeah.
Donald
With the
Trump.
witness. Okay,
Yeah.
very good.
Yeah.
It's just crazy
And are you
to
up next?
consider
Gentleman from New
that
York is
she
recognized.
can be wielding this kind of influence
Chairman,
within the
I want to
administration.
begin by acknowledging the survivors of Jeffrey
that
Epstein's
begs
horrific
the
abuse
question,
who are in the room
Who
with us today.
ordered her
I want
to be
thank all of
transferred
you
to the minimum
for your bravery
security
in
prison,
speaking
that she
out.
was
I
ineligible?
want to say that you and the other
Who signed
survivors
off
of these
on
heinous
the
crimes
special privileges?
deserve better from this Department
Was
of
it Mr.
Justice.
Blanche?
In
Was
particular,
it one of your other
it is
subordinates?
shocking
So
that
please,
the department did
can you
not
tell
redact the
us
names of
who
Epstein's
sent
victims,
her there, since you
but
don't
it did
agree she
redact
should
the
be
names
there?
of their abusers.
I
don't
said
know
I
whether
do not
this was
agree
done
she
out of
should receive
incompetence
special
or
treatment.
whether it was deliberate and malicious.
She was
The point
transferred,
way,
I
it
learned
is
after the
completely
fact, to
unacceptable.
the same level
Even more
of
troubling,
facility,
the
and that
DOJ
is
has
a
failed to bring
question
any of these
for the Bureau of
perpetrators to
Prisons.
justice.
I was not involved in that
Instead,
at all.
it has
The
engaged
same
in a
level of
relentless
facility, I
pursuit
don't know
of
why.
Donald Trump's
You know,
perceived
instead
enemies.
of talking about
I
Ghislaine
want to
Maxwell,
focus
who
on just
hopefully
one
will die in
example.
prison,
The Attorney General of
hopefully
my
will
home
die in
state of
prison.
New York,
I'm talking about
Ms.
Irina
James.
Zarutska.
I have
This
a couple of
DOJ
died
has
on
been
a
hell-bent
subway.
on securing an
Right, and
indictment against
I-
Ms.
You don't
James
talk about
for
that.
something,
I
anything,
have been talking
simply
about it
because
and
she held
actually
Donald Trump's
helping with
companies
these issues.
accountable
But we're
for
going to move
years
back
of
to
financial
you.
fraud.
I bet we are.
Yes,
Indeed,
of course, because
the
you're here
department
to
manufactured
testify.
an investigation
That's
against
what
her for
the
alleged,
whole point
quote,
of this
mortgage fraud.
endeavor is.
The
So
U.S.
of course
attorney
we're moving
leading the
back to you. It is
investigation,
all about
Eric
you.
Siebert, a Trump appointee,
So,
refused to
as
bring
we
charges
heard,
against Ms. James
she
because
took
there
the
was
fifth
simply
in
no
response
evidence.
to every single
Unfortunately,
question
a prosecutor who
in
refuses
that
to
committee
do
hearing.
Trump's bidding
And
has
her
no place
lawyer
in this
dangled
DOJ.
the offer of
so
clemency.
Mr. Siebert was
Should
forced out.
Donald
Trump
Trump
could not contain
pardon
his fury.
or commute
Fury that he expressed
her
to you in a social
sentence.
media
Should
post
she be released from
addressed
prison?
to
Yes or
you
no?
by name. I'm sure you've seen it.
You said you
Quote,
hope she dies there, so
I
I'm
fired
hoping
him,
the
and there
answer
was a
no.
great
I
case
already
he wrote to you about,
answered
Mrs.
that
Siebert.
question.
Then he
Good.
moved down.
I'm very
You
glad.
can't
I
delay any
really like
longer.
this
It's killing our
bipartisan
reputation and
agreement
credibility.
about
Well, when
what
it
should
agrees
happen
with you.
twice.
But
and
you
indicted
don't
me
want to
5
talk
times
about Irina
over
Zarutska.
nothing.
You
Justice
don't want to
must
talk
be served.
I talk
now,
about her
murdered
all
by
the
a
time.
violent
Obviously,
crime
But
of
I
followed
am
that
not
order.
here to
Lindsay
testify
Halligan
before Congress.
comes from
You
defense
are.
lawyer
That is
who
your
had
job
never
today. That's what you're
prosecuted
getting
a
at.
case in her life,
attack
was installed to replace
I
Mr.
want you
Siebert,
to know
and
that
it was
your
clear that part of her
your
mandate was to go
own
after Ms.
DOJ
James.
employee, he's
Halligan
recently been
immediately sought
demoted
an
and had some
indictment,
other problems,
which the court dismissed because
advises
Halligan
on
was
pardons.
illegally
Do you
put into
think
the
he
role.
will be
But your
advising
department was
Mr. Trump
undeterred.
on any kind
Not
of
once,
clemency
but
or
twice.
pardon
He tried to indict
for
Attorney General James in separate
Ghislaine
courts.
Maxwell?
Both grand juries rejected you and
I'm not
refused
going
to
to
indict her.
speculate, and you
It
couldn't
is practically
even
unheard of for a
identify
grand jury to
properly.
refuse an indictment.
That's why you don't want to talk about Irina
2016,
Zarutska.
it happened in
You
just
couldn't
6 cases
properly
out of over
identify her relative.
150,000
I
offenses.
absolutely
It's embarrassing.
And you had it
been-
happen twice
and
in the
her
same week.
family, by
in
the
2
way,
different courts.
appreciates
That must have been humiliating.
all of
And
the
now there are reports
condolences,
you are
all of the
continuing
help,
to investigate her.
everything that our
The amount of
law
resources
enforcement
that have
in
gone
North
into targeting
Carolina
Attorney General
has been
James,
doing to
months
help
of
her family. Her
investigations,
family
multiple failed
feels well
indictments,
treated.
is
Thank you, and I yield
astounding.
back.
Gentlelady yields back.
Since your own
Gentleman from California
prosecutors
is
told
recognized.
you that
I'd
there
ask
was not
unanimous
enough
consent
evidence
to
to
enter
support a
into the record
conviction,
an article by
it's
former
clear
Attorney General
that you
William
were
P.
going
Barr
after her simply
entitled
because
"Why Pam
she held
Bondi
President
Didn't
Trump
Publish All
accountable,
the
and
Epstein
he wants to
Files in
punish
30
her."
days." The
And
answer
she
is
is
simple.
just one
It
name on
was
a
not
long list of
possible
Trump
from the Wall
political
Street
enemies
Journal.
that DOJ is
without
reportedly
objection.
targeting.
The gentlelady
From
from
Jerome
Florida is
Powell and
recognized.
Lisa Cook at the Federal Reserve.
Thank you, Mr.
to
Chairman.
James Comey, numerous
Madam-
Democratic members of
May
Congress.
I respond
John Brennan,
20
Jack
seconds
Smith,
to something
Democratic
that
officials in
Congresswoman
Minnesota,
Ross
Chris
said?
Krebs,
Go right
Miles
ahead.
Taylors,
Thank
and
you.
more.
She
Those
also
are just the ones
opposed the
we know
sex
about.
offender
In
registry as head
contrast
of
to
North
these
Carolina
politically motivated
ACLU.
investigations,
Thank you.
grasping at
Thank
something
you,
they
Madam
can
Attorney
charge your
General.
enemies
And
with.
I'd like to
We now
pick
have
up where
concrete
you
evidence
left
of
off a
disgusting
moment ago,
criminality
because we
revealed in
convene
the
here
Epstein
today
files.
as a committee for the
So I have
stated
just-
purpose
so I really
of conducting
have just one question
oversight
for you.
of the Department of
How many
Justice.
of
And so
Epstein's
it's critical for us to
co-conspirators have you
focus
indicted?
first on the
How many
mission of the
perpetrators are you
department
even
and assess your
investigating?
success in discharging it. So the mission of the department is to enforce federal law, defend the rule of law,
First,
and protect the American
you showed
people
it. I
from
find
violent
How many have you
crime,
indicted?
terrorism,
Excuse
drug
me,
trafficking,
I'm going to
fraud,
answer
and
the question.
exploitation
Answer my
to promote
question.
No, I'm going to
public
answer the question
safety.
the way I want to answer the question.
And what
No,
we
you
have
didn't
learned
answer the
today
question the way I asked it.
unequivocally
Chairman
How many
Jordan,
is that
I'm not going to
President
get in the
Trump's
gutter with
Department
these
of
people,
Justice,
How many
but
of
I'm
you-
going to
under your
answer the question.
How many of you
leadership, Attorney
indicted?
General Bondi,
Again,
is
the time
doing
belongs to
Claiming my
exactly
time.
The time
that.
belongs
I think it's
Just
very
a moment
interesting.
ago, you
I
shared
think
with
it's very
us
interesting.
some
You can
incredible
reclaim time.
statistics
They
that the
indicted-
United
the
States, under
president
your
said they
leadership, has
indicted him
achieved
twice.
Chairman,
the
please, we're
lowest
stop the
murder
clock
rate
and
in
stop the
one
clock and
country
restore his time.
in 25 years.
Committee will be in
And in the
order.
first
Time
year
belongs
of
to
this
the gentleman from
administration,
New York.
murder is
We will
down
give you a few more
21%.
seconds. We will do that.
Robbery
But
is
when
down
you ask a
23%,
question,
carjacking
the
down
witness gets it. You may not
23%,
like the
and gun
answer, but
assault
she
down
gets to
The
28%.
question was, how many of Epstein's...
They don't like
what
the
public
answer,
safety
Chairman,
my time.
because it's honest.
Under your
he asked
leadership
a
and that of President Trump,
four-minute
you've located more than
question.
6,000
Restore 45
child
seconds,
victims
I
of
am
trafficking
going
and
to
exploitation,
answer.
arrested
You can let her
1,700 child
filibuster all day
predators
long,
and
but not on
apprehended
our
more
watch.
than 300
Not
human
on our
traffickers.
time. No way.
Significant
And I told you about that,
increases,
Attorney
and
General,
those
before
aren't
you
just
started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah,
Those
I
are
did tell you
precious
because we saw
lives
what you
that
did in the
your
Senate.
department and the men and women of federal law
Committee will be in
enforcement have
order.
saved.
I should get back at least 45 seconds.
We will give you a
Madam
few more
Attorney General,
seconds. I
you've
said
mentioned
that
a couple of
already.
specific
45
criminal
seconds.
Okay,
trends
I'm
during this
timing
hearing
right
that
now,
I'd like to
Mr.
discuss
Natalie.
with you
All
further
right.
because
My
one of
time.
our
The answer
important
to
roles
my
in
question,
Congress
how many
is
of
making
Epstein's
sure that
co-conspirators
our
is she
laws and
indicted
our law
is
enforcement
zero.
stay ahead
You have
of
been the
predators
Attorney
as
General for a whole
technology
year.
evolves.
And your
I lead
DOJ
legislation in
fired
the
the lead
House along
prosecutor
with
of this case,
bipartisan
sat on
co-sponsors
evidence
on
this entire
this
time,
committee to
and
make
claimed falsely
sextortion
last
a
July that
clearly
there were no more
defined
leads.
criminal offense.
It took
We
an act
actually
of Congress
passed
for you
that
to
out of the
finally
House of
release part of the
Representatives.
Epstein files.
We have a
And when
bill
you
to
did,
promote
you
Operation
included
Renewed
personal
Hope to
information
help
about the
rescue more
victims
child
while
victims,
protecting
and the
the names of
Defiance Act
abusers.
to
Time of the
provide legal
gentleman
None of
has
the
recourse to
expired.
victims of
Brought to
deepfake
justice.
AI
But
intimate
enormous
images.
resources
Time of the
dedicated to
gentleman
I would
has
love to hear
expired,
your
and
perspective
obviously
and
that
what
under
you
your
are
leadership,
seeing
the Department
related
of
to
Justice
There was
these
no question in there.
technology-based
It works for
criminal
Donald
trends,
Trump.
sextortion,
Gentleman
and
yields
AI
back.
deepfakes. What are you seeing at the Department
May I
of Justice,
answer?
and why
I
do
think
you
our next
believe that efforts to
questioner,
combat
Madam
these
Attorney
types
General,
of
is going to give you
crimes are
time to
important?
respond to
Thank you, Chairman.
all kinds of things. So we will turn to the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Ms. Bondi, you go right ahead.
Sextortion, and
Over
thank
here.
you for supporting that,
Time
Congresswoman.
is
I think
yours.
that was a bipartisan effort, actually. I
Thank
think
you.
many of you on both sides of the aisle
First,
he brought
supported
up
that.
the
Thank you
president
for
saying
that.
they indicted me
You know,
twice. They sure did. They tried
as
to
a career
impeach him
prosecutor, it's
twice. And
horrible
you,
seeing
Mr.
that and
Nadler,
seeing
were
that-
one of the
that
leads
young
on the
women and
impeachment.
often
I was
young
on the
boys
other side.
have
I
been
lived that with
exploited
you. During
with
impeachment, you
sextortion.
said the
And I
president
see, thank you, both sides of the aisle
sought
nodding on
foreign
that. It's
interference in the
horrific.
2016
The
election.
suicide rates
Robert
go up.
Mueller found no evidence,
and that's
none,
why we have to
of
do
foreign
everything
interference
in
in
our power to
2016.
protect not
Have
only
you
young girls,
apologized to President Trump?
adult
Have you
women, boys
apologized
and men
to President
from
Trump? All of you
sextortion,
who participated
because
in
it
those
is happening,
impeachment hearings
and we're
against
doing
Donald
everything in our
Trump.
power, thanks
You
to your
all should be
legislation, all of you,
apologizing.
to
You
stop
sit
that.
here and you attack the
I'd like to
president,
hear
and I
a little
am
bit
not
more
going to
about some
have
of
it.
the
I'm not
Department of
going to
Justice
put up with it.
programs,
You know, all
like
they want
Project
to
Safe
do,
Childhood and the
all
Internet
the
Crimes Against
American
Children
people need
task
to know
forces,
this.
partnerships
They are
that bring
talking about
together
Epstein
federal,
today.
state, and
This
local
has been
law
around since
enforcement.
the Obama
Sometimes the
administration.
work between
This
those law
administration
enforcement groups
released
together
over 3
really creates some
million
incredibly
pages
powerful
of documents, over
outcomes
3
and some
million.
great success
And
stories. I know
Donald Trump
you, as
signed
Florida's
that
Attorney
law
General,
to
had
release
a
all of those
tremendous
documents.
amount of leadership
He
in
is
our
the
state,
most
trying to
transparent
make sure we were
president
taking care
in
of children,
the nation's
also
history.
the elderly, protecting
And
them from
none of
fraud,
them,
ending
none of
drug
them
trafficking. Tell us a little bit about some
Merrick
of those
Garland
departments
over
within
the last
DOJ.
4 years.
Yeah, when you talked about Project Safe
about
Neighborhoods,
Jeffrey
we've
Epstein.
done a lot of that
How
in Florida
ironic
when
is
I was
that?
state
You know
AG,
why?
and actually back when I was a
Because
state
Donald
prosecutor
Trump,
prior to being Attorney
the
General.
Dow
that is
right
so
now is
important.
over.
I feel like what
The
we've
Dow
been
is
doing
over
in D.C. too, with the
$50,000. I don't
Take
know why
Back
you're
D.C.
laughing.
and Make
You're a
D.C.
great
safe
stock
again
trader,
is
as I hear,
similar to
Raskin.
that.
The
Going
Dow
into the
is over
neighborhoods, working with the
50,000
community,
right now.
seeing law
The
enforcement
S&P at
officers
almost
out there playing
7,000.
basketball with
And
kids
the
who live in the
NASDAQ
neighborhood. It's pretty
smashing
remarkable
records.
what we've
Americans'
seen
401ks
firsthand.
and retirement
Citizens in
savings
Memphis
are
saying
booming.
that they
That's what we
appreciate
should
they
be
can walk
talking
outdoors
about.
now
We
and they
should
feel
be talking
safe.
about making
People coming up
Americans
thanking
safe.
law enforcement
We
and
should
working
be
hand
talking
in
about,
hand
what does the
with
Dow
them.
have to do
We
with
will
anything? That's what they
continue,
just asked.
all
Are
all
you
of these
kidding?
programs and
Mr.
working
Jordan,
jointly with
Mr.
both
Jordan,
sides of the
committee will be in
aisle
order.
to keep our families safe.
Mr. Jordan, am I going to get an extra
Madam Attorney
45
General, Mr.
seconds added to
Chairman, I
my
yield back.
time?
The committee Lady- will be in Gentlelady order. yields The time back. belongs to the gentleman from Gentleman from Texas. Tennessee is Ms. recognized. Bondi, the
I'd
Attorney
like to
General can
introduce for the
respond.
record
Thank you.
a letter to
The
Director
Dow
Gabbard
has shattered
from
50,000
Mr. Warner
for the first time. This is crazy. They said
and
it
Mr.
couldn't be
Himes,
done in 4
and a letter of
years, yet
response
President Trump
from
has
her
done it
to them
in
about who
1
invited her to
year.
Atlanta, and a copy of the
National
search warrant.
median rents
And
have
I'd
fallen
also
to
like
a
to just make clear for the
4-year
record,
low,
the reason people
thanks
in
to
Memphis
Donald
weren't going
Trump.
out was because the
That's
ice was
why
on the
they want to
ground.
focus on
We were afraid we'd
Epstein
fall.
and our most
that,
transparent
we go out all
president
the time.
in the nation's history.
Gentlemen,
The
without
murder
objection, the
rate,
gentleman-
as I
the
said,
gentlelady
has
from Vermont is
plummeted
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
to a
Attorney General Bondi,
125-year
according to your
low,
department, a
thanks
child
to
is sexually
Donald
abused
Trump.
in the United States every 9 minutes.
For an
And the vast
unprecedented,
majority of survivors
unprecedented
never get justice.
9
And that's one of the
straight
reasons why I think
months. There
the
were
Epstein case has
0
resonated so
illegal
deeply
border
with so
crossings
many
at the
Americans.
southern
And the other
border.
reason I think is because it has revealed
That's what we
a
should be
two-tiered system of
focused on.
justice. And
All
the
the great
powerful
work
are
that this
protected and the
president has
survivors
done
rarely
and will
get
continue
any accountability.
to do to keep
And
America
the Epstein
safe
files
and
contain
to make Americans
evidence of a multi-decade
Thank you, Attorney
international
General
criminal
Bondi. I agree with you
conspiracy
totally.
involving some of the
I think you've done a
wealthiest
fine job.
and the
I
most
think the
powerful
Democrats, in
people
fact,
the
should be
world.
apologizing
There's
to
evidence
the
of
Epstein
financial
victims for
crimes,
doing
political
nothing during the
corruption,
4
sex
years
trafficking,
that they
and
were
of
running the
course,
government. We did not
horrible
hear about this,
sexual
and it
abuse.
took you and President
And
Trump
I want to
to
remind
finally
everybody,
provide
this isn't a game.
transparency and give answers to the
These are
American
real
people, and I want to
people.
thank you for that. I
People
want to
who
thank
have
you also
suffered
also for standing
sitting
up for
here
truth
with us
today,
today.
and for fighting
And they
back
deserve
against
answers,
the
and they deserve
theatrics and the
accountability.
time waste
And I'm
that
here
you
to
will
try to get some
endure
for
over
them.
the next hour or two.
Now, I've seen some
I
of
want
the
to apologize
unredacted
on behalf of
Epstein
my
files.
colleagues on the left.
Now, obviously,
They're-
as you know,
they're
President
not all
Trump's
that
name is
bad,
all over
but
them,
they've got to
but
put on a show.
so are the names of
And
other
I'm sorry that you
senior
have to
Trump
go through that.
officials.
And I would
Howard
like to
Lutnick,
yield the
Secretary
last.
of Commerce,
I'd say
John
40
Phelan,
and 40 is
Secretary
80
of the
seconds.
Navy,
The clock says
and
40,
Stephen
but I've got
Feinberg,
80
Deputy
seconds
Secretary of
since I was
Defense.
so rudely interrupted,
These
and I'll give all
men
80
were
seconds to
appointed by
Chairman
President
Jordan.
Trump to senior positions
And I would just yield
in
to
his
the
administration.
Attorney General if she has
All of
anything
them
to
have
add.
clear and confirmed ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Attorney General
I'm fine to
Bondi.
continue. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes or
The
no,
chair now
has the
recognizes
Justice
the gentleman
Department
yields back.
asked
The chair
Secretary
recognizes
Lutnick
the gentlelady
about
from
his
California.
ties to Epstein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would note that Mr.
Excuse me.
Nadler's question has not yet
Secretary
been answered.
Lutnick
But I
has
want to
addressed
start by
those
asking it out of
ties
respect
himself.
I'm asking
for the
you,
American
has the
public
Justice
and the
Department
Epstein
specifically
survivors,
asked
some of whom,
Secretary
of course, are
Lutnick
here
about
today,
his ties
that we can
to
have
Jeffrey
a
Epstein?
transparent
He has
conversation and
addressed
get,
those ties
the
himself.
public the answers
Has
they
the DOJ
deserve.
asked
I wanna
Secretary
briefly
Phelan
direct
about
your
his
attention
ties to Jeffrey
two
Epstein.
documents.
I don't know whether he has addressed
we'll put
those
up
or
on the
not.
screen.
Has the Deputy, has Deputy Secretary
In the first, an
Feinberg
individual
talked
emails
to the Department of
Jeffrey
Justice
Epstein
about his
asking
ties
whether a
to
woman
Jeffrey
identified
Epstein?
as M was pro or civilian?
Yes or
And
no?
Epstein
Has the
responds that
Department of
she was a
Justice talked
civilian
to Secretary,
Russian
Deputy
in front.
Secretary Feinberg
In the
about his
second
ties
email,
to Jeffrey Epstein, which are
writes
clearly
to
spelled
Steve
out
Tisch
in the
about a
files? It's a very
Ukrainian
simple
girl,
question. It's not a trick
noting
question.
that
I'm
she
just
was,
asking
quote,
you.
a little freaked out
Yeah, I'm
by the
stunned
age
that you
difference
want to
and
continue
stating that he would
talking
try to
about
Oh my
convince
gosh,
her not
okay,
to
I'm
return
I'm
to
recording
Ukraine.
my time.
Then
I'm
instructs
asking you
Mr.
not
Tisch
a
to
trick
call
question,
him,
a simple
adding, I don't
question.
like records
Okay,
of
so
these
what is clear is
conversations.
we
So
have
I'd like to
evidence.
ask
Do you know who Chris
straightforward
Nalen is?
question that really is
we have
either a yes or
evidence
no
that
answer.
3 senior
Do these
officials
emails
within the Trump
constitute
administration have
credible
ties
evidence,
to Jeffrey
not proof,
Epstein. And
but
what I
credible
can
evidence
conclude,
warning
I
further
can conclude
investigation
from what you are
into
saying
whether Steve
that you have
Tisch
not talked to them.
was
What does
involved
ties
in
mean?
I think
Epstein's
Americans
criminal
would be
conduct.
shocked
You think yes
to
or
learn
no?
that
I'm not
you
going
are
to
not
play a yes/no
interested
game
in
with you, but I
talking
will answer the
with these
question to
officials
the
who
best
have
of my
ties to
ability.
Jeffrey Epstein.
What is
Across
as I
the world,
said, you define
across
will look
the
and
world,
investigate
prominent
any
men
case
who've
involving
been
any
exposed
victim.
in the
I'm not
files
familiar. There were
have
3 million
resigned their
pages, of
jobs in
course,
disgrace.
with that email.
And that's a
but
good
of
first
course,
start.
we will look
And that
into
same
anything.
standard,
Not saying the word
this
Chris
same
Nalen. 3 million,
standard
the redacted
should apply
versions,
here.
we left
And
them
Americans
open for
want
all of
accountability.
you Who
to
is
come
Chris
to
Nalen?
was
I believe you
the
view them as
president
not. You
aware.
have some
Please
copies.
stop
like
talking.
to-
It
Can
is
I
not your
finish,
time to ask
please?
questions.
I'm not being rude.
I
It is
only
not your
have
time.
5
I'm
minutes.
reclaiming my time,
Yeah,
Mr.
and I
Chair.
only have 30 seconds based on your filibuster.
Was
You
the
didn't
president
give a
aware
yes or
of
no
Secretary
answer. Let me
Lutnick's
just,
ties to
go
Epstein when he
further.
chose him
Director
to lead the
Patel
Department
testified in
of
this,
Commerce?
committee room that there was no
Was he
credible
aware?
information
Chris Nalen was a Border
indicating
Patrol
that
agent.
Okay, so
Epstein
I'm going to
trafficked
conclude
victims
that
to
the
anyone
president, in
else.
fact,
And
did
glancing
know
at the
about his ties
documents, that's
because he was the
proof.
next
That's
door
not the
neighbor.
case.
Shame on
In
you.
July,
for goodness
your department
sakes,
issued
this
a
is
memo stating
pathetic.
that it
This
had
is
conducted an
pathetic, Mr.
exhaustive
Chair.
review
I am
of
not
the
asking
Epstein
trick
files
questions
and
here.
concluded that no
The
additional
American people
individuals
have a right
would
to
be
know the
charged.
answers to
So
this.
I did go over
These are
to
senior
the Department
officials
of
in the Trump
Justice yesterday. I would
administration.
note
This
that
is not a
400
game,
and
Secretary.
All our 35 members
Attorney General.
are in the
My
House.
apologies,
and
I
there's
couldn't
4
tell.
computers. So it would take
By
many
2008,
months
we
to
knew
actually have the time.
that Epstein was
I
a
only had
convicted
few hours.
sexual abuser.
I think the
And we now
transparency
know
argument
that
is really
Lutnick
kind of
went
a
to
sham
Epstein's
because it's not
island
really
in
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
2012.
Did you have to wait to get a
How is that not a
possible
deal breaker
to
for the
really
president?
go
And why
in.
aren't you
I
asking
did, however,
questions
see a U.S. attorney
of the Commerce
information
Secretary
for the
about what
Southern
he
District
saw
of New York
when he was at the
indicating
island,
that there
which
were
he
additional
lied about,
survivors and
not ever going to?
probable
Why are you not asking
co-conspirators,
these questions?
Other members
And
of
I see that my
Congress had
time is almost
uncovered
expired, so I
likely
will say this.
co-conspirators
Do
whose
the
names
right
were blocked
thing,
out.
Attorney
Now,
General. Meet with the survivors. They have been
Epstein
asking for
File
a year.
Transparency
Meet with the
Act,
survivors.
which
Do
all
the
but
right
one
thing.
member of
I
this
yield
House
back.
voted for, and the
Lady
president
yields back.
signed,
The gentleman from
requires
South
the
Carolina is
department,
recognized for
to
5
release
minutes.
everything
May I have 20
except
seconds of his
that
So that'd be up to the
it
gentleman,
needs to be
but-
redacted
absolutely.
to protect
Thank you.
the
Thank you.
victims. Or an
I was
ongoing,
curious if you,
prosecution, which
Congresswoman,
apparently there is
asked
none
Bill
from
Clinton that.
the testimony we have
Didn't
received.
didn't see
I am
one
concerned
tweet, not
that
one.
this,
I didn't
act
see
has
one
not
tweet
been
when
fully
Joe Biden
complied
was
with.
in office
When
about
Director
Bill
Patel
Clinton.
came to the committee,
Didn't ask
he
Merrick
admitted
Garland
that
anything
up to
about Epstein,
1,000
not
FBI
once,
agents
when he was
had gone through the
and
files
also,
and
I
redacted
want the record
President
to
Trump's
reflect
name
that,
from
you know,
them.
with
And
this
it's pretty
anti-Semitic
clear
culture
that
right
what
now,
has been
she voted
transmitted
against a
from the
resolution
FBI continues to
condemning.
redact
Oh,
President
do
Trump's
it.
name,
Want to be clear.
even though
Do you want to
he
go there,
mentioned
Attorney
it
General?
thousands
Or do
of
you want
times
to
in
go
these
there?
files. So I
Are
think
you
belongs to the
serious?
gentleman
Talking
belongs
about
to the
anti-Semitism
anti-Semitism
to
a
woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust.
And I think the department's credibility
will be
has
in
been
order.
damaged in other
Talk to
ways.
Jared Wise about
I think
anti-Semitism.
We all saw the
Ranking member
horrible video
knows
of
that-
American
Can I get
citizens
like 30 seconds
are being
back, you know?
killed
Yeah, I've been,
by
Alan
ICE
took
the whole
agents
committee
in
knows I've been very
Minneapolis.
generous.
thank you.
And I
Making sure
think how
it's
the
our 5
department
minutes in
has
the
handled
General,
these
I'm gonna talk about
cases
sanctuary cities for a
raises a
second,
lot of doubt
which
about the department.
limits
State and local police
the federal
from
government's
Minnesota got a
ability to
court
enforce
order
immigration law.
to get access
they're kind
to
of
the
a new
crime
thing
scene
that
to be sure
Democrat
evidence
jurisdictions
would
are
be
doing.
properly preserved
They're in violation
by
of federal law.
agents.
During President Trump's
But
first
they
term, he
took
rightly
the agents
targeted
defied the
sanctuary
court
jurisdictions
order,
to try
and
to
in
force
the
them
department,
to cooperate
departure from general
with
policy,
federal immigration law.
DOJ
Federal
is
immigration
not
law, mind you, that was voted on
with
in
state and
1996
local
most
law
recently
enforcement
in a
on
bipartisan
these
Congress,
homicides. So I
signed
really
by a
think
Democrat
that
president.
is a disgraceful approach
But they are in
to
violation
the
of
homicides of American citizens.
These states and jurisdictions
really
feel
does,
entitled to certain
nothing
grants,
to
of course.
bring
Y'all are
credit to
combating
your
that.
department. And Mr. Chairman, I would
Sanctuary
yield back.
policies limit
May I
the federal
answer?
government's
Attorney General
ability
can
to
respond.
accurately
I find it
estimate
interesting that she
how
keeps
many
going after
criminal
President
illegals
Trump,
are in the country.
the greatest president in
Yes.
American history. And if they could
This means that
maintain
the
their
number of illegals could be
composure,
higher?
this isn't a circus,
Probably
this
higher.
is a hearing.
Does this hurt
I
the federal
find it
government's
interesting
ability
she
to
keeps
carry
going
out
after
immigration
Donald
laws
Trump. She
designed
doesn't
by
say how
Congress?
much money she took from
Yes,
Reid
Congressman.
Hoffman, did you?
In your opinion, do you
nor
believe
did
Mr.
she
Chairman,
post
regular order,
administration
please.
and
She
Democrats
posted
General-
nothing on
pro-sanctuary
her X
policies
account
make our
on her
communities
Twitter
safer
account during the
and,
Biden years.
Gentle
for the
lady.
American
And yet now,
taxpayer?
all of a
They
sudden,
make the sanctuary policies make
Committee will be in
point of
order.
Order, there was no
Shame on
question asked of
you.
the Attorney General.
I
She
wanna do a
doesn't
brief
just get to say.
Middle,
video
committee will be in
to
order.
I have a
highlight
point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Committee will be in order.
Point of order, Mr.
Gentle
Chairman.
lady can state her point of order.
When a witness attacks,
Not a valid point of order. You got to
She
state.
hasn't completed her point of order yet. Please let her speak, Mr. Chairman. Let's have some regular order here.
Regular order is you got to state the rules.
I am trying to make a point of order that the witness,
What
without
rule are you referring to?
responding to a question, has attacked me personally. I think it's pathetic
So
that she
what's
can't answer the
strange to me, if you look at
questions
this
in this
board
way.
time,
that
in New
attack
York-
That's not even close
members
to a
of the
point of
committee.
order. The
There are
gentleman from Wisconsin
7,000
is
criminal
recognized.
illegal aliens since January 20th of last year.
In August of
They've
last
been
year, I
released
sent a
into the
letter
public
to the Department of
because
Justice
New York
asking
is
for
not
assistance
honoring
in seeking
detainers
compensation for the town
requested
of
by
Lac du Flambeau. Town of Lac du Flambeau
California
is my
similarly
district.
has
and
released
your
4,500
office
criminal illegal
replied
aliens.
that it was an ongoing
There are
matter, unable to
33,000 under
comment on
detainer
it,
in
which I
California
understand
alone.
is just
And
fine.
of the
I wanna
people
set this
released,
up,
I just think
just
it's
as a
remarkable
reminder. So
that
3 years
those
ago,
released in
it
New
was
York,
at this
29
time of year
homicides,
that
2,500
4
assaults,
roads were
almost 200
blockaded in the
burglaries.
town of Lac
These are
du
people that
Flambeau,
are
and
released in
the
our community
temperature
by
was
these states that
25 below zero.
refuse to
People
cooperate.
had to park their cars at a neighbor's place,
Last
take the
August,
snowmobile across
Michael
the lake
Jordan
to get their
Castellano,
car and then be able to drive into town.
Fonseca, a
There were
criminal
people
illegal
80
alien
and 90 years old
with
that
ties to
could not,
Trendeya shot 2 people in
were
front
very
of 5 children
concerned that they'd be
in
able
the
to get
sanctuary
emergency
state of
medical
Colorado.
services.
DHS
And
lodged a
the
detainer on him.
perpetrators of this,
He's awaiting
the
trial.
tribe
The question
out
is whether
there,
Colorado's
they
sanctuary policies will prevent
demanded
him from being
compensation
removed from the country.
town. I would call it
Yes or
extortion.
no? Do you
They
think that
ultimately got
sanctuary jurisdictions, if they cooperated with
$600,000
ICE,
from the
those
town
illegals
of Lac du Flambeau.
in custody
The
could be
unfortunate
transferred
part,
to ICE
Mr. Chairman,
properly
is that the
instead of
Biden
being held in
administration
taxpayer-funded
took the
jails
side
and
of
then
the
released into our
perpetrators
Yes,
who
Congressman.
closed those roads
Wouldn't it be more
off,
efficient and
and the
safer
Biden
then
administration
if Democrats simply
made it
cooperated
clear
with
to
the
the
federal
town of
government?
Lac
These
du
sanctuary
Flambeau
jurisdictions
that
cooperated with the
we are
federal
not
government
on your
and
side in
honored ICE
regards to this. Well,
detainers? And why?
fortunately,
Why do
there
you
was a
think?
federal judge that
Of
said,
course,
no, this is
because
wrong, what
so many
happened. And these
criminals
roads should
are
be left
running
open.
to
They should
sanctuary
continue to be left open.
jurisdictions. Many of your
My
colleagues
question
across
to
the aisle who
you
we've
is,
seen
are you
speaking
willing
today
to
about
work with
Epstein
my
don't want to talk
office
about the illegal
and with the town of Lac du
criminals in
Flambeau
their
to further
own
investigate this
jurisdiction
matter
for that
and seek
reason?
compensation
And yes, we need to do everything we
from the
can to work
tribal
together
government
to
after
make
their
America safer,
extortion
and
of
they're not doing that.
$600,000
This is not a
from
partisan
this
issue.
little
People
town
want to feel
in
safe
northern Wisconsin.
in their communities.
Congressman,
Nobody
you do
wants
a great
criminal
job
illegal alien
representing your
released into the street. I
district.
think the thing that
And
maybe
yes,
the
we
American
would
people don't quite
more
understand
than
is
welcome working
that when
with you,
do
and we
not
are
honor a
familiar
detainer,
with that
as we've seen,
investigation.
Mr.
an
Chairman, I
illegal
would
is
just add,
released
we're
into the
highlighting these
public, and now it's up
miscarriages
to
of
ICE to
justice in the
maybe
previous
apprehend them,
administration. This
rather
is just
than
another
behind
one of
the
those
courtroom,
small examples, no
passing them
different
off from
than
one law
the
enforcement to the
Catholic
next. Is that
Diocese
true?
in Richmond and many others that you have
What do you think
retold
the-
so
what do
many
you think-
times.
what
But
is
here's
the
another
Department of
instance of
Justice
what they
doing right
did
now
to a small
to
town
combat
and
sanctuary
nearly
policies in our
bankrupted them as a result of it. Fortunately,
We're
there was a
doing
federal
everything in our
judge
power,
that
obviously,
saw
to combat
through
that.
it
Donald
and
Trump
has
is doing
fixed it.
everything he can because we are going to make
I want to
America
move on to
safe. We
fraud
are going to get
enforcement.
illegal
You've established
criminal
a National
aliens
Fraud
out
Enforcement
of this
Division.
country.
Is that correct?
We're going to get the gangs
Madam
out,
Attorney
TDA,
General?
MS-13, all of the gangs in this country.
Has this
We're going to get the
division
drug dealers out
begun
and the
any
drugs, and that's what we've been
investigations
fighting to
and
do.
getting after
And I
those
wish we could do it on a
individuals that
bipartisan
have
basis, but they
committed
just can't do it.
the rampant fraud we've seen, like
Thank you
in
for your work.
Minnesota?
Gentleman's time is
Chairman, we have some
It's not
UCs,
only
if that's
rampant
okay.
in Minnesota, it's rampant throughout this country. Much of it
Thank
is in
you.
California, as you know,
UC
and other places.
National Institute of
Yes,
Justice
we
and
are
study
working on it
undocumented immigrants having an offender rate
actively.
lower than
Our
U.S. born
criminal
citizens.
fraud
Like they
division
noticed in
has
the
been
record from
working on it.
2024.
We are expanding that.
And
It
I
was the
have
Vice
several myself,
President's
Mr.
idea
Chairman.
to come up with this
The
amazing
Guardian,
separate fraud
January
division,
26,
which we
2026,
are
why is Trump granting
establishing
clemency
and
to
going
convicted
nonstop,
fraudsters?
not only to expose
January
the
20,
fraud in
2026,
Minnesota,
NBC, Trump's
but
pardons
around the
forgive
country.
financial
It's
crimes that came with
taxpayer
hundreds of millions of dollars in
that have been
punishment.
stolen
Washington
from
Post,
the
December
American
19,
people. And we are
2025, Trump's
committed
pardons wipe
to
out payments to
recovering that
defrauded
money
victims.
and holding those people accountable.
Mr. Chairman, I would remind
finally,
everyone
May
here,
30th,
why
2024,
did this
Trump
happen
found
in
guilty by
Minneapolis? Why
Manhattan
did
jury on
federal
34
law enforcement
felony
have
counts
to
of
go to
fraud.
Minneapolis? Because of industrial
Objection.
scale
Gentleman from
fraud.
Illinois is
It
recognized.
was
Thank
an
you,
assistant
Chairman.
United States
Attorney General
attorney
Bondi,
that
glad
said,
you finally made
this
it
is
here after hiding
industrial
for 4
scale
months
fraud
from
that's
this
going
committee.
on in
I
Minnesota
understand
at this
why
point.
you're
I sent a
hiding
letter to
from us.
our governor
You're
in Wisconsin.
one of the worst attorney
right
generals in our
across the
history,
border there. My
and an
district is only
instrument
20
of
miles
Donald
from the
Trump's
city of
lawless
Minneapolis.
authoritarian agenda.
And I
I'm
asked
glad
him
the American
to open
people
the
are
books
seeing
for a
who you
federal
are,
audit on
how
food
you
stamps
act,
and Medicaid.
and the lack
Don't you
of
think
good
it would
values.
be a good idea for
You
every
weaponize the
governor to
Department
do
of
that at
Justice
this
to
point?
target immigrants, working families, and anyone
protects the citizens,
that Trump
and I can't
deems
understand
an
why
enemy
that's not
of
happening. And
the
yes,
state.
I do
All
think that's
to
a great
protect
idea.
real,
It's happening around this
powerful
country.
criminals,
And
including
when
in your
our
administration.
New division with
My
Colin
Democratic
McDonald
colleagues
is
have focused
established.
on
It's
your
established
cover-up of
when
the
Colin
Epstein
is
files
confirmed,
and your
he's
passion
amazing.
for
I think you've met
protecting
with him, Mr.
pedophiles
Chairman.
and child traffickers.
When that is established,
That
we're going to work
alone
on both
is
sides of the
grounds
aisle.
for
That's what we
impeachment.
want to do.
But there's so
to
much
stop
more
fraud
to your
in
corrupt
every
tenure
city,
as
in
Attorney
every
General.
state in
You
this
directed
country. We will
prosecutors
continue
to
fight
investigate
for the
elected
American
officials
So you would
in
encourage
welcoming
every
jurisdictions,
governor
and you
across the
got
United
thrown
States
out of
after
court
what we have
when you
seen
sued Chicago,
in Minnesota,
Cook
what
County,
we
and Illinois.
almost certainly know
You
is
directed
happening in other
prosecutors
states. You mentioned
to
California.
prioritize low-level
You would
immigration
agree
cases
that every governor
while gutting
should avail
enforcement
themselves of
against
federal
corporate
resources
criminals
to make
and
sure
public
that this
corruption.
industrial scale
You
fraud is
revived
rooted out to
draconian
protect the
You're
taxpayers
talking about
of the
public
United States. Is that
corruption.
correct?
Absolutely.
Which should be repealed
Mr. Chairman,
to
I yield back.
illegally
Gentleman yields back. The
send
gentleman from Tennessee is
people
recognized.
to a torture prison
Mr.
in
Chair.
El
First, I'd like to
Salvador.
thank you for
You
holding this
fired
hearing and
over
holding it
100
in the
immigration
proper
judges,
fashion as you
including
have.
the assistant
Secondly, I'd like
chief
to thank all of
immigration
the
judge in
victims of
Chicago
the Epstein
without cause,
case who've
and
come here
installed
to attend this hearing
unqualified
for doing
military
it, for
judges
being brave,
whom you instructed
and trying
to
to move this
deny
justice forward. I
asylum
apologize.
in
I
violation
can't
of the
do
law.
Attorney General
You
not
prosecute
recognizing
the
this
president's
embarrassing.
enemies like
I
Jim
am from Memphis,
Comey
General
and Tish
Bondi.
James while giving impunity
and Memphis
to
does have the
federal
task
agents
force there.
who are murdering
Memphis
and
Safe Task
brutalizing
Force has
and
been operating in Memphis
terrorizing
for several
constituents,
months.
including
We do have a
in
Democratic mayor, Paul
Chicagoland,
Young.
in my
And he's not
neighborhood. I
against the
saw
task
it last year
force, but he's
firsthand.
against ICE being in
You
Memphis.
and Cash
He's not in
Patel
favor of
covered
the
up the
National Guard
murder
being in
of
Memphis.
Silverio
And I
Villegas
concur with him on those
Gonzalez
positions.
in my
I think the
district
DEA
by
being
ICE
there,
agents.
the alcohol,
You
tobacco,
tried to
firearms,
investigate
the FBI,
Renee
who
Good
have been in Memphis
instead
in other ways,
of
having
the
more
ICE agent who
people there
murdered
is good
her,
for Memphis.
and
Crime
you
has gone down in
tried to
Memphis,
cover up
but it
the
went down
murder of
25%
Alex Preddy
before the task force
by
got there under the
CBP
direction
agents.
of Mayor Young and
You bring
Director
fake
Davis,
charges
Chief
against
Davis.
protesters
It's gone down
like the
about
Broadview
15% more
Six
since then.
and Marimar
And that's good.
Martinez,
But I would like to comment
whom
that
your
Mexico
administration
City homicide rate has
labeled
gone down
a domestic
40%
terrorist.
during the same time when Memphis
This is the
has only gone
Montessori
down
teacher who lives in my
25%.
district, while protecting
that's
thugs who
not
terrorize
necessarily
us
because
and
of the task
DHS
force, although the mayor
authority.
says he thinks it's
That's
helped.
what you do.
So I thank you for that.
Protect and enable the
you would agree,
criminals
I
who are
presume,
plundering
that
our
violent crime in
society
communities
and destroying
across our
what's
country is
left of
critically important,
democracy and
and
the
that's why the task
rule
force
of
is
law.
there. Is that not true?
Epstein accomplices, mass
Yes, and if I could
DHS
just add to
thugs,
that, I think the
corporate
surge, the
criminals,
FBI,
Tom
our
Homan,
FBI
Eric
under the
Adams,
leadership of Director
insurrectionists,
Patel
the list
came
goes
in and did
on.
a surge in Memphis.
And you talk about fighting
yes,
crime,
right,
but you
prior
protect
to the
any
task force.
criminal who helps
and thank you for
and
saying
Trump
that about
turn
Mayor
our
Young. He's been
country
great to work
into
with.
an
and
authoritarian
thank you.
He's a good guy.
gangster
He's a very
state.
good guy.
And
One
after all
problem
this,
I've got with
nobody
where we are in
supports you.
priorities here.
I'm not talking about Democrats.
recent
I'm talking
Department of
about
Justice National
conservative
Justice report
judges
based on arrest records
who are condemning
in
the
Texas and
rampant
in California
lawlessness
found
at
that
DOJ
undocumented
under
immigrants
your
were less than
leadership.
half as
Your
likely as
prosecutors are
US-born Americans
quitting
to be
in
arrested for
droves
homicide.
over being
And this pattern holds for
forced to
assault,
prosecute
sexual
low-level
assault,
immigration
robbery,
cases,
murder, theft,
including
and
in
arson.
Chicagoland.
Half as likely to be
Your
arrested
MAGA
for
base
drug
despises
offenses.
you
So I
because
ask
you're
you,
covering
and I've
up
written to you
the
about this.
Epstein
There are
files.
TV ads
How
that
ironic.
run
And
that say
even your own
to
boss
local law
has
enforcement,
repeatedly
specifically,
complained
are you
to
tired
your
of being
staff
having your
about
hands,
you, calling you
handcuffed
weak
because
and
you can't do the things you
ineffective.
wanted to do when you
Weak
joined.
and
And if you want to do
ineffective.
something different,
That's what
join
Donald Trump
ICE.
thinks of
you.
you.
Get a $50,000
Already.
bonus and we'll pay your
You will not win,
pay off your
however.
debts, student
Chicagoland
debts, and
rejects
help
you. The
pensions,
American
et cetera, et cetera,
people
et cetera.
reject you.
So they're
Our
encouraging
communities
local law
have
enforcement to leave
demonstrated
local law
our strength
enforcement and
and
go to work for ICE.
resilience in the
We
face
need
of
people working
cruelty
in the front
and
lines of local
cowardice.
law enforcement to protect our
Democrats must
citizens
impeach
from the
and
worst of the
remove
worst.
lawless
The
officials
worst of the
like
worst
you
are not
and
the
Kristi
immigrants.
Noem,
The worst of the
and
worst
impose
records show are
accountability
native-born
for
Americans,
every
and
criminal
they are
action.
committing crimes
But
that
you can
hurt
spare
our
yourself
citizens
more
and our cities.
humiliation.
And you're working
Resign
against
now
it. And thank you
and
for that.
submit yourself
but by trying
to
to get our local
accountability
law enforcement
by
where we have
the
it
American
under
people.
count
Mr.
of
Chairman, before I
officers in
yield
Memphis
back,
to leave
I
Memphis
ask
and go to work
unanimous
for ICE and
consent
deport
to
people
submit
is a wrong
for the
priority.
record this
Why are
Wall
we
Street
trying
Journal
to get people,
article
policemen who are working on the
dated
front lines,
January
to leave the front
12th,
lines,
2026,
take the $50,000
entitled,
and go to work
Trump
for ICE?
has complained about
instead
Pam
of
Bondi
working to fight
repeatedly
the worst
to
wars.
aides. Thank you, and I yield back.
Congressman, I have not yet seen that commercial, that ad.
Texas is recognized.
I would argue that we need strong
Thank you,
people
Chairman.
in both
May I have
local
20
law
seconds,
enforcement,
please?
state
Yes,
law
ma'am.
enforcement,
Thank you.
and
Let's
all
hear
of
the
our
opposition
federal
research.
agencies.
Thank you.
Working
That's absolutely
together.
right, that they're not running
I've
for,
seen
he's
some
not
of the
running for
worst
office
of the
again
worst
because
well,
violent
I don't know why you're not
criminals.
running for office
Violent
again.
criminals
But after the
who were
in this
filing
country
deadline,
illegally, we both know
after
that.
the filing
and in Memphis,
deadline, you
working
publicly
hand in
announced
hand,
you
I
would
want to
not
stick
run
with
when your
Memphis
chief
and
of
your
staff,
mayor
Patty
and what you
Garcia,
discussed, because
announced
there have
and
been
took
nearly
your seat.
6,000
That's a state matter. That isn't a
arrests
federal
as of
matter. You should
February 8th, and I
investigate
think you agree with
crime.
this.
I'm the law.
You should
in
investigate
your
law,
district,
violations of the
in
law.
your
It's the
district,
time
and
belongs to the
almost
gentleman from Texas.
600
And a little
gang
flexibility
members.
on the time. I appreciate
What
it,
we
Chairman.
found in Memphis, a lot of the gangs
Madam Attorney
are
General,
local gangs.
am I correct that under your leadership, the Department of Justice
600
has
gang
prosecuted
members
cases
were
of
taken
non-citizen
off
voting?
because I've only
It's false that some of my
148
Democratic colleagues have
yeah,
claimed
thank you for that.
that it
and
doesn't happen.
148 missing
I asked
children
that today because we're voting on the Save America Act
by
today
all
to
of
enact
us
common sense
working
policy to ensure only
together.
American
And
citizens vote in
nearly
American elections
1,000
and
illegal
enact
guns were
federal
seized
voter ID
as
laws.
a
I would
result
like to
of us
reclaim my
working
time.
It's true,
together.
for
And I
example,
don't
that in just
disagree with
this
some of the
month,
things you
a
said,
federal
that there are
grand jury in
questions
New York
about those
indicted two
children,
men
but
with
it's
illegally
different
voting
thing.
in federal election and
The
making
fact
false
is,
statements.
ICE is running
Mohammed
rampant,
Mazamble and
and you are not
Mohammed Shakil
investigating them. When they
were
killed
non-citizens at
Mr.
the time they
Prete,
registered to vote.
Pretty,
This happens, it happens
and Ms.
regularly, and
Good,
you're prosecuting
that
those
was an
crimes,
execution,
Yes.
and you did not
But does that
investigate it. And
prosecution
you
of
tried to
those
investigate her,
criminals
Ms. Good's
overturn
widow,
their
and
previously
you tried to
cast
investigate
votes?
Mr. Prete.
That's
They
all
were
pending.
executed.
But it does not
like
overturn
Christy
votes that
Nome
they've cast,
executed
right?
her
So passing
dog.
the Save
No
America
comment.
And that was wrong.
would help
You
I
should
deal with that
investigate those
problem.
people, and you
Yes,
should investigate
Congressman.
anybody who
Second
uses a
question.
weapon.
As Attorney General, you're in
a
charge
federal
of the
official or
Executive
not,
Office of Immigration
for
Review, correct?
Civil
Yes,
rights
Congressman.
violations. I
The
yield back
Biden
the
minor
Gentlemen, yield
regime
back his
caused
time.
immigration
Madam
court
Attorney
case
General, anytime
backlog
you need
to
a break, just let us
explode,
know.
correct?
Sounds great.
We'll
Explode.
just keep filling the chairs now,
that in
recognize for
September
5 minutes.
2020,
Madam
4
Attorney General,
months
you're
before
not allowed to
President Biden
exercise
took
your
office, there was a
constitutional
backlog
rights
of
in a way
1.5
that
million
tramples
cases,
on
but by
someone
the time
else's, are
President
you?
Biden left office, the backlog reached nearly
No, you can't do
4.2
that.
million
You have
cases.
a right to petition the
It
government
sounds
under the
about
First
right, but I
Amendment.
don't
That doesn't
have
mean
the
you can
exact
come into
numbers.
this
It would
this
be
room
accurate
and
to
start
say that
screaming at
most
Mr.
individuals who
Raskin or
file
me or
for
anybody
asylum
else
have
and
a
disrupt
meritless
a
or
congressional
fraudulent
hearing.
claim.
You have a right to protest on the street.
Most, I don't have the numbers.
But that doesn't give you a right to go into the Capitol
asylum
and
cases
disrupt Congress.
adjudicated in
Some of
FY
these guys talk about
2023 under the
every
Biden
day.
regime,
You
that
can't
only
do that.
14%
So
resulted
when
in
Don
asylum
Lemon
grants and
said
only
that he was
12% in fiscal year
exercising his
2024,
First
does that
Amendment
sound
free
correct?
press
It
rights,
sounds correct.
freedom of the press
I'm sorry, I don't
rights,
have the numbers.
Could you get
that's
that
not really
information to
accurate
us
because
to
he was
verify
trampling on
that data?
other individuals' rights. Is that
Under
true?
the Trump administration, immigration judges complete an average of 65,000 cases per
Chairman,
month, the highest
we will
average completion rate in at
always
least a
protect our
decade. Does that sound
churches
correct?
That sounds and correct. The freedom of religion.
Ms. Bondi, how many new
And yes,
cases under
that's
EOIR
accurate.
received
right
in
mentioned
fiscal
under the
year
First Amendment.
2025
Freedom of religion.
have you
Freedom
all
of practice
had?
or
And of
faith, the way you
those,
think
what
the good Lord
percentage
wants
have
you
been
to,
granted
right?
asylum?
That's right,
Do you know?
under the federal government.
And isn't it true
I
that
can try to
Mr.
get you those
Lemon
numbers.
met at
I
a
thought I got
shopping
those.
center
That'd be
with
great,
the rioters
because
who
my
entered
question
City's
is whether
Church
President Trump's
in
decision
St.
to pause
Paul,
asylum in the
met
wake
with
of the
them
shooting of a
prior
National
to
Guardsman by an
marching
Afghani
to
here in
the
Washington,
church.
D.C., the nation's capital, helped stop the backlog in your office. Does that sound correct?
He did meet, and
My
this
point
is a
being that the
pending
leadership of
case
this
right now, so
administration
I
is
will
ending
only
the
stick to what
backlog,
is in
reducing
the
the
four
backlog,
corners of the
making sure that we
unsealed
don't have
indictment,
fraudulent
if
asylum
I could,
claims
Chairman.
clogging
Yeah,
it,
I'm
and
There's
keeping
a lot
Americans
more lot
Is
more
that
that will
correct?
come out. But
Yes,
under the four
Congressman.
corners of the
So
indictment.
a couple other quick questions on
yes,
another
he
important
did.
topic
They had an
that has been raised
operation
by
called
colleagues on
Operation
both sides of the
Pull-Up.
aisle with respect to the
They
Epstein
said they were
case.
gearing
A
for
few
a
questions.
resistance.
One,
They met in a
Jeffrey
parking
Epstein
lot
was
and
charged
they
in July
caravaned
2019 for sex
to a
trafficking
church
under the
on a
Trump administration
Sunday
in his first term.
morning
Is that correct?
when people
Yes,
were worshiping
Congressman.
together.
And
Mr.
that
Lemon said
Ghislaine
that
Maxwell was charged
he
in
live
2020,
streamed before
also
entering
under the Trump
church with the
administration,
rioters.
correct?
Yes,
Didn't he say we're going to
Congressman.
head
So
to
it is
the
safe to
operation?
say
Didn't
that
he say
the
this on
administration
camera? Is
led
that right?
on that issue and that
Yes,
there was
Chairman,
silence in
and
the previous
more.
administration.
That he was
Is
in
that correct?
Minnesota and that,
Yes,
as you said, they were
Congressman,
gearing up
almost
for an
complete silence
operation.
from everyone who's
So
been trying to still talk
again,
about
you can't
Epstein.
do
They
that.
didn't
This
say
is
a
why
word
this
under
is,
the
I think,
Biden
so important that
administration.
this
Nothing.
guy be
And I
held
want to make
accountable,
one
and I
other
think why
point,
you guys
and
have
then another
have
question
charged
though,
him,
that is important.
indicted him.
I want to make
Let
one
me
observation,
just
and
second
that is that
subject
we
here.
heard the information
will John Brennan be
today,
indicted?
which is troubling.
Mr.
That Jane
Brennan
Doe's,
lied to
that
the
victims'
committee.
information was made
Not
public
supposed
and
to
was
do. Last
unredacted in the
Congress, when we
files that were
deposed him, he
released on
definitely
Friday.
18 U.S.C.
So my
1001,
question
we're
is,
all
some of us
familiar
have
with it.
argued
He lied to the
when we were
committee,
dealing
and
with the
the committee,
discharge
the Congress,
petition
I
in
think the country
Congress,
would like to
that when
know
Congress inserted
if, in
itself
fact,
into the
he's going to be
process,
indicted for
that we
lying.
needed to be
And
very
here's why it's so
careful
important. I'll give you a chance to
ensure
respond.
that we were protecting victims.
Here's why it's so important.
So a question that
Wasn't
is
just
both,
that he
I
lied
just want
to
make
us,
that
it's what he
clear.
lied
Some of us
to
were
us
fighting
about.
for that here, and we didn't get a
He lied
chance
to
to
us
amend it
about
or
when
change
all
it.
this weaponization
So that was
against the President of the
concerning.
United States started.
But a question, a
Lied
little
to
more
us
pointed,
about
I
the
have
dossier, and
is
specifically
why, though,
what
were the victims'
what
names
role the
released
dossier played
that shouldn't have
in the
been,
intelligence
that there were
community
names
assessment.
in the files that
Because we know
these Jane
back
Does
when
that their names
President
shouldn't
Trump
have been
was
made
first
public.
elected
when
first
there were
term,
some accusers
this
whose
is when
names
it
were
all
redacted.
started, which
That's
led to the
question
Mueller
one.
and to the
And question
impeachment and to
two
the Jack Smith
was
and
that
all the stuff
Ghislaine
that's happened in the
Maxwell was
last
put in jail
decade.
for
But it
trafficking
began
minors.
here,
Rightly
and he
so,
lied
and
to
you
Congress
properly
about
said
the
here
role
at
he
this table,
played.
you
And I
hope
just
she
want
dies
to
in jail.
read a couple of things
Well,
he said during
I
that
wanna know,
deposition
will anyone
before I give you a
besides
chance
her
to,
or
to
Epstein,
respond.
which I
Mr. Brennan, when
congratulate
asked the
President
question,
Trump's previous
said the
administration
CIA
and
was
this
not involved at
Department of
all with the
Justice for continuing
dossier.
all of that, but that
He
they
said it
were
was their
indicted,
purview,
but will
FBI's
anyone
purview,
else
and not
be indicted
ours.
and
He
prosecuted
also said the
under
CIA
this
was very
given the
much
information
opposed to
that's in front
having
of us?
any
So two
reference
questions.
or inclusion of the
Thank
Steele
you for
dossier
letting me
in
answer
the
that. They
intelligence
didn't want to hear my
community
answer on the other
assessment.
side. Yes, given
That's interesting
the
because
tight
declassified
timeframe of 30
information that
days,
was
I believe we got
declassified
everything
this past
released
summer
within a little over 60
by the
days. I'm talking
CIA
as fast
says
as I can.
something
My time
entirely
is up.
different. It says,
We did the
Brennan,
best
I want
we
to put this
could
one up if we have it. It
immediately.
says, Brennan
If everyone's
ultimately
been coming to
formalized his
view the
position in
documents,
writing
if someone's
stating that,
name
quote, this is released
should
by the
not
CIA
have been
Director Ratcliffe.
redacted.
My
We're
bottom line is
releasing
that
it
what
if
I believe
someone's
that that
name
information
was
warrants inclusion in
redacted.
the
We said
report.
right away
He was further
was
asked
not
by an
redacted. It should have been meaning the victim.
CIA
We
official.
went back and redacted it. We're doing
The same
everything
officer
we
said
can based on the tight
when he approached the
time frame of
director
over
and
3
asked
million
that the
pages
director
that
refused
we
to remove it
released,
after
that
being
Donald
explained
Trump
this wasn't
signed
good.
for
With the
pure
dossier's many flaws, he
transparency.
said,
Second, what was
yes,
your
but
second
doesn't
question?
it ring
About
true?
whether another
So this
individual.
is John Brennan using that document to change intelligence community assessment, which I think led to all the stuff we've seen over the last decade.
Investigations in our office.
And I think this committee and the country, Congress and the
Time,
country,
gentleman, has expired.
excuse me, like to know
Unanimous consent request from the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
if Mr. Brennan's going to be
Thank you. I
indicted.
have several UCs
Would you like
as
to proceed?
receipts.
What I
I'd
can
like to
confirm
have
is that we
unanimous
have
consent to
received a
introduce the National
referral
Security
from
Presidential
you, Chairman
Memorandum
Jordan,
7 dated
to
September 25th,
investigate
25.
John Brennan. His attorneys
The
have made some
Bondi
public
Department of Justice
statements,
memo dated
but the
December
department is still
4th,
bound,
2025.
of course,
Objection.
by our
An article from
longstanding
Newsweek
policy of not
entitled
discussing
DOJ
matters.
deletes
What I
study
will say
alleging
today,
rise in
I can't
far-right
confirm
terrorism dated September 18th,
nor deny
2025.
whether there is a
Objection.
pending investigation, but what
Notice
I will
article
say is
from
no one
October
is above the
3rd,
law.
2025. Trump's
Mr.
directive
Chairman,
on
Weaponization has
organized
ended.
political violence could lead to increased
of
surveillance
order,
of his
Mr. Chairman.
critics.
Objection.
Gentleman
Washington
from New York
Post
is recognized for a
article,
point of order.
September 25th,
If we
2025.
want to know
Trump
whether Mr.
targets
Brennan will be
domestic
indicted, you should just ask the
terrorists, but
president.
only mentions the radical left.
Not a point of
Without
order,
objection.
but I appreciate you.
Idaho Capital Sun,
trying to make it
October
one.
18th,
The
2025.
gentleman from
Rest
Georgia
easy,
is,
Idahoans. The
is
No King
recognized.
demonstrators are
Thank you,
American
Mr. Chairman.
patriots.
General
objection.
Bondi, it's been
Attacks on
reported
freedom of
that,
speech, what
there were at
nonprofits
one
need to
point
know, published by the National
1,000,
Council of Nonprofits, the largest
personnel
network of
assigned
nonprofits in
to the
America.
task of
Without objection.
identifying
The Freedom from
and
Religious
scrubbing
Foundation
Donald
warns
Trump's
that
name
Bondi
from
memo
the
weaponizes
Epstein
federal law
files. Were
enforcement
those
against non-Christians
reports,
and dissenting
accurate?
viewpoints.
Without objection.
A Ken Klipperstein blog from January 28th, 26, ICE's secret
I
watch
believe
list
his
of
name has
Americans.
appeared
Objection.
countless
In an
times in the
Intercept article
documents
from February
How
2nd,
many
that have
26
were
been
assigned?
released.
calls
If
his
I could
enemies
finish,
terrorists.
I just
I'm
asked-
going to
That means
read
we
you
can
the
kill them.
stats.
I just
Objection.
simply asked
The gentleman from Florida is
whether or not
recognized.
it was true that it was 1,000
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
folks
Good
who
morning,
were
Attorney General
assigned
Bondi.
that
Good afternoon.
task.
Oh, you're right. Good afternoon. It's been
Were
a long
those
day.
reports accurate?
I wrote this
There
this
are more
morning.
than 500 attorneys
We've known
and
each other a long
reviewers.
time.
I cannot give you an exact
And
number.
I'll always be
And
appreciative
I
of
wanted
your
to ask
assistance
you,
as
I wanted to
Attorney
ask you
General
about that
Florida
also,
after the
because
Who
it is
were
a different
assisting
question
with
that
this
you're getting to
project?
now.
in my hometown
There
of
were
Parkland, we passed a
500
bipartisan bill, the Margaret Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act,
lawyers
which was the largest
and,
policy response
and
to a school
others
shooting
assigned
in
the
American
task
history.
of redacting
Your department also
the,
prosecuted to the fullest extent of the
appropriate
law a
information,
constituent of mine
including,
and former felon that had plans to kill
identities
me
of the
when he was picked up
Epstein
by law enforcement
victim
after he was targeted
survivors.
practicing in his
from the
backyard
Epstein
with 2
files
rifles,
prior
a
to
scope,
their
a silencer,
release. 500, is that
3,000
correct?
rounds of ammunition, and
If I could have
anti-Semitic
finished
manifesto.
my answer.
My name was the only
There
name
were
on the
more
target
than
list. And my
500
kids found out about
attorneys
this
and
from their
reviewers
friends.
who assisted
So thank you.
with the, they
That
asked
answers
the question and they
that
don't want an answer.
That answers my
The most
question, ma'am, and I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on.
Before
From
Trump,
multiple
Bundy, would
districts.
you
It would be in
agree?
order.
This
Time
is
belongs,
ridiculous.
It's
time
been
belongs
12
to,
months since you
to the
gave
gentleman from
Republican
Georgia.
General Bundy,
influencers
would
part
you
1 of
agree
the
that
Epstein
your
files. You
8
said the
years
list
of
was on your
service
desk,
as
and a memo
the state
came
of
out and said that there
Florida's
was no
Attorney
list. Phase 2 of
General,
the binders never
the
happened.
third largest
The President of the
state in
United
the
States says the
nation,
Epstein
served
thing is a
as an
hoax.
excellent
He blasts his own
preparation
base
for
for
your
wanting to
current
release the
role
files.
as Attorney
He blamed
General for
Barack
the United
Obama.
States of America.
Republicans voted against the release
Not
of the
only
files
that,
in
I
the
was a
Rules
career
Committee, and they
prosecutor
refused
for
to even return to the
18
Rules
years,
Committee
and for
until they could be
18 years.
protected
And
from
for 18
future
years.
votes
For
on the
18
release.
years.
he ask a question he doesn't want an answer.
Congress
This is
home a day
theatrics.
early before break. They sent the Deputy Attorney General to meet with Maxwell. She says something favorable about the president. Miraculously, she gets transferred to a minimum security facility. No one can explain why.
I prosecuted homicides. I prosecuted capital cases. I prosecuted domestic violence cases. I prosecuted multiple cases, and that's why I feel for all of these victims. And did you ask Merrick Garland this when she was sitting before him, sir?
The White House says passing the massive discharge petition is a hostile act.
And
trying to stop the necessary 218 signatures, according to Republican members that signed it, the White House brought them into the situation
I answered that question
the place
earlier.
where the president goes for time of war.
Multiple cases.
Promising
When
things
I
like
was
appropriations or maybe
you're
even
an
the primary. People in the room
For
say you were there.
18
It
years.
didn't work.
Mr. Chairman, will
We
you
get the
remind her of the
218
rules?
signatures.
The time
We eventually
belongs to
passed
the
the
member
massive
of the
petition.
committee.
You guys
are
didn't
a
release the
seasoned
files.
an
You were
experienced
forced
prosecutor,
by
correct?
by Congress. Every member of the House except one,
think we've
and the
established that.
entire Senate. The reason
Yes
the
or no?
president signed
Does
it
he
is
want
because
an
it was
answer
a
or
veto
not?
He wants to
When
say-
I
I want a
answer,
yes or
majority.
no
We
answer.
can't
I think he
agree
wants
on
to say
anything.
that.
And yet, the entire House, but one member had the whole
already
Senate
said.
forced the
Let me
administration
ask
to
you
release
this
the files.
question.
Cash
Clearly
Patel
you
under oath
haven't.
said to
Of
Senator
sexual
Kennedy,
assault cases,
the FBI is not in possession
you
of
are
any criminal
acutely
evidence that
aware
Epstein
of how
trafficked girls
important it is
to anyone
to
but
protect the
himself.
identity
We know now that's not
of
true.
victims of
According to
sexual
documents,
assault,
Epstein had a
correct?
worldwide sex trafficking ring. Girls from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Russia, Paris,
I
modeling
have addressed
agencies
this
sending him
multiple
girls.
times.
He
I
even
think
had a
others were
relationship with a
cutting me
summer
off when I
camp
was
where he
trying
groomed
to.
girls at a picnic table.
I just simply asked,
Elaine
are
Maxwell
you
says 29 Epstein
aware
associates
of
cut
the fact
secret
that it's
DOJ
vitally
deals.
important
Turns out
to
there is a
protect
list.
the identity
6
of
names readily
sexual
available
assault
if you're
victims as
unredacted,
you
co-conspirators' names,
prosecute
but we
their,
got them when
the
you
people
unredact
they
them.
accuse of
Maxwell
assaulting
recently
them?
tells a House
Isn't that
Oversight
correct?
Committee that she wants clemency to release more names.
As we
Cash
have
Patel under
said
oath said Trump's
multiple
name appears less than
Protection
100
of
times.
the
Protection
And
of
now, no,
all
that's not true.
victims
Of the
Trump's name
victims
are
appears
protected.
more
You are
times in the
protected
Epstein
under-
files
do you want me
than
to answer or
God's
do you want to
name
interrupt?
appears in the book about God.
Because you're not answering the
Okay, by the way,
question.
this is the
You
Trump
do a
Bible,
Jekyll and
over King
Hyde
James.
kind of routine around
Trump's name
here.
also appears more
And I
times
just want
in
you
the
to
Epstein
answer my
file than
questions.
Harry
What
Potter's
does
name
Jekyll and
appears
Hyde mean?
in the
Well,
Well, it
7
means
books
you're
about
nice
Harry
to
Potter.
the Republicans and you
Lutnick says
turn
that in
like
2008 he went to
Hyde
Epstein's home, says he had a massage table in the living
Democrats.
room.
But let me
Epstein
ask
said he
you
got
this,
one every
man.
day,
We
that it was the
have
right type of massage.
the
He and his wife
Epstein
decide to leave and say
victim
they'll never be in a room with
survivors
him again. Howard then says,
here
I'm sure the Epstein
today,
stuff is all on video.
Representative
He was the
Jayapal
greatest
asked
blackmailer
a
of
simple
all time.
question, if you would
Well,
be
how
so
would Howard know
kind
that?
and honorable
But
as
now
to
the files
turn
are
around
public, and in
face
2012 we found out
them
that he and his family are on
apologize to
Epstein
them
Island.
for outing them.
After Epstein pled guilty to state charges.
How many
I'm from
lives
Florida.
have been
I take my family to
derailed
Disney World,
because
not to
your
Epstein Island.
department was either
There are
sloppy
documents in
and
the files that dispute
incompetent
the president's claim
or
that he
willfully
kicked Epstein out of his club. Allegedly, the
trying
president said
to
Epstein
intimidate
that he
and
asked
punish
Epstein to leave.
these
According
ladies
to now,
coming
that's
forward.
disputed though.
Time of the gentleman-
was it?
The time of the gentleman
from the
has
manager
expired.
of the club.
The gentleman yields back.
Now, Madam
The chair
Attorney
now
General, I have
recognizes
25
the gentleman
seconds
from
left.
Wisconsin
Because I'm
for 5
curious,
minutes.
and I'd
Attorney
like
General
to see
Bondi,
flip to the Jared
my
Moskowitz
colleagues on the
section
other side of the
of
aisle
the
have spent
binder.
the past
I'm
several
interested
months
to see what
attacking
staff
the
provided
administration
on the
for doing
op-ed
exactly
and
what the
because we're in
American people
Olympics,
wanted
I'm going to give it
when
a
they
grade. I just wanna
overwhelmingly
see
elected President
how
Trump.
good it is. So give me your best
Securing
one.
our border and
So
enforcing
first of
our
all,
immigration
nothing
laws.
is funny about mocking the
I find it a bit
Bible and
ironic,
holding up a
because
Trump
this is the same
Bible.
party
That's what you
who
did.
That's the
You
best-
made
just
a
a
joke,
few
and I
years ago
find it
was
offensive.
openly
That's all I have
supporting
to say.
I want
strong
it from the
immigration
Bernard Shame.
enforcement
I want it from the Bernard,
after
which is the best
witnessing
one. What
criminal
you got?
illegal aliens
Has
wreak
expired.
havoc
The gentleman from
on the
Wisconsin is
American communities.
Thank you. First
I
of all,
have a
I'd like to
short
clear
video I
something
just
up
wanted
that
to
was
play.
said earlier and is
Of
frequently
immigrants.
said.
We're also a
and is
nation of laws.
manifestly not true.
Undocumented workers
And that
broke
is
our
the
immigration
supposed
laws.
small number
And I
of
believe that they
crimes
must be held
committed
accountable.
by immigrants or
Committed a
illegal
crime,
immigrants in the country.
deport them. No questions asked, they're
That
gone.
has been
No great nation
based on
can
a poorly
be in a
done
position where
study
they can't
by the
control the
Cato
border.
Institute, and I believe the Cato Institute
address the
itself
issue of
has
immigration
even
and
updated created that
And
study.
the challenge we have of
reason,
undocumented people in our country, we certainly don't
know
want
that
any
study
more
is not
coming in.
true is that
Place in
those
this country are
statistics
rightly
are
disturbed
not
by the
out there.
large
For whatever
numbers
reason,
of illegal
when somebody
aliens
is arrested
entering
for
our
very
country.
serious crimes,
The jobs
we
they
do
hold
not
might
have
otherwise
on the
be held by
paperwork
citizens or legal
whether
immigrants.
that person is
The public
illegal
service
or
they use
illegal
impose
immigrant.
burdens on our taxpayers.
Okay? If I go
That's
to one
why
of
our
my
administration
local
has moved
sheriffs
aggressively
in
to secure our
Wisconsin
borders
and ask
more
them how many
by
illegal
hiring a
immigrants
record number of new
in
border
your
guards,
jail, they
by
will
deporting
say,
twice
"I
as
have
many
no
criminal
idea."
aliens as ever
We
before,
don't keep track of
by
that.
cracking down on
When
illegal
I tour the
hiring,
federal prison,
by
right
barring welfare
outside of my
benefits to
district,
illegal
and I
aliens.
ask them,
Illegal
in this
immigration
federal
is
prison,
wrong,
how many of their
plain and
inmates are
simple.
illegal
When we
aliens,
use phrases
they will
like
tell me,
undocumented
we have no
workers,
idea.
we
don't
convey
keep
a
track of
message
that.
to the American
So
people that their
whenever you
government is
hear
not
a
serious
Democrat
about
or
combating
anybody,
illegal
or a
immigration.
pundit,
which the American
say that,
people
there's so
overwhelmingly
few
oppose.
Illegals committing crimes.
If you don't think it's illegal, you're not going to say
on nothing.
it. I think it is
because
illegal
those statistics
and
are not available
my
anywhere.
God.
What I would offer
there's
in
a
the
lot of
next
poverty
round
in
of
this world,
appropriation bills,
and you're gonna have people
one of
from
my
all over the world, and
Democratic
I
colleagues
don't think
wants to
that's
help me out,
something that we
perhaps
can
in
do.
appropriations we can get
Yes or no?
funds
Would you allow the
to
cities
add
to ignore the
all
federal law?
No. Paperwork.
We simply cannot
whenever
allow
anybody is
people to
convicted of
pour
crime
into the United
as to whether
States
or not they're a
undetected,
citizen or
undocumented,
non-citizen. And then we will have
unchecked,
the statistics.
and circumventing
But
the line
otherwise,
of people
whenever
who are
you hear
waiting
somebody
patiently,
say
diligently,
on
and lawfully
MSNBC or
to
wherever,
become immigrants
so
in this country.
crimes are committed by
So
illegal
Attorney General
immigrants.
Bondi,
They don't know what they're talking about because
what's
nobody
the
has
Trump
those.
administration,
Okay,
DOJ,
here's the first thing.
doing
Now, the next thing
to
I
end the
want to point
open
out,
border policies of the prior
we
administration
have had what
that
I
saw
think is an
dangerous drugs
unprecedented,
and criminal aliens flood our communities?
situation in Minnesota in which
Congressman, President
they are
Trump
not
has worked
assisting
tirelessly, as you know,
in
to
dealing
close
with,
our border, which is what the
crimes that are
Democrats
going
had
on
asked
up
for
there.
in
In
that
other words,
video.
ICE is left
President
with
Trump
its own
closed
devices.
our borders
When I
on
talk to
day
my local
one.
sheriffs, they
He is
tell me
protecting
that
Americans.
whenever a
He is
federal
protecting
agency
our kids
is
from the influx of
engaged in
drugs
work in
that were
Wisconsin,
flowing
they
into
always
this country
make
from
themselves
Mexico.
available
the fentanyl
in case that
precursors
federal
that were coming
agency
from
needs
China.
assistance.
These precursors were
This
taken
could
from
be something
China
like
into
like
Mexico,
ICE
and in Mexico
under,
they were
DI,
mixed and
DI, it could
freely
be
taken right into
drug
our country,
enforcement,
along
it could be ATF,
with
it could be
gang
FBI,
members, MS-13,
it could be Secret
TDA,
Service, it could be the U.S.
freely
Marshal.
coming into
Nobody
our cities
that I've been able
around
to find,
our
any sheriff in
country,
the state of
thanks to
Wisconsin is
Joe
aware
Biden's
of
open
any
border
circumstances
policies. That has
in which they did
stopped
not
under
make
Donald
themselves
Trump.
available
It will no longer
to federal
happen
law enforcement,
under this
either if
administration.
they need somebody
and
extra
he is doing
to do
everything
surveillance,
to keep
to just
Americans
park
safe.
a marked
And let me
car
continue. When
outside
he was
the
elected
area to
overwhelmingly
assist
by
in,
the American
apprehension
people,
of a
the
criminal,
majority of
they
the
needed
American
distance,
people
assistance
wanted
with
Donald
an
Trump.
additional
One of the main
SWAT
reasons was
team.
border security and
If they
keeping
need to
Americans
transport
safe.
somebody,
And that's
local law
exactly what he
enforcement is
did.
always there.
And that's
Now,
why
you are not
today
in charge
the
of
other
ICE, but
side
you're in
sits
charge
here,
of
they
several
yell,
other
they
agencies.
cut me off,
Have you ever
they
heard
want to
of
yell, they
anything
want to
like
ask
what's
a
going
question
on in
and don't want
Minnesota,
answers
where
because they want to distract from all the great
governor
things that this
or the
president
local
and
mayor
this administration
refuses to give
working hand
assistance
in hand, and that
to
includes
federal law enforcement?
Secretary Noem, who has closed
I have
our
in Portland
borders,
and
Tom
some other
Homan, who
cities
has
where
closed
they
our
weren't
borders
cooperating.
to keep
But as I
Americans
said, I spent
safe.
about
And they're
4
trying to
days. I did
distract
spend
from
4
that, and they're
days
not going to do
in
it
Minnesota.
because the American people are
And
smarter
I
than that,
believe
and they see
many
through
of the
their
local law
theatrics.
enforcement wish they
Thank
could
you.
work
Just
with us
quickly,
to make their cities safe.
yesterday, Senator Grassley reached out to my
Okay.
office to
Now,
tell me that I
well,
was
we'll
one of
switch
the
to
20
something else.
members
First, I'd like to thank you
that was
for
now
doing this
disclosed
today. You're
were under
obviously very
surveillance
bright,
from
obviously
Jack
very
Smith.
competent, and something I love.
This brings up the question of non-disclosure
tolerate fools
orders
gladly.
and whether or not they should
Appreciate
apply
that.
to members
Great.
of Congress. Well, with my phone
suffer
records
fools
being
gladly.
surveilled as well as looks like
in hearings
19
like
other
this,
members
we
of Congress,
often focus on
just
new
wondering how
initiatives undertaken by the
DOJ views
department.
that.
Today, I'd like to give you an opportunity to
Time
discuss
is almost
actions
expired, but the
implemented
gentlelady can respond.
under the Biden
As
administration's
I stated
Department of
earlier,
Justice,
Congressman,
such as the
anyone's
Foreign Influence
records
Task
who were
Force, which
illegally
you have since
obtained,
terminated.
Democrat or
And, you know, it's
Republican,
always
we
rare
will
to
fight
see,
vigorously to stop that.
anything in the
Anything
government
with Arts and
terminated.
Frost,
But
I
could you
can't
elaborate on those
discuss right now.
decisions?
And isn't it true, Madam Attorney
highlight the
General, that DOJ has
accomplishments
changed their policy?
of your
You
tenure
can't-
at Justice?
You can't do that now. The DOJ is not going to go do that and ask the judge for,
Thank you for
an NDO.
asking that.
Absolutely.
We
Yeah,
are
good.
out
That
of
that
time,
in and of
but may
itself
I
tells you why
answer,
this, how wrong it
Chairman?
was. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from
Thank you.
California.
The Biden administration
Attorney General, you
weaponized the
acknowledged
Foreign Corruption
earlier to
Practices
Mr. Johnson
Act.
that
And on
President
February
Trump
10th,
was
President
mentioned
Trump issued an
and
executive
the
order
release countless
pausing
times,
that
you
for
said,
DOJ
in the Epstein
review.
files. I just want to play a video,
Under
though, for you that I think speaks
Attorney
to the
General
frustration
Blanche's
that many of these
supervision, a
victims have.
comprehensive review was
Of times
led,
Trump's name
and,
appears in the files,
department
so
issued
it
new
could at
guidelines
least be 1,000
protecting all
times. Is that right?
Americans,
The
and
number
protecting
is a total
against the
misleading
weaponization
factor.
that
We have
happened
not
in
released
Memphis.
number needs
anyone's
to be 1,000
name
times.
that, we have not released anyone's
Doesn't
name in the
it
Epstein
needs to be
files
1,000
that has not been credible.
Director,
We have released every piece of legally permissible information. You can characterize the numbers however you want it.
Claiming my time, Director.
And I am looking forward
sounds like if
to
you don't know the
your
number, it
detailed
could at least
explanation
be
for why you
1,000
have
times.
withheld
It's not.
almost
It's
half
not.
of the
Is it at least
documents,
500 times?
No.
which is
Is it
required
at least
by
100
the
times?
bill.
No.
Then what's the
Now,
number?
obviously, there are
don't know the
3
number.
million documents, so I didn't get through much. But one thing I didn't
understand why the
see
victims are
was
frustrated.
the
And
client
Attorney General
list that you said you
acknowledged
had
what
on
Mr.
your
Patel would
desk
not
a year ago.
acknowledge, that it was
way
I
more
did, however,
than
find
1,000
a couple of
times. But I want to move,
important
Madam
documents.
Attorney General, to
An 86-page
weaponization
prosecution
of
memo
government.
from the Southern
And
District
yesterday
of
it
New
was
York
reported that
and a
6
draft
members of
indictment
Congress
from Florida
had indictments sought
against Jeffrey
him,
Epstein's
and they were not
co-conspirators.
returned by a grand jury.
For reasons
My colleagues
that
have
I
spoken about
cannot
their frustration of
understand
being
nor are permitted by
in
the
subpoenas
bill,
and having cell phone
they were
records,
still redacted, even
combed through,
for
well,
members
in
of
2017 and
Congress.
2018.
So, Ms. Bondi, will you
Adam Schiff
commit
and I had
right
our cell
here
phone records
to
and email
immediately
records
providing
combed through,
those
not
two
by you, but a
documents
different
in
Department of Justice under
unredacted
the
form
President.
to
It was
members
in
of
retaliation
Congress?
for our role in the Russia interference campaign. An Inspector General
Not a com-
report would
not a
find this
complicated question.
improper.
Well,
the predicate
I
for it
guess
was
it is for
absurd.
you, because you have a
in
law degree and
2020,
those are
after sitting on
privileged.
2 committees that were a part of the
Okay.
President's first
They're-
impeachment,
they're not
an FBI
privileged,
agent
but
leaked
we
my
will discuss
cooperation
that
in a
later.
national security case
I
where my
also
campaign was
found
targeted.
an email
The
that I have right here
President's FBI
from Jeffrey
senior
Epstein to
leadership
Ghislaine
authorized
Maxwell
2
that was
statements to the
unredacted.
press that said
And
I
it
was never
included
suspected of
notes
wrongdoing and
of
only helped the
statements that
investigation.
Donald Trump
But that
made
didn't stop
about his
the death
prior
threats or my
relationship
GOP
with
colleagues
Jeffrey
from
Epstein.
referring me to an ethics
Now,
investigation
there
where
is no
Kevin
reason
McCarthy's
for this to
chairman
be hidden from the
on the ethics
American
committee would
people.
find the same thing
There
as
is
the
no
FBI.
privilege.
Our
There
current
is no
FBI
attorney-client
director would then write a
privilege, and
book
I
called
see you're
Government
checking
Gangsters
with
and
your
to
staff,
identify a
and I
long
can
list
assure
of
you,
enemies. About a
staff,
quarter of
this
them
is
have
not
been
under
either
attorney-client
investigated or
privilege
indicted.
because it
He
was
listed
sent from
me
Jeffrey
at the very
Epstein
top,
to
along with
Ghislaine
Adam Schiff,
Maxwell.
and during that same
Will
testimony,
you commit to
refused
publicly providing the
recuse himself when
unredacted
asked if he
version
would
of this so that the
recuse
American
if
people
any case
can
came across his
understand the
desk
extent
involving
of
me or
Donald
people
Trump's
on that
lies
list.
about his
Since that
relationship with
testimony,
Jeffrey
his
Epstein?
department has put me
You're about
under
as good of
investigation
a
with
lawyer
Senator
today
Schiff
as you
for
were
the
when you tried to
nonsense
impeach
mortgage
President
fraud
Trump
cases
in
that
2016.
we
Have
see.
you
I
apologized
get
for
it.
that in
This is what the president
2019?
does.
Will you
priced it in.
unredact this?
We have a
Will
bingo
you
card
unredact
at
this?
home that
counsel
my
on
kids
that.
have made of
Privilege.
I'm
what
asking
will
you,
come
will
next.
you unredact this?
I expected that the president would
Privileged,
come
of
after his
course.
enemies. But what I want
I
to
look
talk to you
forward
next
to
is serious.
discussing
And I
this
did not
more.
expect this would happen.
Now,
and I'd like
these
your
are
help on it.
obviously improper
The president has inspired
redactions.
And let me
death
stop
threats
you a
against
minute.
me
I'm
and
talking.
many
I'm
If they're not
talking.
privileged,
Quiet.
In June
don't yell at me.
2025,
If they're
Mr.
not
Chairman, when you start the
individuals
clock, this is on your
11
time, it's not on
voicemails.
Mr.
If they're
Goldstein.
not
Even though you
privileged,
used
On the voicemails, they
your
said,
reviews
get the message
and
to
they're
him.
not- you'll like
I'm going
my
to hunt him
answers.
down,
If
that
you
continue
review
to
motherfucker,
them
and
and
toss his
they're not
ass over the
privileged,
golden
belongs
bridge
to the
you will
member.
be
on my
happy
fucking
to
self.
release them.
we'll
After
stop
Donald
the
Trump's
clock.
Department
We'll
of
stop the
Justice
clock.
in the Northern
Time
District of
belongs to the member.
California
Go ahead.
declined to prosecute.
Even
On
though
May
you
14,
used improper
2025,
redactions to protect Donald
on Twitter,
Trump
responding
and
to
other
something I
predators
posted,
associated
an
with
individual
Jeffrey
said,
Epstein,
no, it wasn't
you
Eric,
did the
and now I'm going to
exact
kill you.
opposite thing with the
Department of
survivors and
Justice from the
victims
Southern
of this
District
scheme.
of Texas declined
So
to prosecute.
their identification
May through
information was
December of
really the only
2025,
thing required
we
to be
received messages
redacted,
at my office that
and it was
said,
not.
I hope somebody
And
shoots
it's clear
you
this was
and your
not
children
a
and
mistake.
your wife in the
This
head.
was not by
Pew,
accident.
pew,
This was
motherfucker.
not
Pew,
because
pew.
you
I
only
would
had
stay
30
indoors
days
as
when
much
you
as
really
possible.
used
My children,
75, and that doesn't
unfortunately,
even
have
include
to
all
do
the
that.
hours last
The Department
March
of
that
Justice
you
has
were
not charged this
redacting
individual
it.
and cited that
But
he's a
I'll tell
prolific
you why
caller
it's
and
clear
has
it
health
wasn't a
conditions.
mistake.
Although what we have
There
found
is
in our
an
own
email
investigation and his
entitled
voicemails
Epstein
is that he has
Victim
said he will
List.
employ others to
There
do
are
this.
32
the
names.
president can come after
One
me.
is redacted.
It's fine.
31
I'm in the arena.
are not.
So are these folks.
So someone
But
looked
we
at it
never
and
expected
decided
that the
to
Department of
redact
Justice
something.
would not
And I will tell
seek
you
to prosecute
that
and
is clearly
investigate
intentional
those who are making
to
threats against us.
intimidate
And that would
these
include
survivors
those on
and
that side of the
victims.
aisle. And I'm just asking for your help
Now,
to
in a
protect life.
interview
because life
last
is at
week-
How
risk
will you tell me
with
that's
the environment we're in
intentional?
right now.
In an interview
Congressman,
last
I
week,
completely agree
Deputy
with
Attorney
you.
General Todd Blanche
I know about
said
several of
that
those
any victim
personally involving
that
you.
wants to speak with the department
I
has
believe
done so.
one
hopefully.
has been charged
Well, thanks to the
publicly,
incredibly brave
and there's
people
something I
sitting
would
here
be
behind you,
happy
we
to
can
talk
actually
to you
ask them if
about,
that's true.
off camera. cetera.
Now, with the
But
survivors
I
and
can
victims
assure
who are
you
here,
that they are
please stand
very
up one more
serious.
time.
They are being looked into.
Just
and
by
I
show
can
of
give you more
hands,
details
how many
on
of
those.
you or your
None
loved
of you
ones
should be threatened.
actually
ever.
have met with
None
the
of your
Department of
children
Justice
should be
and
threatened.
provided
None of
testimony
your
and
families should be threatened.
evidence?
And I will work with, you can
None.
come into my office any
And
day.
of those
I
of
will work
you
with all of
who
you
have
on
not
both
met, which
sides
is
of the
everyone,
aisle
how many of
if
you
are
have
ever
reached out
threatened, and I
either
would
individually
gladly talk
or
to you
through a
after this
lawyer
hearing
or
about
representative
your cases, but I
to
can tell you some of
offer
them are
to
very active.
provide testimony and evidence?
Gentleman yields back, and we're sorry for what the gentleman and his
All
family
of
have to go, had to go
And
through.
of those
We
of you,
appreciate
all
what
of
the
you
Attorney
who
General
have reached
said.
out, how many of
I
you
think
were
some of the
denied
things
or
that the
ignored
gentleman from
by the
California
Department
related,
of
we can all relate
Justice?
to, and it's unfortunate, it's wrong,
All
as
of
the
them.
Attorney General said, and we
And
appreciate the
despite
help
the
we get from
shameful and despicable
the Justice
efforts
Department.
by
With
Ms.
that, we will
Bondi
now
and her
recognize
department
the
to
gentleman
intimidate
from New
you,
Jersey,
how many
Mr.
of
Van
you are
Buren.
still willing to speak to
Thank you,
the Department
Chairman.
of Justice?
I don't know where to
All of
begin.
them.
Thank you for being
Well,
here,
Ms.
General.
Bondi, it looks like you
Might see
have
me
some
when
more
I'm in front of
witnesses to
you.
talk
Gentleman's
to, and I yield back.
We will
I
go
have
to the
mention
good gentleman
this
from
first.
North Carolina.
You know, I used
Congressman
this
Knott.
word before.
May I
My
have a moment,
friends on
Congressman?
the other side
Yes,
of the
ma'am.
aisle got mad at
Thank
me.
you.
But hypocrisy.
Here we go. Here's the photograph. This is why he wanted to repeat everything that had been said previously
we
on
heard
Epstein.
nothing. Crickets. Not a word.
This
Nothing
is his
was
state.
said when they were in
New
control.
York. You probably don't even know who this is.
Nothing was mentioned basically
Wahid
last
Mohammed
summer,
from
and the ranking
Afghanistan.
member
Yes, 'cause I'm
points
no
out
longer
that
a
he did
prosecutor.
do something
Convicted of assault?
last year. Yeah, he did a letter
Wow.
complaining
He
about the
represents
plea deal
New
for
York.
Maxwell.
Wow. Yet
But
he
it wasn't
doesn't
a
care
big
about
deal.
the illegal
Then we get a new
aliens
administration,
convicted of crimes.
and all of a
Assault
sudden
and
it's a big
homicide.
deal, and
No
they
longer a
feign
prosecutor, so
concern,
he
they're
doesn't
upset,
care about his
they're
constituents.
investigating.
Here we
they had
go.
all these years and all
Arson.
this time.
El
And in
Salvador,
fact,
Miguel
Stacey
Palacios.
Plaskett, and we all know that name, when they had a congressional hearing,
Furman
Democratic member,
Flores Ramales,
were taking texts
Mexico.
from Epstein on questions.
Let's talk about the
to ask
70% of
to go
immigrants
after
who are
Trump.
detained without a
Epstein
criminal
was
conviction
using
or
her
arrest.
Democratic colleague as a
Stop the
tool to go after
Time belongs to
President
Congressman
Trump.
Nye.
Just everybody
Thank you,
keeps
Mr.
that in
Chair.
mind. And then
Madam
we
Attorney
talk
General,
about
I want to
ICE
be sure
and
that
how
the American
horrible it is,
people
and there are
understand
concerns. Everybody
exactly
wants
what we're
everything to
referring to
go
when we
right.
talk about
Nobody ever
sanctuary
wants to see
policies. They are
somebody
often
die.
framed in sort of innocuous
And they
terms
complain
like,
about it.
we
But at the
refuse to take
same
part
time,
in immigration
hypocrisy,
law.
they
And when you add
encourage
up
constituents
all of the
to
population
go after
represented
the
by
ICE
these
agents,
cowardly politicians in
to challenge
sanctuary
them, to hurt
jurisdictions,
them, to
whether it's a
attack
county,
them.
city, or state,
And that doesn't make sense.
sanctuary
That's
jurisdictions
hypocrisy.
account for
And then we
roughly
hear about the
40%
concern
of the United
you know,
States.
going after Democrats.
Now,
that
in
the legal
reality,
system,
it's
that
much more than just
judiciary
a
and the Department of
passive
Justice is
exercise.
going
Is that not
after
correct?
Democrats.
Yes.
It's
But
unbelievably
they
active.
literally
And in terms
reworked the
of
legal
breaking down
system
these terms, I
under
want to break
Alvin
it
Bragg
down
and
as
Letitia
clearly a term
James
as I can.
to go after
What is a
Republicans
federal
and those
detainer
sympathetic to Republicans.
for the American people?
So,
Please describe
I mean,
it.
be careful
Federal
when you
detainer
accuse
is
others
when
that you're
someone
not guilty
is
yourself.
held in federal custody.
Be careful
Yes.
of what you say.
And
because you
when
got a
a
history.
federal detainer is
And it's
issued
easy
to
go
local
over
law
it.
enforcement,
You
they
know,
are
I just want
obviously
to talk
in
about where
local
we
or
were and
state
where we are
custody,
now.
correct?
Yes.
We had over
And
10
federal
million
officers
illegal
take
crossings in the
note of
past
that
between
apprehension,
2020
and
and
they say,
2024.
we want to
over
come
10
and
million. There's
apprehend
probably a much
him
bigger
or
number.
her
I'm being
to deport
conservative.
them.
We
Isn't
were
that
told
correct?
the people weren't
Yes.
dangerous.
And in these
but they
sanctuary
were,
jurisdictions,
General.
whether
They
it's
were
California,
dangerous, many
Illinois,
of them.
New York,
More than
or
300
other places, even in
individuals on
North
the terror
Carolina, there are
watch list
sanctuary
during that time.
jurisdictions.
Violent
That
criminals
federal
came
detainer
across, as
often
we saw
prompts
consequences
not
where
any
mothers and fathers,
cooperation,
daughters and
not any
sons, children
assistance,
were
but a
raped, murdered,
release onto the
hurt,
streets.
abused,
Isn't that correct?
beaten,
Yeah, and Congressman, a
trafficked.
federal detainer
All
is
from the
federal
drugs.
law.
My God,
Yes.
the drugs they
People
brought into
must
our babies in
abide
this
by,
country.
yet these jurisdictions, many of these
73,000
jurisdictions are not
illegals
abiding
with
by
criminal
that.
history.
And we hear a lot of talk from
20,000
the other
with
side
convictions of
about
assault,
victims,
robbery, and
about
sex
victims of
offenses.
violent crimes, sex crimes,
13,000
murders,
convicted
whatever it may
murderers
be.
in our
But I want to be
beautiful
very
country.
clear.
15,000
Illegal
convicted
aliens
sexual
who have been
assault
arrested
offenders. It was
for committing
madness.
some
It
of the
was
most heinous
insanity.
crimes.
It's bizarre.
They have
It's
been
perverse.
released by
What
sanctuary
in
cities,
God's
by
name were you
sanctuary
doing?
states, rather than being
So
turned
we
over to the federal
finally are
government for
cleaning this up
deportation.
now.
Isn't that
We're
correct?
finally trying to make it right and
It
safe
is,
for
and
our
it's,
people.
it's sad
So
for
my
all
questions are
Americans
this.
that any jurisdiction
General,
would do that. These are some of the most violent criminals
illegal
I think
aliens
we've all
from our
seen.
communities will
And
save
despite
American
their
lives?
best efforts to obstruct you and the president
Yes, and
in
given
making us all
the
safer, I
cases
just want
that
to
you
go
just
through a
discussed,
quick list
that's
again
proof of it
the
every single
accomplishments
day.
that you
President
have
Trump is committed to that.
been in part
This
responsible for
entire
achieving. True or
cabinet
false? The
is
country
committed to
now has
that
the
and
lowest
making
murder
and
rate
keeping
in
Americans safe.
125
Thank you.
years.
Yes.
Will you agree
True or
that,
false?
and thank you for doing that, would
62
you agree
major
that
cities are
allowing
now
individuals
reporting
with
rapid
known criminal
decline in
histories to
murder
enter
rates.
and remain in the
Yes.
United
True or
States?
false?
We knew
Robberies
this
are
back
down
then. They knew
nearly
it.
20%
Would you agree
over
that
the last
creates
year.
serious
Yes.
risk to our public
True or false?
safety? I know the
Violent
answers, but let's
crime
just
is down
say them
almost
clearly.
15%
Yes.
over the past year.
Would you agree that
Yes.
when dangerous
True or false? Right
individuals
here
are
in
released
Washington,
instead
D.C.,
of
violent crime is
detained
down
and they were
almost
released over and
30%
over and
since
over
President
again?
Trump took
And these are the
office.
real issues. This is
Yes,
really
and the number
what
may be
America
even
cares about.
better
They
than
want
that,
their
but yes.
children and their
Yes.
families to
True
be
or false?
safe.
The DEA has seized over
Do you think if you
200,000 kilograms
release
of
them
cocaine
instead of
since
detaining
President Trump
them,
took office.
that crimes will happen because of that?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Would you agree
I
that?
believe so, and
it did.
200
And it did. Thank you.
Hold on.
Would you agree that cooperation between, and this is a
78,500 kilos of
biggie,
meth
and I'm going to ask you
and
to
more than
elaborate on this. This is a big deal. This is why some of the
260,000
problems we're
kilos of
seeing in
cocaine.
some of the
That's
places
lives
like
saved
Minnesota
every day
are
for all
happening.
of
That
us, for families, for
cooperation
children.
between federal
And then true or false,
local enforcement,
the Department of
which we
Justice
always
under your
used to
leadership
have,
has a
helps
92%
remove
success rate
violent
at the Supreme
offenders
Court.
from our communities that we
I
should be
believe
a
so.
team.
Or ballpark.
Ballpark.
And then true or false,
Yes.
this
And can you
administration is
elaborate on that a
attacking the
little bit?
waste,
In other
fraud, and
words,
abuse that we
when
have seen
the
in places
local
like Minnesota that
enforcement
is removing
forced forced by the
billions of
politicians,
hard-earned
not their
tax dollars
fault,
from
not to
this
do
country.
their job and not
Absolutely,
cooperate.
and
Why
President
does
Trump
it
is committed
create
to
the
doing that in
situations that
every
we
city
see where
in
we
this
have
country.
the need
And
for
Madam
crowd
Attorney General,
control?
just
By
to
the
be
way,
very brief
they're not
here, I want to be
peaceful.
sure that
Those are
you
not
know that
peaceful
many on this
protesters.
committee
We know what a peaceful protester is.
made
When
very
you spit
serious
on law
efforts to try to
enforcement, when you
amend the
push them,
Epstein
when you hit
petition
them,
to
when
give you the
beat their
resources
card,
and the
if you
time
answer
to
the
protect
question.
victims,
Thank you.
to
Time's
go
expired.
through and to have
You may answer
the
the
necessary
Thank you.
runway
Yes,
to
I spent
thoroughly
4 days
go through that
myself
file.
in Minnesota and
Unfortunately,
Minneapolis.
those requests
What I
were
will
met
say
with
about some
refusal,
of these
and
sanctuary
we were
cities,
unable
some
to
of
make
these
the
democratic
necessary
cities,
amendments.
law
But thank you for
enforcement,
being here
they
today.
quietly want to work with us. I've spoken
Good gentleman
to
yields
law
back.
enforcement
We turn to
in
the good lady from California,
multiple cities,
Congresswoman Kamlager-Dove.
who want to work
Thank you,
with
Mr.
us.
Chair, and thank you,
yes, we're
Attorney
going to do
General,
everything
for
we
being
can
here today. I
to
want to
keep
talk
our
with you
citizens
about
safe,
an issue on
whether
which
or
there
not
is
these
broad bipartisan
Democrat-controlled
agreement. The importance
sanctuary
of
cities
ensuring
do or don't.
trust
And damn it, that's
between
what really
the
matters.
American
Your time
public
is
and those
expired.
government
Chair, I have a
officials
UC.
who wield powerful law enforcement
Ms. Crockett from
responsibilities.
Texas is recognized for
So,
UC.
Attorney
Thank you so
General,
much.
would you
Donald Trump's
agree that
approval
it is
rating
important
implodes on his
for law
strongest issue. This is from
enforcement
Newsweek
leaders to be
today.
honest?
It says 40% of people
Thank you.
approve of
You don't
Trump's
need to
handling
read
of
the article
immigration
to us.
Of course, as
and
well as
border
members
security,
of
while
Congress.
60%
And would you
disapprove.
include
Without
your
objection,
That is a net
admitted.
drives
Now I
a law
recognize the
Negative
gentleman
20.
from California, Mr.
Of
Liu.
course.
Okay, thank you, thank you. You know, President Trump has also, he has referred to himself as the chief
Thank you,
law
Attorney General Bondi,
enforcement
for being here
officer
today.
of this
I'm going to show you two
country.
photos.
Thank
So
you.
do you
I'm going
believe
to show you two
that
photos of
President
former
Trump is
Prince
honest?
Andrew.
He is the Commander-in-Chief of the
attended various
United
parties.
States of
Do you
America,
believe
and
that
not only
President
is he
Trump
Jeffrey
keeping
Epstein.
honest?
this country safe,
Under
Do
the
you
law
he
Congress
is keeping
passed,
this
honest?
world
you were allowed
It's
to
a
redact
simple
photos
question,
Of
which you
course
didn't
I do.
protect
He is
the
Okay,
victims
thank
of
you.
Epstein's sex
Last
trafficking
June,
operation.
Minnesota
You
lawmaker
redacted
Melissa
the photos
Hortman, her
of this
husband
victim's
Mark,
face
and their dog
because you were
were
following
brutally
the
murdered
congressional
in
law.
their
Is that
home.
correct?
And your USA's office in Minnesota investigated this crime.
I'm sorry, that
and
we redacted
obtained
the
a
victims'
Because you were following the
six-count
congressional law,
indictment
correct?
of the murder
Yes.
suspect, stating that he had
You have now
intent
established
to
that
kill,
we-
injury, harass,
Please put
and
the photos back
intimidate
up, that we are looking
Minnesota
at a
legislators.
sex
And I have the
trafficking
copy
victim.
right here. I read
Under the
through it.
Federal
Yet a
Victims
few weeks
Trafficking
ago,
Protection
President
Act.
Trump
Not only is
suggested
Jeffrey
publicly
Epstein guilty,
that
but anyone
Minnesota
who
Governor Tim
patronizes
Walz was
Epstein's
behind these
sex
murders,
operation
posting
is
on
also
his
guilty
Truth
of a
Social
crime.
account a
That's why I
video
find it
raising
absolutely
this conspiracy
despicable
theory,
that you
and it
sought
wasn't
to
true.
protect
And
Epstein's
you know
clients,
it wasn't true,
like former
or else
Prince
you would not
Andrew.
have brought an
Last July,
indictment against the
you
subject.
closed the case
You know what else
on
Trump has
Epstein's
said?
abusers.
He has said he has cut gas
The
prices
July
by
2025 memo from
1,400%.
your Department of
False.
Justice stated,
that he won the
quote,
2020
"We
election.
did not
Actually,
uncover
gas is
evidence
down to
that could
$1.99
predicate
a
an
gallon,
investigation
thanks
against
to
that he
uncharged
didn't
third
know
parties."
Epstein.
Maybe $5 in
That he
These two
sent-
photos,
It's my time,
please
Mr.
put the photos
Chair.
back up.
That he sent
These
water
two
to
photos
LA during
staring
the
you in the
wildfires.
face
False.
are evidence
that
of
Governor
a
Wexner
crime
of Maryland
and more
called
than enough
him the
evidence to
greatest
predicate
president
an
of his
investigation
lifetime.
against former
False.
Prince Andrew.
So many
I ask
tales,
you,
too
Attorney General
many
Pam
to
Bondi,
keep up. But
why
I
did
want
you
to go
shut down
back
this
to
investigation
what
last
he
July, and
said
why have you not
about Tim
prosecuted
Walz. Do
former
you
Prince
agree
Andrew?
that President Trump
I don't believe you asked
undermined
Merrick
public
Garland
trust in
these
law
questions
enforcement
when
by
he was
suggesting
Attorney
that
General
Governor
and sat
Walz
before-
I agree
was
with you.
involved
You
in
I've
twice.
been claiming many times.
Never
I agree with
mentioned
you.
it. I'm
I
not
agree with
familiar
you.
with that.
During
Do
the
you not
Biden,
hear
during
Well,
the Biden administration,
that is a disappointing
I called
response, and it
for
is
people looking
also
at
why
Epstein
your
files.
office
Merrick
and
Garland
Donald
dropped
Trump
the
have
ball,
zero credibility.
as did Attorney
Because
General
I
Bill
know,
Barr,
and
as
you
did
know,
Alex
it was
Acosta,
a
a whole string of
right-wing
failures.
extremist
But you
who
are in
murdered the
charge.
Hortmans.
You have the power
And you
to
and the
change things, to
president
hold
are
these men
being
accountable,
dishonest
and you're
with
doing the opposite.
American
You're
people.
protecting them.
Last
So I want
fall,
to move on
after
to
the
another
horrific
man.
shooting
Can I
of Charlie
answer
Donald
that,
Trump.
though?
I want to move on to
President
another
Trump was
question.
asked if there
about protecting.
You answered the question.
You're saying no.
And his exact
I want to discuss
words were,
another man, Donald
I'll tell you
Trump,
something that's
was
going to get
all
me in
over the
trouble,
Epstein
but I
files.
couldn't care less.
Like
the radicals on the
Prince.
right often
Here's the
to be
video.
radical because they don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy. Do you agree with this statement? You're taking too long.
Like
Madam
former
Attorney
Prince
General.
Andrew,
But you know the
Donald
answer.
Trump attended
because
various
your
parties
own department
with
has
Jeffrey
addressed the
Epstein.
question. In
I want
24,
to know,
the
were
DOJ's
there any
research arm
underage girls
issued a
at
report
that
on
party
domestic
or at any
terrorism,
party
stating that the
that
far
Trump
number of
attended
far-right
with Jeffrey
attacks
Epstein?
continues to outpace all other types of terrorism and domestic violence extremists. The
This is so
DOJ
ridiculous,
published the report.
and
after
they
the
are trying
president
to
made those comments, the
deflect
DOJ took the report down.
from
And
all the
I
great
sent you
things
a letter
Donald Trump has done.
asking you a
There is
simple
no
question.
evidence
Why
that Donald
did the
Trump has
Justice
committed a
Department
crime. Everyone
remove the
knows
data
that. This has been
shows
the most
right-wing
transparent presidency.
extremists have killed
He's the
more
one
innocent
that asked
people
that those
than
files
I'm reclaiming my time.
be
extremists.
I got your answer. You said
Could
there's
you
no
refer
evidence.
to immigration
Stop the clock,
enforcement
Mike.
on
Stop the
domestic
clock.
legislation?
You should answer my question on my
belongs to the
time,
gentleman
but you
from
won't.
California.
And what I am asking
I'm
you
going to put up
do is
another
put
document
the report back.
a witness who
Restore
called the FBI's
data.
National Threat
Stop
Operations
scrubbing
Center.
important
Because
data
I believe
from
you
your
just
website.
lied under oath.
Stop
There is
taking
ample
down
evidence
reports that
in the
you
Epstein
know
file.
the
Don't you
American people
ever
need to
accuse
know
me of
about.
a
I believe
There
you
are
just lied
violent,
under oath,
dangerous people
and this is all
out here with
videotaped.
real
You
threats,
said
and the
there's no evidence
desire
of crime. I'm
from your
showing you.
agency comes
Here
from the
is
covering
a
up of
witness
these
statement
threats
who
that
called
could
into the
hurt
FBI's
American
Threat
people
Operations
and
Center.
put our lives at rest.
He drove
Do
Donald Trump
better.
around in a limo.
And with that, I yield
You
back.
overheard what
Mr.
Donald
Lady
Trump
yields back.
said
The
to
gentleman
Jeffrey on his
from
cell
North Carolina
phone.
is recognized.
He was so
May I
angry
have
he was
one
going to stop a
moment?
limo and hurt Donald Trump.
Her district includes
And he
Culver
met a girl
City,
who said she was
and
raped
she's
by
not
Donald Trump
talking
and
about
Jeffrey
any
Epstein.
crime in her district.
She later had her head
Nothing
blown off.
about helping
The officers
crime
at
in
the
her
scene
district.
said
She's
that
not
could not
even
have
worth
been
getting into the
suicide.
details.
Well,
No
thank
one,
you, Madam Attorney
no
General,
one
and we are grateful
the
to
Department of
have you here
Justice
today. And let me just say
interviewed this
that
witness.
you've shown
You
great
need to interview
perseverance
this
today,
witness
and I think you're coming to the last lap here.
Epstein
Those
should
of
rot
us that
in
are
hell.
left,
So
but I
should the
applaud your
men
strength,
who
and I
patronized this
applaud your
operation.
resolve.
And as we sit here today, there are
Madam
over
Attorney General is a
1,000
pastor
sex trafficking
for over
victims.
37 years
and
now.
you have not
I
held a
take
single
serious
man
issue with
accountable.
any attempts
Shame
by
on you. If you had
agitators
any decency,
to
you would
disrupt
resign
church
right after
services or
this hearing
activities
concludes.
at houses of worship. And I just want to take a moment to
May I
clarify
respond?
some things. I
I
realize
don't know
you
how you
can't
respond.
talk
No,
about
I did not
pending
ask a
cases
question,
per
Mr.
se,
President.
but I do want to
I did
ask
not
some
ask a
very
question.
Crime
general
in
questions for
California.
clarification.
He does not
Does the
want to talk
DOJ
about
I did
consider
not ask a question.
unauthorized
Crime in his
entry
state.
into a house of
Point out.
worship
I did not
to be
ask a
protected
question.
activity
Meeting will be in order.
under the First
Gentleman has yielded
Amendment
back
when
his time. I think our
undertaken
next
by a
witness will
member
be
of the
more than
press?
happy to let the Attorney General.
Madam
respond.
Attorney General, would you like to?
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes.
Unauthorized
you
with
have
the
a few
intent of
minutes.
disrupting.
Thank
you, Congressman.
Okay.
This,
Even
if it's a blogger like Congressman Liu didn't want to talk
How
about.
does the DOJ
He didn't want to talk
distinguish
about
between news-gathering activity
all
and
the
expressive
crime
or
that is
protest
happening
conduct
in his
when a press
state?
defense is asserted?
California refuses to honor detainees because of its dangerous
Congressman,
sanctuary
I met with
city
the pastor
policies.
of that church, and
the
what happened
refusal
there,
means California has
was
released
horrific.
4,561 criminal
I would
illegal
hope all
aliens,
houses of worship,
criminal
whether it's a
illegal
synagogue,
aliens,
whether it's a church,
onto
any
its
house of
street.
worship.
The crimes of these aliens
However,
include
what happened here is a pending case
31
again, but within the
homicides,
four corners of the indictment,
661 assaults,
they were, quote, gearing up for a
574
resistance.
burglaries.
They entered a house of worship, and I think the video speaks for itself. What happened in there, what the video doesn't show, is there were approximately 400 parishioners in there on a Sunday morning.
And
Families,
234
grandparents with canes,
sexual predator
children upstairs
offenses.
in
That's
Sunday
why
school
they are
who were, their
deflecting.
parents were
That's
blocked
why
from
they're
getting
trying
to
to talk
them.
about the Epstein files.
Once this resistance
That's currently happening
took place,
in
and they had
his
named
home
it
state.
Operation Pull-Up.
Attorney General, thank you for
It
being
was
here. And I
heartbreaking
want
for
to make
those
sure you had
families.
time to
They were
respond. I'm
terrified.
going to change gears a little bit.
I think they've all said that.
In October,
and,
when you were
nothing
testifying
like
before the
that
Senate, I
should
know you and
happen
my friend
in
Senator
this
Katie
country,
Britt
and under
discussed
my watch,
concerns of
it won't.
infiltration of the illegal
Thank you. And
Chinese
just to
vapes into
clarify,
our country.
accosting
As a
members
father
of a
of three, obviously,
congregation
I'm worried a little bit
and
about this,
creating
and I
a
believe
scene
that
marked
many
by
parents in the country
intimidation
share
and
similar
threat
concerns.
inside a house of worship
Can you provide an
would
update
not
on
be
DOJ's
protected
work in this
First
space over
Amendment
the past
activity,
few
correct?
months?
Absolutely not, and a grand jury has indicted.
Yes, and thank you for
individuals
bringing
over
that up. We're
Thank
talking
you.
about the vapes.
One other question, just
and this
shifting
should
a
be an
little bit.
issue where both sides of the aisle
You know,
can
my
work
home state of
together
North
on.
Carolina has been
Parents
making
need to
national
understand,
headlines at
children
times,
need to
particularly in the city of
understand
Charlotte.
that
We've made
so
pleas
many
at
of these
times
are being
for our governor
manufactured in
in China,
to get involved,
sent
bring
to
in the
our
National
country,
Guard.
and
Our
have the
Fraternal Order
potential
of
to be
Police had pointed
laced
out
with
that we were
lethal
about
drugs.
270 local
We've
cops
seen an
below
overdose.
what we
We need to
needed
get on
in
the
order
front
to
end of
adequately
this
police the city.
before
And yet the
we have
governor's
another
declined
crisis
to offer to partner
and
with the
children are
federal
dying.
government
I've
to
partnered
bring
with
in
Secretary
reinforcements
Kennedy,
to
of course,
Charlotte.
at
I want
HHS
to give you
on
just a
this
few
matter.
moments, really the
But
balance of
thank
my
you for
time,
bringing it up.
to explain
they're
the
selling
impact
these
that
things
Memphis Safe
as
Task
flavored
Force
vapes
has had
illegally
on crime
in
and
many
safety in
stores
Memphis,
around
because
the
I know
country.
there was a place we saw that
Secretary
cooperation
Kennedy and I
has
actually
tended
did
to
we
breed
went
great
and did
results, and I would
something
love to hear
on
a
this,
little
and
more about that.
it was sadly the day that Charlie Kirk was
Thank you.
assassinated. And so And I have
It
numbers
didn't get a
for
lot
you,
of attention,
too.
nor should it
well, and
have
we're all,
after
right here
that
in
happened.
DC, we're all
But
living.
yes, we're
continuing to work on that. Thank you for bringing that up. That's happening in
that it has
all of our states, and I would ask everyone here. I know Congresswoman Ross was just nodding on this. It's happening in every state.
With the mayor,
and not only are they laced with
THC,
doing everything we can, many of these vapes,
to make
but they could be laced with fentanyl. We have had
as of
a child,
February 9th,
I wish I could think of
there
the
were
state it was in,
nearly
but we have already had
10,000
someone
arrests.
overdose. And we have
This
to
is
get
DC.
together on this, and we have to get on the front end of this. And I would love to work across the aisle
down
on this to protect our kids. How many school
from
kids
this time
do you
last
see now
year
in
and violent crime
And it's not
down
only, I believe a vape has 20
42%.
cigarettes.
DC
but,
is
you know,
safer
that's because of it. One vape is 20
we know
cigarettes.
We had a
I
National
believe it is.
Guardsman
But also
shot, and we had
what they could be laced with,
young woman
because so many
killed.
of them,
I went to her
majority of them
funeral, and
are
I keep in
manufactured
touch with the
China.
National
Sure, and if you need
Guardsman,
additional resources,
who was
please let
shot.
us know
His
as you're going through the
parents,
process, and then I'm going to
he's
change
doing
gears one more
great.
time
He's a
on you.
miracle. Please continue
Under the Biden
to pray
administration,
for
there
him.
was a lot
I
of
know my time is up, but
or a lot of
same
confusion
results
created
I
when
spoke
parts of
about
the
earlier
DOJ began
in
treating
Memphis, and
software
we're still
developers
working on that
like financial
with the help of,
institutions. Even when they did not
Memphis
hold or
safe
control
again.
anyone's
again,
money,
I
they
think
were
it just
simply
draws
building
an
the
incredible
technology.
contrast
That
between
uncertainty
what we've seen
made it
happening in
harder for
Minneapolis
Americans to build,
versus what
innovate
we've
here
seen
on.
happen in
Earlier
D.C.,
this year,
what
the
we saw
Deputy
happen
Attorney
in
General
Memphis,
issued a
and
memo
what I would love to see in
entitled,
some ways,
Ending
if
Regulations
we could ever get our
by
governor to work with us
Prosecution.
in North Carolina
A
to happen
clear
in Charlotte.
break from the Biden
With that, I yield
administration's
back.
approach, and I think it's important that that's a good step in the right direction. But can you talk a bit about how the DOJ is now putting that memo into
unanimous
practice,
consent to
especially when it comes
introduce
to making
into
sure
the
that people
record
are
the
just
research
writing the
that Representative
software
Kumlager
and
Dove
don't
and I
control the user's
referenced
funds,
concerning the threat
and
of
we don't
right-wing
want them treated
domestic
as
terrorism,
unlicensed
which
money,
the
or they're
Department of
un-
Justice
they're
scrubbed
not
from
money
its website in
transmitters, so.
September.
Yes, and we're doing everything we
gentleman
can to
from Texas
protect the
is
American
recognized.
people
Thank
on
you
that.
so
And I
much,
would
Mr.
refer
Chairman. And
everyone
to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions
Attorney
of this
General
witness because this
Blanche's
witness has
his
revealed
memo,
that she
and we're
has no
working as hard as
intentions
we
of
can on
answering
that topic.
questions.
We want to leave
But
the land
instead, I'm going to
space on
ask some
that,
very
so
basic
we
questions
appreciate
really
the help.
quickly
And
of
with
my
that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back
colleague,
10
Becca Balint,
seconds.
if she will answer right or wrong, raping children.
Gentleman yields back. Recognize the gentleman
Right
from
or
Arizona
wrong,
for
killing
unanimous
random
consent.
Thank you, Mr.
citizens.
Chairman. I have a number of UCs.
Right or wrong, enriching
Thank you.
yourself
Bombshell,
as the
new
sitting
docs show
president
Trump
of the
called
United
police
States.
about Epstein in 2006.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that
Kamala
with
Harris
our witness.
defends Biden
Our witness who
administration
somehow
decision
is
not
a
to
lawyer
release
but does not
Epstein files.
understand how it works with
Objection.
witnesses.
Why
I'm
weren't
not
they
really sure
released
what
during
law
the
school she went
Biden
to
administration?
and what all
Objection.
kind of cases she
House
tried.
Democrat
But
Stacey
typically when
Plaskett
you come
exchanged
into a
texts with
space
Epstein
and somebody's a
during
witness,
2019
then they sit
congressional
there and they
hearing.
answer
Objection.
questions
New York judge
instead of
allows
asking
Epstein victims'
questions.
claims
And then
against
we also
Plaskett
have
to
this
proceed.
objection that we use as
Objection.
lawyers called
Hakeem Jeffrey
non-responsive when a
solicited
witness
funding from
fails to
Epstein in
actually answer the
2013
question. But
after
nevertheless,
financier
let
was
me
convicted
address
child sex
the
offender.
survivors
Objection.
because that's
Jeffrey
exactly
Epstein
who
was
they are. They
invited
are
to
not
DIM
victims,
fundraising
they are
dinner and to
survivors.
get to
Let
know
me say thank you
Hakeem
for having
Jeffries
more
by firm
courage
working with
and moral
Brooklyn's
clarity
Barack.
in your pinky fingers than
Objection.
the entire Department
An
of
email
Justice.
from Leslie
We are
Groff
currently the
to
laughing
Jeffrey
stock of the
Epstein,
world, partially because of
concerning
the failed
Hakeem
leadership
Jeffries'
within the DOJ
fundraising.
as we see kings and queens falling
Epstein
everywhere
file says
around
Biden
the
was
world. But
replaced
we
in
don't know
2019?
the basics
Question
of right and wrong in this country because it's not about
Gentleman
partisanship.
yields.
And that's
Back
why I
the,
applaud
gentleman
Thomas
from
Massey
California,
because he's the
Mr.
only
Craig.
person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how
Thank
to
you, Mr.
stand
Chairman,
up to
and,
corruption. But
welcome,
nevertheless,
Ms.
let me
A.G.
keep
Bondi.
going. My
I agree
Democratic
with you.
colleagues have been attacked
Our
this
top
entire
priority
committee
should be
hearing. They have
protecting
been lied
Americans.
on. And
my
frankly, the
past
American
life in the
people weren't
California
looking
State
for that. They were
Legislature, I
looking
did a
for
lot of
answers
work
about
on
the corruption that they
solving
see coming
sex
from this
crimes, passing
administration.
legislation
In the
to update
in the
our
written
codes.
testimony of this
And
witness,
I found that the biggest challenge
of
to
this
solving
particular
sex
witness, she
crimes
stated
is
that
reporting
when
them.
she took office, she had two
Victims
main goals.
have
The
to
first
have
was
the
to
guts
end the
to stand up,
weaponization of
report
justice, and
those sex
second, to
crimes.
return the department
But it's not
to its
easy.
core mission. Not only
the
have you
most
lied
unreported sex crime
about
there is.
both, you've intentionally
crime there
done
is
the
is sex
exact
crimes.
opposite. You're spending
It's
more
painful,
taxpayer resources
humiliating.
arresting
A
journalists
lot of
than you
time
are
the victims
prosecuting
don't think
pedophiles
anything's
and
gonna
creeps.
come
In
out of
fact,
their
your boss, the
reporting these
President of the
crimes.
United States, stated that
Then we
this
have
administration,
adults
quote,
who as
took the
children
freedom
were molested,
away. And at
poisoned,
your